able to deal with players that are going big. Not all a bad thing so far, Tim. We go back down in towards the kitchen for round 5.
We saw this back in round 1. It was an Enterprise win. If you remember,
A very decisive one.
I
They
was
played
very
well.
complimentary of how they dealt with VIP. I was very complimentary of Enterprise's flexibility and adaptability when the bakery plan didn't really work out. They moved to a top floor clearance all the way down very quickly, got the vertical work done and pushed through Freezer instead. It was really, really nice from Enterprise. So that's something that Twisted Minds need to deal with here. I think they did a very good job at the start of the round last time, sort of rebuffing Enterprise's approach to bakery, but then fell apart a little bit when that pressure came in from above. So needing maybe a little bit more action out in the map, Twisted Minds.
I think more than anything else for Enterprise, it's just this very execute-focused lineup as well. You look at the operators that are here, they just want to say go at a given point and make it happen, and that's probably going to be now. We've seen teams try this. You put the the Sens down, you Zofia impact out the wall as well, the shield charges on through, but we've seen so many teams just completely crumble, trying to make this work, but that is a fantastic adaptation. Cairo not sprinting, going slow, and then getting rid of guards. A key player in this game and throughout this tournament, Tim, has been taken offline.
More great work on the shield. If you remember, I said sometimes you've got to really commit to those shield bans. Though could be coming in as a ban, as allowed Cairo access continued to that Blackbeard. P9 gonna find an absolute beauty. Rips the head off of Jigsaw's shoulders. 4 versus 3 though, as Enterprise still have a good advantage and now mounting real pressure. Cairo's in a position where he could possibly plant here. They just need that one extra kill. It's gonna be Trix, but are they gonna find it? Yes, they do. Brendo finds his man, the diffuser's down cold. Inside the site though, there's
down to a 1 versus 1, Tim. It's Tuhan coming up against Hasham, who's upstairs on the verticals. As long as Tuhan is careful, this could be his for the win. So much time to work with as well, but they see him on the camera, they see him on the Scotpot shell, baiting out the TP for a second. Now that he knows where it is, he's got to be mindful of that. At least the nade's going to tuck it away, and now can maybe get a plant down inside of Rice. It's hard to get the vertical angle down here, so now all movements come onto Tuhan.
Really nice use of the light screen there. Does he get his angle? He can see him, but he doesn't want to go for the challenge just yet. Hasham playing for a little bit of time still. This 50 seconds left on the clock. Tuhan has plenty of time available to him to just try and bait out this fight. Maybe he goes a little bit wide. No, Hasham not taking the challenge just yet. Tuhan baiting him out, trying to bring him in a little bit closer by going for that plant.
Hasham's just playing the game, Tim. He's got Tuhan on the edge a little bit here. He doesn't feel safe enough to plant. He's rounding off towards the side. Hasham knows that he's coming, surely. Round comes the swing. Someone's got to win it out. Both going low. Hasham lower, but he's on his belly, Tim. We've seen it a million times. Hasham steps up, falls down quickly as Tuhan with the pistol wins out that 1v1.
Some serious nerve from Tuhan there. I liked what he was doing, coming around the corner, just changing his position, stood, crouch, just trying to give those confusing signals to Hasham, and then finds his man with a beautiful shot. Tuhan showing some serious nerve to get that done in the 1v1. 3-2 now in favour of Enterprise.
I tell you what, Tim, I think they'll be absolutely buzzing with 3 rounds on at the attack. I think both of these teams, I've said it I think yesterday on social media, they're 2 of our best 3 defending teams. Of course, FaZe is our best defending team, but these are number 2 and number 3. Their attacks are where sometimes they fall a little bit short, both in the mid-40s range. The teams that have done as well as they have so far, the numbers could not be closer. They've got like 1% difference between them on both attack and defense. So maybe you look at that and think, you know what, you'll take 3-3 halves the whole way through, Tim. I think, pretty sure I would, if it means that this turns into a screamer of a series.
If Enterprise can get a 4th here, I think they'd have bitten your hand off if you'd have offered it them before the match started. 4-2 half on Cafe, their map choice coming into defense would be absolutely brilliant for them. Like you say, being one of those top 3 defending teams. Attack is where this matchup is really going to be won. Hasham getting a little bit aggro on the window, doesn't quite catch his man. Brendo has taken a tickle of damage, but no harm done.
You can stop worrying about grenades now.
We saw guards in this exact spot before, of course, running around with the DMR of the Aruni. Bandaway here, forced instead over towards the Jaeger, and you saw all 3 of those ADSs being placed down inside a cocktail. A good idea, I'll say, Tim, because look in the bottom left corner of your screen. 8 frag grenades being brought along by the side of Enterprise. They really want to get him out of this position.
3 up on the top floor that are going to need clearing altogether. Trix, guards, and Hasham. They are the 3 that are going to be working together to keep control. Another opportunity there. Hasham just dips away. knows when the fight is done sometimes. Look how aggressive he is, though. It's too easy. 2 on has absolutely no idea. Hasham gets his instant revenge for that lost 1v1 with an entry. P9 finds Jigsaw, and all of a sudden, it is 5 versus 3 in favor of Twisted Minds.
Oh, these can go at each other in all chat all day, and I'll be a happy man, Tim. A 3 versus 5 for Enterprise. This one feels like Twisted Minds should be able to close it out. There is still a lot of time to play. We've already seen Tuhan go big in the clutch. Of course, he's not alive in this round, but as I've said, Enterprise have done it time and time again this tournament. There's no reason they can't here.
We're a minute 30 into the round. Enterprise have got nothing here, Des, realistically. They're going to find themselves 1 kill. They're not inside the map. They haven't got any control. I don't really see any way that they get this round done now. 1 versus 4 for Baffin. He's going to use a little bit of that time. Maybe they give him an opportunity. He does some damage to Jalad there, but I don't think he's going to get much more. Nitro comes out from Trix, and it is going to be the 3-3 half that I think we all really wanted here. Even spoils, they both had big moments, absolutely going at each other. What a way to start the quarterfinals and the live stage here in Salt Lake City.
No team won 2 rounds back to back. It was pretty spectacular. Now, I guess for heads up those of you in the arena, you won't be able to hear what they're saying, of course, because there are microphones. So we'll see what comes out. We'll have a listen in and let you know what gets said.
For mining, okay? Also, we have our new kitchen stuff. Harry, I've shown you the drones of what we need to look for fucking kitchen, okay? Yeah. We also have the train can they put under the train, okay? On cocktail, guys, make sure they sit on the rappels for the whole fucking round, okay? Hasham sits on the west fucking rappel, okay? So we cannot be dying to these rappels when we're playing our defenses, okay? We can be running out from the basement, Jig. They like to put their claymores on the 2nd floor, okay? On mining, they do like to play some glides, okay? On mining, we have our new, counter strats that we're going to run, okay? But for mining, they like to play their glides and they like to just put mining. Listen, guys, with the new strats, they have no vert operators at all, okay? So we fall back safely, just like our border customs. And we play fucking 2nd floor, okay? And play the C4s, yeah? Yeah. We're going to be the ones to control the pace, okay? Let's also just make sure, guys. Brad plays and lurks with Snake, okay? Yeah. We have the mute jammers, but guess what? On SR, what were we not doing? Tell me, guys, what were we not doing?
Not fucking talking, mate.
Not fucking talking, okay? If we don't want to run the new straps,
كنا على طول نركز شيء واحد تن الفيجن ونموت صح؟ خلينا نعمل بريب للماب، نعرف ايش بدنا ناخذ مع بعض وندر وناخذ انفو وندخل، هذا اللي مطلوب منا، نسوي فاست بش، خلينا نكون على نفس الصفحة، نعرف متى نعرف نعمل كيف نعمل ماب بريب، لا نوضح البش، تمام؟ خلاص بس.
Let's remember the talk, what we are doing, what they are doing, what we're gonna do, you know. And the last one, if we have an man advantage, remember guys, we have demos. Let's track the last one. Chill, huddle, and let's go.
And let's play كل ثانية بثانية يا شباب، اوكي؟
يلا اخوان، كل دقيقة بدقيقة، كل ثانية بثانية، كل راوند
round per round.
Yeah. Bad.
All right. We've had a chance to listen to what was going on there. As you can probably imagine, Twisted Minds, a lot of it was in Arabic, so we can't translate too much of that. I can't say my Arabic lessons got me quite there in time, Tim. But in case you're curious as well, I've heard a lot of praise for Daigo, the coach who stood behind them too, and they've said, like, look, we sometimes come in English, we knows what we're saying, sometimes, of course, in Arabic, when they've got to figure things out between themselves. And Mag, as you probably expect, it was very, very prescriptive, Tim. Here's how they like to play. You're going to see this player on this rappel, they'll be doing this with drones, they'll play this operator on this site. It was very much, just remember what we've spoken about, let's lock this down.
And that's what I loved about it from Mag there. I think what he's doing there is he's factoring in that possibility for nerves in his team. Yes, they've been through that stuff already. Yes, you would expect that to have been discussed. But what he's doing there is recognizing that, you know, maybe their ability to recall all that information in the heat of the moment may actually be affected a little bit by the environment, by the nerves, by the stage. So what he's doing is just reinforcing that. Let's not make these mistakes. We are aware of these things. Let's punish them for it. And I think that's really, really good stuff from Mag.
For those of you in Salt Lake, the one thing that really caught my attention was a potential to do a run out from basement because of where the claymores get placed, always on the 2nd floor. So keep an eye out on the players of Enterprise. If you see them heading down towards bottom white, for example, there could be some trouble to follow. For now, we're going to see ourselves set up on the upstairs. Tim, that's very common to see for our 2nd floor sites. For those of you a little bit newer to Siege, if you can't defend around the site itself, you tend to go and play above. And top floor has a lot of soft flooring. So you get yourself set up there, you force the attackers to have to come and fight you, because if they try and plant without clearing you out, you've got the vertical cover on them. You can shut them down before that diffuser can even get stuck. Twisted Minds, Tim, I did say earlier on, both of these teams love playing Snake. They love playing DKB. DKB wasn't banned away, it was just a double shield, so we've got both on side here for Twisted Minds.
Immediately over towards that east side, they're going to start dealing with the castle barricades. Hibana is going to do that job. Trix is the one with the claymores in hand as well. 2 on the side of the team. 1 has been placed already, so I would imagine what Enterprise are expecting is accurate, because he's only been over to this east side, so they should be on that second floor. So possible opportunities there for Enterprise. For the time being, it's going to be IQ working from the rooftop, just pinging out all that gadgetry. So they're going to be aware. They already know there's a Mozzie on side, but there's the Valkyrie. Those are the ones that they're really going to be looking for.
The whole lineup is just so cautious, Twisted Minds, and I really respect it, because they know that Enterprise like to play aggressive sometimes. As I said earlier on, they play a lot of Goyo, a lot of Mira. They like to play slow. But I did say today, maybe we're going to see them come out and be a bit more aggressive, and the Valkyrie and the Thorns certainly do that. Ain't going to stop Cairo being the first one to find the kill, though. That's the Snake offline Tim quite early in the round.
Yeah, that's actually a really big play there. Just going to give a little bit of freedom to those players up on the top floor. I'm looking at Brendo particularly on that castle. He's up there and can continue making a nuisance of himself until he is shut down. He is going to dip back to White Stairs momentarily, but does still have that option.
Again, it's been so cautious. They really don't want to find themselves losing more players out to aggression from Enterprise. Just about started to get top floor control here. I think Enterprise will feel very happy with what they've accomplished. They've managed to get a kill. They've wasted 2 minutes on the clock. Only now are we seeing Twisted Minds starting to get eyes on site itself to know what it is they're still going to face up against. You've of course seen the Mute and the Mozzie coming out, a couple of C4s, in fact 3, that they can still work with here. I feel like Enterprise have got all the tools required to see this over the line.
Bappen on the Valkyrie was being kind of heavily watched there in trim, but doesn't really need to move, doesn't really need to change his position. So the clock continues to tick for Twisted Minds. Look at all the intel that Enterprise have got. There's still got cams up there. Guards is going to manage to take down Tuan, but is that enough? We are 30 seconds from the end of the round by the time Twisted Minds have got their first kill. Guards is going to drop and look at the possibility of getting that diffuser down. There's no threat from above, but is there a plan here for Enterprise to deny this plan?
They've got a couple of C4s to play with, Tim, but it is the top floor I'm a little bit nervous about. Now they've lost that control, they can't easily stop this. One wants to come up brown stairs, Brendo by the looks of it, but there's that first C4 I was on about, Tim. Then swings out and finds a kill. Cairo into the net. Hashab, a nice little flick on towards Brendo. But Bappen gets the close. An excellent defense from Enterprise.
That was absolutely brilliant from them. They knew everything that was going to happen. Not too much of a surprise, given the halftime talk that we heard from Mag. Very well prepared for this team. Let's not forget, they saw Twisted Minds play on Cafe just a few days ago against G2. They have absolutely brand new footage that they will have been able to pour over. So they should be aware of everything that's going on. They were set up brilliantly for it. The amount of intel that they had, the way that they used the Mute and the Mozzie to slow them down. So it was down to the last 30 seconds when Enterprise were getting into that position to plant. Just all brilliant stuff from them. Just completely in control of that map at all times.
And this is the thing again that we heard during the at the halftime from Mag, was about everything to expect. What we're going to see from Twisted Minds in the half, what they should be doing about it to respond and shut them down, and that whole setup just felt like it had every answer to anything Twisted Minds do. Again, they're one of the teams that have played Solid Snake the most at this tournament. We know that they love playing a lot of DKB. If you know they rely on information to dominate the game, Mute and Mozzie, absolutely brilliant. Being able to slow them down, using the C4s and the intel that you get from the Valkyrie. They really did struggle with time there, Twisted Minds, and that's not been something that has been a big issue for them throughout the tournament. I think they were caught off guard.
Enterprise showing that they can also bring the aggression, bring the attempts at those peaks. It was Hasham that we saw trying previously, and P9 had a little look as well, but everything is going to be safe for Twisted Minds. Not too much of a problem as they get themselves to the outline of the building. But same question as I asked of Enterprise. What is going to be the approach? What is going to be the play? I would imagine that we will see them taking top floor, given that they brought P9 along on that Snake. There's no point if you're just going to go directly into Bakery. Get him across that top floor, let him start clearing out.
And the buck of the round, like, you don't bring those two unless you really want to look for that vertical control. We say it every time I think we see him, Tim, but the Capital from Jalad is the one that especially I've got my eyes on here. The rest are there to make sure they and get that vertical control, but it's going to be the smoke and the fire that gives them room to make a plan. I'm just worried because on the other side, there is so much stall. Again, we've got the Kai, we've got the Tuber out. They waste a lot of time by themselves. Clash is an absolute headache. You've still got a Goyo canister in back pocket for Bappen that I imagine he'll place based on where a hit starts to come from. They could look to waste a lot of time, but it's a Sham. Downstairs, not upstairs on the ramp, who gets rid of Jigsaw.
Yeah, that's a really big start for them. Manages to take down the Aruni. Two hands positioning is going to be particularly important for this round on the Clash. He's just moving in between the two areas at the minute. He wants to support Cairo out in VIP because they now have that hatch being opened up. So Tuhan, smart movement here. Got himself over towards Freezer and can back his team up. They've recognised there's not too much pressure, Bakery, but saying that, Twisted Minds, they've moved again, Des, and they've got two stacked up. P9 and Johan are working double on that Bakery door.
Tim, did I just see it? I just saw a Clash charging up White Stairs to go aggressive here. They managed to get rid of the one, and he's still going. The man is a train in his own right. It's charged on through. They're retaking top floor here. This now completely shuts down the execute.
Well, it's really smart if they're going to try to push in from Bakery because now they're going to make it super difficult for them to do that. Tuhan manages to find tricks. He was going hunting for him because they know how important the vertical is going to be. They are stacked up. 45 seconds left to go. P9 taken down by Brendo, trying to get inside of Bakery, and the entire fight now is going to come down to top floor control. The Clash has abandoned his shield, just left it activated so that he knows there is still a presence there. The push comes in from the other side. Cairo manages to take down Hasham. It's all up to Jalad. He finds Tuhan, but 2 versus 1, 25 seconds and diffuser down. I don't think they come back from this, and Cairo, he makes sure Enterprise get themselves another defense, and they are now picking up some steam.
I knew this game was going to be crazy. I didn't quite expect Clash charging up White Stairs levels of crazy, Tim. But it was so smart. The diffuser was down. Cool, get up there. There's no one above right now.
Hello,
Plant it down.
Guys, let's
absolutely
take
wonderful. We'll listen in to this
let's see what they're
timeout.
gonna bring in the middle or top bomb site. If they bring collectors, remember the thing what I say. If we have problems with the guy under the skylight, we can bring floors or something. Guys, we need to use the utils better. When we use the Dokaebi and when you use flashbang, remember to say 3, 2, 1, and let's play together, guys. I think we are, we are trying to control too much. Let's take the kills, use the verts operators for the end of the round, look the verts, and 3, 2, 1, let's go, guys. No, don't need to be perfect. Don't need to control everything. Let's take in the gunfights, okay?
Okay. طيب يا اخوان شوف ايش اسمه يا اخوان.
The heads up from Daigo there. Something you've kind of heard before around calming down, but more than anything saying, guys, it hasn't got to be perfect. We're trying to control too much. We're trying to be busy around the entire map. Why not slow things down a bit, play behind our util, and especially do a 3, 2, 1 countdown so we're more in sync as a team?
I think, yeah, it lines up with what we're seeing, particularly on that kitchen attack. They'd chosen to split the attack and go 2 Bakery and 3 above and White Stairs. But what did that do? It opened up gaps. It gave the opportunity for Cairo to walk up White. It gave the opportunity for Tuhan to get aggressive and move back upstairs because they knew that there was limited manpower on that middle floor because they had 2 at Bakery door attacking them. Jalad and P9 were down there. So smart play from Enterprise, recognizing here, there's going to be gaps here because they're not working together on one single attack. Great stuff. Really like it from Enterprise. Twisted Minds, yeah, I think, recognizing the issues there. They've got to work together more as a team, and they've got to force these Enterprise players out of the positions that they want to play.
We'll see what they can do, Tim. It's definitely going to be a bit of a recovery effort. I didn't expect them to come into this map and have a brilliant time because it is Enterprise's map pick. I know that Twisted Minds like it as well, but I imagine they've got their eyes on Clubhouse and Fortress, knowing that this is the map Enterprise will always go into love. And despite what Daigo has said during that attack timeout, honestly, a lot of it, I think, leans into how Enterprise are playing. Their setups have been brilliant. They're countering the playstyle that Twisted Minds have run throughout much of this tournament. It's been very chaotic. It's been dominant. A lot of solo individual plays as the current meta enables it. But with the control that we're seeing coming out of the Aussies, they've got this one on lock, I think.
Nitro goes out, not going to be successful. There's the first challenge, Mozzie down. Jalad manages to find Jigsaw, but Brendo onto Hasham elsewhere. And Enterprise are just growing in confidence. They're growing in aggression. Baffin manages to take down Jalad. They're just absolutely running riot at the minute. 4 versus 3. Nade is going to force Cairo back onto White Stairs, so maybe here Guards can get something going with that Blackbeard. Reclaim a little bit of ground, reclaim a little bit of control for Twisted Minds.
At the head of the day, I was saying aggression was going to be the name of the game between these two teams. They've both shown that they can do it. And Enterprise have very much just pulled off a Twisted Minds on them. 3 players swinging out on towards Snowdoor. C4's coming out, jump outs at the same time. That's the classic A-Back style we all know and love from a few years ago. And you kind of said it yourself, we heard a little bit around the development of both teams, really. When it comes up against bigger teams from around the world, have you got what it takes to show the maturity in play? I think Enterprise is showing extreme maturity in their cafe play.
I love that from Tuhan. He was tracked by the Deimos, but he got himself into the one safe spot that he could be. And he couldn't find any bullets down onto him from above, and he then just uses the nitro with the info he was being given, trading out as they have done consistently throughout this map. Enterprise looking like a different beast on the defense, Des.
And still laying it on thick in the chat. I think I said the word bot more than I have throughout the whole tournament so far. It's been pretty thick, but it's 6-3 to Enterprise. Twisted Minds, they've had their attack time out. They've got a lot of work to do if they want to fight this one back, Tim. But I imagine, like I say, their minds are probably already halfway turned towards Clubhouse.
Even in the chat there, you know, just basically commenting, standing above Pulse on a soft floor. You know who you're tracking because you're Deimos.
Yeah.
You've chosen to track Pulse. You are stood on a soft floor, and you know that he knows where you are because he's giving you information on the reverse of the track. So just really asking for trouble there, and they got...
Look at this though, look.
Yeah.
One on the window, one on the jump out, 2 on Snowdoor. There's
brilliant.
4 players involved here, empowering onto the 2 players that are trying to push it towards Snowdoor.
And they get away with it as well. Brilliant stuff. Enterprise, yeah, just looking like a different beast here on defense. They've really hit the accelerator pedal, and like you said, Des, I think Twisted Minds mentally, they're still going to want to get some rounds back, but I think they've already got to be thinking towards Clubhouse.
It's one thing we were speaking about this morning about predictions for today. I didn't think it was going to be as clear-cut towards Twisted Minds as I think many were estimating, because yes, they've had a 3-0, but in all data, there is context that has to be considered. They beat a very, very pure Paul Furia. They got an 8-7 over Weibo. They went all the way to map 15 of map 3 against G2. Managed to get it done there. If they'd lost that game, they could have had some real stiff competition to face to then make it to the main stage. And it's not at all to diminish their efforts. It's more me stressing a bit of caution here. They haven't been like the best team at the tournament so far. That definitely is going to be FaZe. And I think a team like Enterprise, who's got a bit of a point to prove, can see them undone.
Heading back to Reading Room then, the round that we saw, first of all, the site that we saw in round 7. Enterprise played it brilliantly, and I like to see that Twisted Minds have recognised what the problem was there, and they've taken the Valkyrie away. They were getting absolutely hammered with intel when we saw Enterprise defending in Reading. Everything Twisted Minds were doing upstairs, Enterprise were aware of it at all times. They're still going to have an element of that, because instead of the Valkyrie, they brought the Pulse, which they've been very successful with so far, and they've still got the Mozzie to deal with. A little bit of aggression from Brendo. He fancies this fight on the window, and it's no surprise because Enterprise have been winning everything all over the map.
And this is where I think Twisted Minds are kind of putting the fear of God in themselves. They're being so worried about what's going to happen. Like we heard the coach say, it doesn't need to be perfect. You've just got to do it together. Stop trying to control so much of the map. As long as it's done as a team, we can win. But so far, that win is eluding them. 75 seconds in, and only now just finally getting inside the building, Tim. On the window, one off towards his side, Brendo. Knows he's under threat, backs away here, bit of support, but no underneath, it's Jalad. Waiting on bottom white, got a freebie, and then Tuhan's there again with yet another C4 kill.
The trade game and the utility usage from Enterprise have both been absolutely top tier this last few rounds. Rarely are they at man disadvantage, and rarely does that util not land and get them a kill. Trade again, as I say, as Sean finds 2 on Jigsaw there to back his teammate up. They are playing as a 5 and a well-oiled unit. Brilliant stuff. We're going to see the yellow pin coming out as well. A little bit of intel. Guards takes damage. 3 versus 3. Guards and Tricks, they've got a lot of utility they can use to get a plant down here to cover P9. They've got the Candelas, they've got the glass. They should have everything they need.
They should, but you've got a Pulse on the other side that's going to see everything happening here. And they know exactly what the game plan's going to be. They know they've got the Xing on side. And they go up above here, Tim, and maybe retake the vertical. That could be catastrophic, because all 3 players of Twisted Minds are now down on the 2nd floor.
I love that from Cairo, taking that opportunity. It's probably not going to matter because 2 kills come in on site, and we find Guards all alone, 1 versus 3, trying to keep his team in this. But it's looking less and less likely. Low health, Fappen finds the final kill, and Enterprise, they take Cafe. It's 1-0, Des.
I think we're going to have to see a bit more out of Twisted Minds coming into Clubhouse, Tim, and no doubt they'll have a lot more to show on that map. But Enterprise there, for me, have shown absolute mastery of the meta on Cafe. Not giving a single inch over to Twisted Minds in that second half. Brilliant first map.
Yeah, really impressed with the OCE team there. They have come and staked a claim already for a position in that semi-final. I think the day is going to get harder for them. I don't think Clubhouse is necessarily going to be so simple, but what a start they've made.
Well, like I say, Tim, they haven't won Clubhouse for the last 6 months, but maybe that changes today. We'll be back after a short break.
Ashom, what went wrong there on that first map? We saw the attack start to be a problem. What do you need to fix going into Clubhouse?
Cafe is their map. They play really well, and Clubhouse is our map. We just need to play more confidence, I think.
Mag, that was quite an adjustment going into your attacking half. It sounded like you were countering them directly. What were you doing specifically that got them into so much trouble?
So we identified that they do not play any Verd operators on their attacks. It seems they just play comfort picks. They don't really have any win conditions. They run around and try to get picks. So we've really counted all of the maps for today. The map beta went our way, so hopefully we just stay focused on the game plan and, you know, take the series 2-0.
Thanks, Mag.
The boys from Down Under are 1-up in our first quarter-final here, and Twisted Minds have got a lot of work to do if they want to flip the script and avoid an early trip home here on Friday in Salt Lake City. My name's Ian alongside Fox and Lax. Lax, Enterprise was so impressive.
Yeah, I think their game plan was really well there, and what Magnet said, I think, really speaks into fruition. I mean, what we saw immediately on that attacking half is they understood they liked the information, they liked the trap operators. You see the bans, they get rid of the Solus, the Azami, they get rid of the Aruni, but how they deal with the traps is they use the shields to bait out some of that util. They bring the Brava to hack some of that denial, to hack those traps so they can start getting into sight, and then they play their natural aggressive game where they play those, they play into the trades, they play into big 3Ks from some of these players, specifically coming outside of Brendo. But once they swapped onto that defensive half, that's where it really struck true to me in what their strategy was. And they were doing exactly what Twisted Minds likes to do on their defense and really got into the minds of Twisted Minds. I mean, you could tell that they were flustered once they got on that attacking half.
And I'm really glad Mag had a chance to be able to chime in there because it looked like they had a great game plan. Even in the comms, when they called the timeout, Mag was very bullet point heavy, exactly what they needed to do. On the side of Twisted Minds, it seemed like they were very shaken up. In their team comms, obviously their coach is a stand-in, a replacement, but it looked like they were just abandoning basics. This was round 7. One of the things that Mag highlighted, their vertical play is just a gridlock shotgun. They get the first pick, they assume that site is clear, and as they push in, they try to push Jigsaw off, but he just rotates into the site because nobody is playing up top. So beautiful reading from Mag, from the team, being able to understand that this is going to be the game plan. They're not playing up top. Let's abuse this entry into the site back to the retake because they're not having any coverage. And that's exactly what we saw all the way through every defense, them constantly being able to retake positions that Twisted Minds that we're fighting for.
And that's the thing, both these teams statistically, all their stats are relatively close. So when you're looking at a game of numbers here, you can't really focus on that. You have to focus on who's adapting, who's finding those pinpoints, who's able to take away these rounds. And Magnet said it best himself, and like you were saying, he was pinpointing each and every single thing that Twisted Minds was doing wrong and how he could capitalize on it. That is how you win a series. That is how you win a game. That's how you become a champion. And Magnet knows what it takes to be at this level and what it's like to be here on stage. And he's doing a damn good job making sure they're all on top.
Well, can he help his team get the job done in 2? Is going to the opposition map in Clubhouse next. Des and S knew this was going to be a great series. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chambers. It's Clubhouse time, Tim. I said at the head of the series, I could see this one being taken away by Twisted Minds. They played it very well the other day. Enterprise haven't found a win on it in the last 6 months, but surely means we get a map 3.
It really is feeling that way when you look at the recent history for Enterprise. They're 0-2 here. They did lose to G2 just a few days ago on Clubhouse. It was Weibo back in December that got the win against them as well. So not the best history for Enterprise on Clubhouse. But that being said, Mike comes in there, we feel like we've won the map back. We're going to take this 2-0. And you look at it and think, if they've predicted this pick coming in from Twisted Minds, maybe we're going to really see something out of Enterprise here. Maybe they've done a lot of work on their Clubhouse.
Maybe. I think the problem is during like a Swiss stage is you don't always know who your opponent's going to be. You have to have a few hours of prep time. You've then got to sleep, wake up, play them. And it's just not enough time to know what's going on realistically. And so I think when you come into a thing like today where you've had a couple of days of rest now to figure out what's going on, really dig into their map pool and look at how they play things, it's why, like we said during that tack timeout in the previous game or previous map, you heard so much, a bullet point list as Lax described it, coming out from Mag. I think this won't be a clear-cut story either, but I would expect Twisted Minds to get it over the line.
Enterprise taking away the Blitz and the Blackbeard, deciding that they don't want to deal with any of that. I said back on Cafe, it was kind of something that Twisted Minds tried to do, but they didn't fully commit to it, wanting to take the Dokkaebi out of things as well. And Cairo really punished them at times on the attack with the shields. Enterprise decided, Monte will be quite enough for them to deal with. Guards has shown us some phenomenal performances on the Shield so far, not just in terms of bullying players, not just in terms of creating space, but even on the Monte, hitting some unbelievable kills as well. So Guards definitely one to watch here. We're going to see the Snake picked away. I think that's pretty fair, given that they're attacking onto Gym and Bedroom. They should have a good idea here how Enterprise are going to be set up. There will be a presence around Cash and CCTV. They need to take control of that and move their way over. Open Jacuzzi wall, push from both sides. They don't really need to worry too much about those specifics that Snake is going to give you.
Come back to what I said at the start of the series, Tim. We look back at the defensive tendencies of both of these teams, how they've played throughout the tournament. Enterprise have led very heavily into things like Mira, Goyo, Azami. Really tried to dig themselves in behind utility. That Waterman coming away, you might look at it and go, okay, it's quite default for Clubhouse, and it is. But I think it's quite specific in towards Enterprise. It's going to force them to have to play the map a little more actively. That's what you're seeing coming out here. Guards jumping across on towards the Monty, played it in a good few rounds against G2 the other day. It was banned away from him after 3 rounds. I think Enterprise have looked at that game and gone, you know what? He did quite a lot of damage with that. Let's get it offline here and now.
You can see Cairo on the Bandit just up against that wall, is playing for the Bandit trick at the time being. The dance is being done with Tricks just outside on the Thermite. He's going to get one here, I think, as the exothermic goes on. That's been dealt with. Twisted Minds, you're going to have to do a little bit better. This is Clubhouse 101.
This is why they've got Hasham underneath, and he has got a trap, but it's onto Bappen. Really, it's got to be on towards Cairo here to force him away from that wall so they can get it open. Just the one exothermic left and available to them now. I think it's him. They're going to bail on it entirely and instead go for a push over towards the other side of the map. They don't feel confident in being able to get it done. Tuhan elsewhere goes down. There's a player about to swing in. A flash comes on through. Surely he falls down here. Guards dropping that shield. Finds a kill. 5v3 for Twisted Minds, starting strong.
Yeah, this is good. The one problem that they've got at the minute is that that breach isn't open. So as you can see, Enterprise are able to continue using CCTV here. Trix has come back. Breach now opens. A minute left on the clock. Enterprise are in big trouble because Twisted Minds have got everything they need to be able to close this out. They've even got Hasham underneath in lounge. The whole thing is controlled. Guards can go in and plant. He's going to look at doing that immediately.
Yeah, it's taken a lot to get this side of the map cleared out, but now they've done it, Tim. They should be able to move forward at quite some pace because they have this 5 versus 3. When you break an extended hold and get 2 kills like that, it might take you 2 minutes, but you're still coming out with a significant man advantage, and you've got a Monty to lead the charge. That is the stuff of dreams. Enterprise very much dug back inside sight here as we get into these last 30 seconds. Cairo not got a C4, so going to have to come back upstairs now and rejoin his team as they lock in for this execute.
Yeah, I expected to see Guards pushing forward onto that construction door a little bit more aggressively, looking for that space for a plant, but he hasn't seen it through. Tricks does manage to take down Brendo, though. 5 versus 2, just playing for kills at this point. 15 seconds left to go. They can just bully the player that's left. Cairo on the Bandit doesn't know that this one just around the corner. There's the peak. Jalad manages to take it out. I was a little bit concerned there. They took over all of it. They took lounge, they took garage, they took that breach so quickly. Got into CCTV, worked their way through, but then kind of hit the brakes a little bit. It took 30, 40 seconds from there to get that Monty towards sight. But ultimately, they find the kills and they get it done.
One thing I said to you during the break was maturity, and I spoke about it for Enterprise on the previous map. They've shown extreme maturity on Cafe. Their understanding of the meta, the game plan they brought in, it was very, very established. The sort of thing you'd see from a team that goes on to win an event, Tim. I think Twisted Minds have shown a little bit of that there in that first round. When they saw that main breach was stuck, they didn't then try again and think, oh, we're doing this wrong, what's going on? They rotated everybody over and then applied pressure from the other side while making sure the players like Brendo weren't able to jump out of sight windows and get rid of them while they were trying to clear players out. Guards did a great job, along with, I don't know who it was on the garage door, but the 2 players pushing in there together is what freed up that breach. It may have taken 2 minutes, but they got 2 kills. Excellent first round, showing real adaptability from the MENA side. Down to the base when we go, Tim. And that shield, I imagine, will be an ever-present operator for these first 3 rounds.
Yeah, it was a good process from Twisted Minds, a good bounce back round, having lost that last map. And you do look at this now and think that was fairly comprehensive from them. Enterprise going to have to really show us something different. They're going to be down in the basement, just having a look at where everybody's located. There's only 2 of them on site at the minute. Tuhan and Bappen will be tasked with holding it down. Brendo rejoins, but Cairo and Jigsaw, they're just going to stay up above a little bit. It's only kind of a half roam, I would say. play this. They're not too aggressively out into sight. There's nobody on the top floor, and they're pretty much within touching distance of sight. So there's an opportunity for Twisted Minds to get in here aggressively and take that map control.
I'm waiting for Kairos to sprint up main stairs again. Just go sit on top floor. Why not? It worked so well before. That was conditional on the diffuser being down in front of his feet, but it was that kind of aggression that very much twisted Minds' knickers a little bit. They couldn't quite figure their way through it. Here, taking things slow though, no need to rush. This being their map pick, you know, they've got a very good understanding of it. No doubt a good idea of how Enterprise play it. Both these teams have played G2 on this map this week, so there is recent footage from both. That's definitely contributed towards the operator bans that we've got, but no doubt will also influence how the game is played.
A lot of verticality going on now is going to force Cairo back deeper towards site. Not going to be able to play main stairs anymore. Top floor control and map control now is completely in the hands of Twisted Minds. So they will start on that process of opening up the hatches. They'll have a look inside the site. There'll be a little bit more droning to happen. What utility can we clear? Where is the space going to come from? Where is the execute point?
I wasted tons of time admittedly on that main stairs hold, and as we've seen for a while now, Twisted Minds have been getting these verticals. They've got a lot of the control that they need. I won't quite say they're ready for an execute just yet, Tim. They've probably got to move a couple of players over towards blue to make that happen. I say that, we've got Jalad over there, we've got the Capitao down inside of oil. They are ready to push in. They're just waiting for this west side of the map to be fully set up, ready for the hit.
That's it. They've got them fully surrounded at the minute. An Enterprise, they're going to be turning on their heels for the rest of this round, realistically, because as soon as Twisted Minds start moving forward, there's going to be pressure from every single side.
The Denaris are covering multiple hatches. Really good setup they've got going on. But Bappen, the Denari himself, first of all, as the utility starts coming on through, you've seen all the Grim Bees go down, 2 kills go their way. At least one comes back in the form of a C4, but Jalad with a wonderful swing finds Tuhan, tricks into another. They've got Molotov to the back of it, but no, P9 with the close. Twisted Minds in dominant form here, Tim, 2-0 on the attack.
Just looking like a completely different team to the one that we saw on Cafe. Absolutely on top of things, so much so that Enterprise are going to call the timeout.
No, this is the round that discusses close on.
Alright guys, listen. Is the timeout okay?
Oh, fine.
What we can do is we can run for the top floor ones. We can run our bunker strats. I don't think we should. Do you want to run the?
That was a bunker strat.
Not the TM ones, just our bunker more default strats.
That was a default, default strat.
What are we playing really quick?
All we need to do. Pick the site now.
CCTV, TM.
Okay.
It's CCTV, TM.
Good. Guys, let's play the fallback strats and then play on our util at the end there, okay? If we can play more traps for blue, because of the double blue plays, let's do it, okay? But listen, let's play the fallbacks, okay, and bunker on site, because these guys are really fucking slow, okay?
Yeah.
Let's just make sure we work together, and we call our reactions and our win conditions, okay?
We're not delegating cross angles as well, guys.
Exactly. Let's get it, boys.
Let's not panic, let's just delegate, okay?
Yeah, we're fine.
So for those of you here in the venue, largely the call there being, let's play a bit more default. The boys saying, well, we kind of already have tried that, to which Mag was then saying, cool, well, let's play more traps to protect blue a little bit better, and then fall back and play off our utility in the late round. But the other thing to note, Tim, I'm seeing it a little bit here compared to what we saw back on Cafe, is it is a slower Twisted Minds than maybe we're used to. Maybe there's something to exploit there.
I don't know. I'd be a little bit concerned. I think, you know, obviously looking at round one, yes, Twisted Minds, I'd commented on it at the time, were a little bit slow in moving across once they'd got that map control, you know, and taking themselves onto site. But if you think about what Mag said there, which was, you know, let's try and bunker up a little bit more. Let's play those traps, bunker up. That's what they did in the last round, and Twisted Minds decimated them. They got them. There was kills coming in from Hasham in Molotov. There was kills coming in from Jalad in blue. There was absolutely nowhere comfortable for them. So, in all honesty, if I'm Enterprise, I'd be a little bit concerned about playing the bunker strategy, because I feel like Twisted Minds are going to pick you apart.
We suspected Club would be a dominant Twisted Minds affair, and sure enough, it's going that way. Let's see if Enterprise can turn things around here in round 3. That's certainly a good way to start it out, Tim. As the Maverick comes on towards the wall, it's an easy C4 for Cairo. Jalad offline, who's been the star player on this map so far.
Yeah, that's a great start for them. It also now starts asking hard breach questions, of course. They've got the Hibana still on side. P9's going to have been working elsewhere with those secondary hard breach gadgets. Both of those are gone, so they still have to work on getting this breach open. They try to do so. They're going to find a few shot off. of the Excaris pellets, but they do have at this point a small breach, I think. Yeah, there we go. So it's enough to keep people out of CCTV.
I mean, Guards are probably focused on getting his way in towards Garage, same as last time. Did require that little cute 2v1 onto the Azami. The flashes that came up really enabled Guards to drop the shield, get the kill, and then start their march on forward to clear out this part of the map. Baffin is at least sat and ready, and the adaptation this time, Tim, as you'll see, is they've got a Warden on side. They know the flashes were the main reason that he went down last time. So Twisted Minds, what have they done in response to that, Tim? As part of that 3 or 4 moves ahead chess game they have to play, they brought along a Capital to burn him out instead.
Are they aware? Jigsaw hiding himself away down in oil pit. Could play a spoiler. I think they know exactly where he is. What a beautiful view we get of it as well. In comes the nade. Fantastic play from Asham, using Deimos and that nade to get the job done. P9 finds Baffin, and this is what I was concerned about. If you play too passive against this Twisted Minds team, if you try to bunker up, if you try to play turtle, they are going to punish you.
They've even tried to play it around the map though, Tim, and still been punished. Again, Twisted Minds showing great maturity on the map, a very good understanding of what Enterprise are looking to do, and have so far found the answer. Very limited utility now available for Enterprise. We heard Max call, play behind the utility. What utility? P9 getting the trade onto Brendo, a 3v2, make it 2, as Cairo has got another one back.
You said yourself, Des, they're the most clutch team so far in the tournament. Are they able to find another? No! Guards just about gets the job done on the Monty. He was under serious pressure, but he showed us again his ability to be able to close out those rounds behind the shield. 3-0 Twisted Minds, and what was a phenomenal start to the match for Enterprise is now turning into a bit of a nightmare on Clubhouse.
What's also really impressive, Tim, is every player on the side of Twisted Minds has a cost of 100%. Everyone's making themselves heard, they're all getting involved. It's a real team effort to get themselves to this point. Now, Enterprise needs to turn it around. They've had the TAC timeout. There is nothing more they can do. We heard the call from Mag during the TAC timeout when playing on the basement around blue. We need to play more traps. That's why you've got the Ella coming along. Something tells me, Tim, Twisted Minds may well just find their way through that problem as well.
Yeah, I think that's the reality at the minute for Enterprise is you got to win gunfights.
Yep.
You got to win your gunfights.
Too easy.
It doesn't really seem to matter, you know, what they bring on. There was if we're talking about traps, you know, there was a Razor Bloom got a kill there. There was other traps involved, but it's still not been enough to get them over the line. And
I'll give him that one.
Monty
was 1 HP. That's unfortunate that he didn't manage to get the kill in the first place with the super shorty, but that's how the game goes sometimes, Tim. It can come down to a single point of HP. Basically, is where we're heading to. You're probably going to see a bit of a roam as well. Looking at this lineup, Jigsaw especially being on the Scott Boss, going to go and play out, reinforcing up inside the strip. We saw this one when Scott Boss first came out. So I want to say it was Leakyfat was one of the first players to make great use of it. He played the Scott Boss out here, of course, when things start getting a bit too heated. You just teleport back to your other shell and problem solved.
Simple as that, Des. Simple as that. The only problem at the minute for Enterprise is that Twisted Minds are preventing anything being simple right now. They have all the answers as it stands. Of course, tricks on that snake is going to be a great option to try and go and track down anybody on the outside. They've got the fuse as well with guards. Yep, take the Monty away. Blackbeard Blitz. I'll bring the fuse shield instead. And I'm going to bring some pretty nasty utility along with it.
Very often we see teams not even bothering to use the utility for fuse. It's just the fact that there is a shield there, and sometimes if you need them, the hard breach charges also being available. But on a site like this, Tim, when you've got a lot to destroy downstairs, we're seeing the castle, we're seeing the keepers, we're seeing, of course, the Goyo. Why not? Under a lot of pressure here as 3 players all come together to try and get rid of Bap, and Asham does go down to the fire. That's not super ideal, but it's a 4 versus 4 shield. Now asking questions inside the site, and Jigsaw handily dispatches the guards.
Twisted Minds getting so aggressive here. We said that they thrive in the chaos, and that's exactly what they're trying to create. We see the Zolaton radar scan goes out, 2-hand down, all up to Brendo, 1v3, trying to fight his way back in, but you just know it's not very likely at this point. Shalad will finish that kill off, cut down the last, and that's going to be Twisted Minds 4-0 and starting to really run away on Clubhouse.
Opportunity spotting, Tim. They identified once they'd broken the blue hole that everyone else was off roaming around the map. So why not just hit site? Why not flood all the way through? Even when they lost the shield, they had 2 or 3 players stepping in towards AKs, and you saw the outcome. The players on the side of Enterprise had to scamper that down to basement, but couldn't get there in time. A brilliant round. 4-0 on the attacker club. That's mega.
Plenty of talking in the old chat coming from Twisted Minds as well. They are quite happy to play back into the mind games. I thought there was points where I wondered if Twisted Minds were maybe just getting a little bit of ahead of themselves, getting caught out with the destructible ingredients and things like that. But no, they just had such a good read on where everybody was, and they're showing why Clubhouse was their map choice. 4-0 now, and they're going to be attacking on the top floor. It's going to be gym and bedroom again. Enterprise last time around, they did hold Twisted Minds at bay for a lot of the round, but were unable to get it done in the last 20-30 seconds. That's where I feel Enterprise, you know, they've really got to find that difference, is that last minute. It's got to be winning the gunfights. When that push comes, when that 3-2-1 comes from Twisted Minds, and they start to move forward, Enterprise have got to find some gunfights. They've got to find some kills and keep themselves in this. The trading from Enterprise on Cafe was brilliant. It's been non-existent here.
And I think that comes down to what we spoke about in the second half of Cafe, saying Enterprise, very established, looked very comfortable. They had the response to everything coming out the other side. Twisted Minds are the ones solving problems incredibly quickly and always having the right tools for the job. I don't think it matters what Enterprise do. They play out on the road, they get crushed. They play inside a site, they get crushed. Twisted Minds are just good at this map. It's simple as that. Against G2, they took 4 attacks as well. And G2 also aren't a particularly strong Clubhouse team, but you would expect them to be able to hold up on the defenses a few more times than they did. So maybe it's just Twisted Minds are the kings of attacking this map, Tim.
Take cover. It's hot.
Certainly looking like it right now. Going to send the Twitch drone up, tries to get the Vulcan canister, but doesn't manage. There's a big moment there for Enterprise.
They've got to be so careful because they've only got 1 frag grenade on side, and that's a P9. Of course, you step out to try and throw the nade, there's a good chance the player swings on you at the same time. He's got to be really, really careful. Without it, they can't just march up here. It's one of the first rounds too. In fact, it is the first round. We haven't got a shield on side. Instead, trusting their guns for this round to get the job done as Cairo forced back, but he's slowly burning out there. A lot of damage onto the Clash.
That's the last option, really, to be able to clear out that Vulcan canister at the top of garage stairs. So this is becoming a real pain point for them. But as Jalad manages to pick up Brendo, that's what they need to do. Find kills elsewhere, so you're effectively just leaving Bappen out in the cold. We can't clear that position, okay? We'll make the position irrelevant. Jigsaw manages to find guards, though. The fight continues around construction and cash. Those are the areas they need to get a hold of, but Bappen gets caught out just slightly too far on the Kiba barricade. Jalad walks in and has himself a field day in construction.
They really fell asleep at the wheel there, Enterprise, Tim. They had 3 players in construction, all watching in towards Cash CC, trying to waste time. But this comes back to what we saw the last time we were on this site. A good 2 minutes were burnt out on the road. They lost 2 players. Honestly, there, let the Azami go and get back towards site. That would have been the play. But they just held on a bit too long to that extended hold, thinking that was their key to victory. But Jalad, 4 kills from this exact same position as you're seeing on the replay. A bit too much there from Enterprise, and Twisted Minds are up 5-0. It's like, whoa, you did that.
Just brilliant stuff from both sides so far. Great Enterprise on Cafe and a great Twisted Minds here on Clubhouse. And this is exactly what we wanted to see. Both of these teams having their moments, delivering their best on the stage, showing that they belong there. And then we get a showdown on Fortress as to who goes through. That's not there yet. There is every possibility for Enterprise to come back into this, of course. We've seen, I commented on it before we even played around, Enterprise have shown a great ability to dig deep. They've shown that mental resolve, that ability to fight their way back into games. It's going to have to be a hell of a fight this time, though, Des.
Fortress is that one map that I really can't call between these two. I saw the Vito earlier and I thought, okay, Club, Twisted Minds, they played really well the other day. Enterprise haven't won it in 6 months. That's going to be a Twisted Minds map. Cafe, Enterprise, they know that Twisted Minds also like that map. The only reason they go there is if they have a response to what they've seen, and my God, did they have one. But Fortress, I think, is going to be the real tiebreaker, and actually it is. Whoever wins that one moves on to the semi-finals. Reminder again of what it means for both of these teams, Tim.
That's huge.
6 years since we've seen Mag, of course, on that stage. These players have never been on the main stage before. Twisted Minds, although they've made it to the top 8 3 times on NA soil, have never made it into a semi-final. Someone's going to make history for themselves here, but it's going to take Fortress to figure it out, I think, if this carries on. Jalads, by the way, I've just looked at the kills. 12-1.
Yeah. He's having an absolute field day at the minute, as we saw with him wandering into construction. We'll keep an eye on where he is. He's currently pushing for blue, which is it's been his position when they've been attacking Church and Arsenal, and he continues to make it. We're going to have the hatches being open. Super quick work again from Twisted Minds, and this was always the problem that I saw with what Mag said. You know, let's play down to bunkering up. Let's try and waste their time. If you give them the ground, Twisted Minds are going to take it quickly. They're going to aggress. They're going to find kills, and that's the problem for Enterprise. Trying to hold it on here inside the side. I'm not too sure about this.
Activating drone.
Well, not a lot has worked so far, Tim. Maybe this time it's a little bit different. First time having the drone blockers coming out as well, the whole tournament for me. I haven't seen it used as a gadget prior, but here we are now with Brendo. Trying to deny information away from the other side, and I guess it's somewhat working. They've at least managed to get an entry. They're second of the game. Interestingly, the other entry was Cairo. Back in round 3, upstairs on Cash and CC. Can they hold on? They get rid of Jalad, the demon in the server right now. Cairo finally falls down. That's in 3v4 for Twisted Minds.
The question is, are they aware of Hasham wandering his way down long? At the minute, he's going to have a huge impact. Surely they know. As the peak comes around the corner, he takes damage. This has to be the round for Enterprise. They need to close this out. Brendo manages to find Hasham, shuts down the ram. It's all up to guards, 1v4. He has time, but he has very little else. No Selmas, no flashes. There is nothing for him to go on other than gun skill alone for this one, Des.
Yeah, I think a 1v4 might be a bit much even for him. He's had some wonderful rounds throughout the competition, but I think he might be asking just a little bit too much. I think it's really quite important here that we see one round going the side of Enterprise too. You go into that second half 6-0, you know you've got to be right in every single round. You can make no mistakes. At least here they get one, air quotes, life to play with before OT is at least guaranteed. But sometimes I'd imagine, Tim, they'll be looking at this and thinking, well, we managed to absolutely clear G2 out in the second half of the day. We didn't drop a single round. Surely this can be done. Let's listen.
0-0. We're resetting. We're taking it round by round. Okay, scoreboard does not fucking matter. Yes?
Yeah.
Guys, we're just gonna do the stuff that Cairo's written up. Okay, directs right, Cairo.
No, it's not written up. It's just like fucking our old shit.
Okay, so we're gonna do the stuff that we're used to do. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's just be careful of the rat corners. Okay. Make sure we extra drone. Make sure we take our time. Okay. The biggest thing, guys, is we're not doing everything too fast. We're doing everything together and step by step, okay? It's okay if we're slow. We've proven that on our last map, Cafe, okay?
Yep.
So let's just make sure we're working together on the next step, okay? Last time we played Club against G2, it was all over the place, okay?
Yeah.
So let's get our Michaels in, let's get our 3-2-1s in, and let's just go step by step.
Yeah.
Just be careful for the Hasham lurks, okay? If you think they're not gonna do something silly, they're gonna do the silly thing, okay? Let's be real.
Yeah.
Take it as any other APAC team, aggressive APAC team, okay? The score does not matter. We're playing 0-0 round by round, okay? Whether we win the next round, whether we lose the next round, let's just make sure we reset and do everything together, okay?
Let's grab on nuts.
Yes, sir. In the blue thing, you know. Guys, they usually just do the
عادة تركسي تدور على في السايد جراج انت شوف خلاص don't worry about the drones, don't worry about the drones.
Okay. They only go for default things. In the gym tricks, they usually prepare jacuzzi while they hunt, so you can hold 1 meter, and if they bring to termite, you can fuck this step, you know.
في عندهم حركة بيسووها بيفتح الوول واحد يكون هارد رايت تقدر بيكو اعملها لا تعملها بول اعملها وول بيكو لأنه
تبينا نبند؟
حلو
مونتي كابيتاو
مونتي كابيتاو ولا مونتي بليت مونتي كابيتاو ولا مونتي بليت
مونتي بليت عادي
ها؟
بليت عادي
خلاص مونتي كابيتاو خلاص خلينا نحكي ايش السيتات نلعبها راح نبدا وي ويل ستارت بلو خلينا نسوي الروم الجديد الكاس الجديد حلو نضيع وقت ننسحب شوف نرجع السايت راح نفوز
Exactly. Go also do really good against them.
Yes, of course.
So largely the calls coming in there was around from Mag. As we hear Coach Sof and say, Tim, the score is 0-0. It doesn't matter. What you see on the leaderboard doesn't matter either. We take it round by round, play together. 3-2-1s, the same thing that we heard Twisted Minds calling for back on Cafe. He said it was a real mess against G2 last time around. And hopefully, this should be able to be an improvement on what happened the other day.
Twisted Minds, I think, going to come in here, and my one concern for Twisted Minds would be, because it's 5-1 on the scoreboard, and they are that chaotic team, they are that aggressive team, don't burn that lead. Don't come in thinking, yeah, we've got a couple of rounds to spare, we can, you know, just come in and get the job done. Just come in, lock it down. You don't need the crazy roams, you don't need the crazy plays, just play this solid and make life difficult for Enterprise. It may well be what they do, we will see as this one progresses. We move into round 7. It's going to be down to Church and Arsenal. A terrible start for Enterprise here, really. You've got to go to one of the best defensive sites in the game, and if you don't win it, you're 6-1 down. Huge amount of pressure on them for this round.
And you've got to worry about what Hasham's doing, because no doubt he's going to be upstairs around your bedroom being an absolute nuisance. You've also got reinforcements going down in Cash CC here, clearly a hold intended by Twisted Minds. Run the clock down, force them to be slow.
5 seconds.
So I think Cairo having access to that blitz along with the line of Jigsaw, they could move through the map pretty quickly, but again, crucially what Mag said was, do it as a team.
Jawad is up on the top floor, P9 is out in strip, so lots of work here for Enterprise to do. Guard joining the second floor as well.
He's such a rat. Every round without fail.
Just making sure that he has the safety to get back to those stairs. Uses the Kiba barricade, and I think the top floor players need to be a little bit careful about not getting cut off here. We hear the drone just outside. They're going to say, surely it's time. No, he's still going to stay there.
Honestly, they know about it. Brendo's waiting for him to try and cut his way back through. Do they know that he's down on the floor though? Surely they've got an inkling about it, Tim. Otherwise, this could be absolutely catastrophic. Same as before, though. He did this to them back in the first half. A nade in the corner will force him to move. They'll have to bounce, but no! Steps up before they can even throw the nade, Tim. Another Kiba goes down. Recover once again. A run out from Jalab for the support. This is wonderful from Twisted Mind.
Yeah, it really is. They're working together like absolute clockwork here.
Oh my
Sean
God.
manages to get another. Getting one in there is unlikely. Getting two, unforgivable from Enterprise. Allowing him a second. Jigsaw manages to find P9. That's at least something for Enterprise. The trade game has not been there since Cafe. 4 versus 3. Twisted Minds have completely dropped back to site now. Damage done. Half of the round burnt. And they will just wait for Enterprise to push.
Mag was saying during the halftime, look, it's like playing against any other APAC team. You know what to expect, and I think they've just given the reminder, Tim, that is absolutely correct. That is such ballsy play from Hasham. Nearly every single Kiba being used to commit on that window. They've got away with 2 kills at the back of it. The blitz is gone. The thinker is gone. Arguably 2 of the best operators on this team that you can see taken away at that point in the round. Now they've all dug their way back in towards site. They don't need to play aggressive on the roam anymore. They can just see this one closed out.
Jigsaw's going to try and get things moving down those main stairs. It's the next kill that's so important for this round, and if Enterprise want any hope, it has to go their way. I think Jigsaw's position is known at this point to Twisted Minds, who in complete contrast to the start of the round are just giving them absolutely nothing now. Playing in that safe space. Nitro goes out, going to be shot out of the sky. Always nice to see, but here comes the aggression.
Again.
Make it 3 for Hasham. He knows there's another bottom stairs, and he's going for this one. It's going to be Trix who manages to pick him up, though. Twisted Minds 6-1, and Enterprise seriously on the ropes right now.
Just another brilliant round. You can almost look at this, Tim, how this map has played out. It's very much the reverse of what we saw on Cafe, or it's more the same. It's just different teams playing differently. It's been so solid by Twisted Minds. Again, the understanding of the map, the way that they've played it has been so difficult to deal with, to understand, to respond to. Enterprise like a ghost of what we saw back on Cafe. I said it earlier on, but I think it will take Fortress to see things over the line. That's definitely going to be a mental breaker. What's more important than anything else is Enterprise go away in the break and have a conversation, get themselves reset. The series is starting all over again. It's a best of 1. Forget about what's happened before.
I think it's easier said than done, Des, when you can see that big number 6 up at the top of your screen, and you know that you have only got one more mistake to make, and then you are heading into map 3. Like you said, Enterprise did at least buy themselves a little bit of comfort in that first map by getting the win on Cafe, but this one, it's been very much a tale of 2 maps so far. 7-3 on the first. We're staring down the barrel of a 7-1 here. Both teams confidently taking their own pick. And as you say, it always seemed destined at the beginning of the day when we saw Fortress come in that is where this one would be decided. But 5 rounds Enterprise need back to back. Is it impossible? Absolutely not. Is it unlikely? You better believe it.
I'll shock Oris if he's back at the same window.
I mean, it just can't be allowed, Des.
They'll have to punish him at some point for sure. Here, They'll start breaking open this extended hole, making good use of the fuse charges to ensure there's no one on the other side of the wall. It's now been open. They've got that line of sight through that they need, mainly to control the window that you just saw on your screen there for a second ago, because the window that you get inside of CC looks across the entire south balcony into towards gym and bedroom. So you need to make sure you have control of this side of the map. You don't strictly have to be inside the map, Tim, but you have to be able to see.
Really quick progress here. I love this from Enterprise. Two Hands just punished P9 on this breach. P9 just getting a bit over aggressive. If you remember, I said at the beginning, Twisted Minds need to be careful that they don't give too many rounds to Enterprise. But I'm thinking, yeah, we can take the risk with 6-1 up. And P9 just strolled across that breach, looking to see if he could catch somebody out, and absolutely could not. So 5 versus 4. Asham still at the top of those blue stairs. So they need to make sure that they're aware. You've got to keep an eye on his position, don't you?
He'll come garage and he's going to hit them from behind if they're not careful.
Yeah, more than likely. But that's exactly where he's moving now. They are aware, though. Can they win the fight? Yes! Enterprise get another. Bappen onto Hasham. 5 versus 3. This is Enterprise's round for the taking.
They're really trying to lock in here as well, but this little step up from the Zofia. Bappen should be able to get the free fire onto him here, but no. Dangerous Leo once again. Jalal just about keeping himself up, and Suhan gets him from the breach. Tim, just like Enterprise did, they've committed super hard to the extended hold. That's now failed. And Trix is in for a world of hurt. Suhan steps around and finds the kill to close it out. 6-2.
At least it was relatively quick and painless for him, as Tuhan found that kill immediately and took the man down. 6-2, like you say, that's 1 out of 5 for Enterprise. Still a lot of work for Mag and the boys to do in the second half of this one. Twisted Minds, the problem is you just feel like when Twisted Minds inevitably rotate back to Church and Arsenal, Enterprise must have that looming in their minds. It's like, yeah, okay, we win a top floor, maybe we win another top floor in CCTV and Cash, but then we're going to have to get the win on Church and Arsenal. There is no avoiding it.
It was a very classic round for Twisted Minds. Like this 2v1 that we had attempted on the breach obviously fell apart. We had a Shom trying on the flank. It's all Twisted Minds stuff that has worked for them previously throughout this event. So there's no big, like, you know, look at that round and go, oh my god, it was a car crash. Twisted Minds, what the hell's going on? They're playing the same way they have. If they get those kills, they get the trade onto breach, for example. If we have a Shom slip the net and get a kill onto Zofia, we're probably now looking at a 7-1 and we're going into a break. So it's close still. Enterprise have got to be so careful. Tim, look at this lineup change though. They're going big in towards an execute. We've got the Raura coming along, you've got the Thatcher being brought, which these days is always a sign that you want to deny away C4s or shut down gadgetry on the other side. Typically a Warden, and the Glass also being there to me, just screams that they've got something creative up their sleeves.
Yeah, let's see which side they shape up towards. I would expect it's a tough one to call, because you look at the Glass, the Thatcher, the Thermite, it kind of lends me towards your standard CCTV wall take, which is where they are now. But then I think about that Raura, and I think about the damage you could do if you got yourself established in construction and you Raura off the, you know, the flank behind you. There's all sorts of damage that you could do. But for the time being, it is going to be towards CCTV breach. They are getting construction as well. So I think we are going to see attention from both sides. They don't actually have the main breach open yet, though.
No, they left it to go and deal with VIP wall first, and then they'll rotate themselves back over. The main reason being, Guards is of course sat on this wall waiting to trick it out. They need to make him move, which means getting in below, or potentially saying, forget about that, we're going to hit instead from the construction side. But I don't think you really do that, bringing along the line that they've got here. The Raura, especially the one that I'm looking at, just thinking, okay, what are we closing off? Of course, it happens very quick now. All of those charges, all of them available at the very start of the round. And they've also found some ratting away. What a surprise there, Tim.
The problem that they've got for dealing with Guards for the bandit trick is they've nothing to really deal with it. You know, you'd maybe want the Capitao, that's been banned away. You'd want some nades, throw one of them in from CCTV window. They don't have any. You know, to get underneath, you'd maybe want a Buck or an Ash or something to open up that floor beneath him. You'd have to rely on a DMR at this point to do it. So I think Guards' position is safe. And I think Enterprise are going to have to push from construction side because of that lack of utility, and as they do, they start to lose bodies. Bappen's going to be taken out. That's the Raura gone. 5 versus 4.
I was going to say, Bappen really needs to survive. He survived the first attempt on his life, but not the second. That Raura would have been big for them. Thatcher now gone too, so we're seeing all these tools slowly whittling away. Still the smokes available. 6 on side, Jigsaw found one. can do a lot of damage from construction, but they've got a first chew through the remaining utility on the side of Twisted Minds. One more smoke babe left. That comes out from Jalad. So now we can see where Enterprise is going mines.
P9's the big problem for him here. He's got catwalk still, so as soon as they try to push in through this window, P9 is going to be in position to deal with two-arm inside of sight, but Enterprise are actually getting aggressive really well, but there he is. I said that P9 was the problem, and he delivers. 2 versus 1 now. Jigsaw fighting back, he's on the secondary. He's got them on both sides of him. The most clutch side that we've had here in Salt Lake. They're going to have to find one now.
It's a bit much of a tall order, I think, Tim. They've played out these kind of situations so well so far. Twisted Minds both doubled up inside of red, expecting a trade attempt to come on through. Jigsaw stepping up, ready for the secondary. Doesn't know the player's laid out towards his right-hand side. Now he's got the idea, but I think he's going to be out of time, Tim. They're swinging towards him. P9 full of confidence, nearly getting away with it, but not quite. And now Trix disappears into the map. Hovering around below, this will be enough for him to step up here. Jigsaw might have enough time, but no! Yes! Comes off! Looks for it, but no! Trix hits what he needs. That's going to be a 7-1 dominant victory to Twisted Minds.
So close for Jigsaw at the end, but not close on the map. Twisted Minds, as you say, utterly dominant on Clubhouse, giving Enterprise absolutely nothing. Closing it out, and that sends us to Fortress as this is going to come down to a decider on that final map.
I can't tell you which way it's going to go, but I know some guys who can. We'll speak to them just after a short break.
It's all about discipline. Nothing but headshots, motherfucker. Shut up, Trap. Yo, Eddie out. I'm Trap. Now he thinks I left. Now he thinks I left, but I didn't leave. Gotta pick me up. 10 seconds to go. Got me a little 2 feet chicken nugget. That was the best place. Motherfuckers. Now I wanna play this so I can bust their ass.
Mag, a very different look from map 1 to map 2. What went wrong there in that one?
I honestly think we just didn't communicate properly on the defense of where we were holding. Club obviously is a very good map for Twisted Minds, so we've already forgotten about that map and we're ready for Fortress.
Jalad, you were floating out there, clutches in round 1, 4, and 5, multi-kills across the board. Did it feel for you as good as it looked for us?
I mean, it felt really good, yeah. The main reason I played so good, like at the first map we were playing very bad. We were not playing our game, depending on them to do mistakes. We talked about it after the first map, and after knowing what to do, I played so much better.
Thanks, Jalad.
You couldn't ask for a better start to a playoffs weekend here in Salt Lake City. We're going all the way in this first series. Map 3 coming up. Of course, Enterprise versus Twisted Minds. It's Ian and Fox and Lax as we get stuck into the analysis of Map 2 there. Any surprises? I don't think you're too surprised with that performance from Twisted Minds.
Not really. I mean, Mag respected the fact that Clubhouse is a great map for Twisted Minds, and especially since when you look at the side of Enterprise, they haven't won that map in 6 months. They're 0-3 in it. They lost to G2 in the same tournament that Twisted Minds beat G2 7-2 on it. So it was a given that Twisted Minds was going to have the upper edge. But the way that they were so explosive on their attacks, that info gathering, they get it up, they set it up, and then they hit the site explosive from all angles.
Yeah, I think also just even hearing the side from Jalad just there in the interview, he said, you know, the first map, they weren't playing like themselves, but going into this Clubhouse, he was able to play like himself, feel it, and you could clearly see in the display and what he was showing. I mean, he was able to get tons of multi-frags throughout this entire series, and that's exactly what you want to see from your IGL. Not only being able to facilitate a round, but also being able to get tons of frags on top of it, where that just ramps up everybody's performance. And I mean, this big, flank we want to call it here, to be able to get this kill, I mean, it was beautiful.
I mean, just to be able to hit the backside here. I mean, all of the pressure coming from the CCTV side, I mean, them being able to consistently keep Enterprise on their toes. You have no real understanding of where Twisted Mind is going to come from. He baits it like he's going to be going downstairs, climbs back up the ladder. I mean, they had no idea that he was coming back through here. They thought it was clear as day. Very good heads-up play, and I think we heard it from him in the interview. I mean, once he understood exactly how Enterprise was playing, where he needs to go, how he needs to be able to position himself, everything was lights out from there.
And something I really just want to highlight, you know, we quickly glanced over talking about guards and P9 needing to be that spearhead. I mean, why not just have your IGL take that spearhead and take the reins there going 14-4? But I do want to highlight guards, especially early on in those attacking rounds, using that shield, using that Montang to really be oppressive, taking a lot of the control and then letting the team be able to facilitate the rest of the round, gain that control, and then move into those late round executes. And again, J-Lad just playing extremely well, doing exactly what we've highlighted has shown, being a rat and coming out of nowhere and catching EP off guard.
The decider is a showdown. It is a shootout on Fortress. Who's got the upper hand?
I think Enterprise. We said they just needed one just to go to map 3, and they'll be in the driver's seat. I think Enterprise has it.
I'm going to go with Enterprise as well. I know that's a tough switch when you just watch how they played on Clubhouse, but you learn a lot, especially when you lose that way. And if communication, which has really been the problem for them going into that map, I have no doubt they fix it going into Fortress.
You know what? I just want to give a shout out to the Rainbow Six fam that have arrived nice and early here in Salt Lake. I want to ask you guys a quick question. Who's taking the final map? Is it going to be Twisted Minds? Or is it going to be Enterprise? Bit of favoritism here in Salt Lake City. Let's get into this final map.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chambers. Here we are, guys, map 3 in our first quarterfinal of the day. Both teams with a great record on this map, both winning it at this event. No doubt a lot of studies got into each other, Tim. I think we're going to see solid snake bans from both teams. They both love using it. They both had it banned against them. It really can't be let through.
It really does speed things up on Fortress, so it would make a lot of sense. But it's interesting, a lot of support for Enterprise here in Salt Lake City, but the socials definitely siding with Twisted Minds. So even in that, we find ourselves split. 1-1 if you are just joining us. Enterprise were able to take Cafe 7-3. Twisted Minds took Clubhouse 7-2. And we go to Fortress for the decider, of course, as a reminder of what is on the line for these two. Not having a snake ban, we'll come back to that one, Des. What is on the line for these two? It is massive. Twisted Minds, of course, could be the first MENA team to reach the semi-final of a major. Many of these players have been in this position before, but have never surpassed the top 8. So it would be a huge step forward, both for them and the region. But also the same can be said on the opposite side of the stage. OCE, an opportunity for a first semi-final at a major. Mag has been there at their side before, but not in the majors. So a lot rested on this one, and we go into Fortress. Twisted Minds will start off on the defense, and it will be Commander Mathroom to kick us off.
They managed to win 4 of their defenses against Furia in their game just a few days ago. Furia, as we all know, having a very rough tournament. 0-3 in Swiss and sent home as one of our first teams to leave. They didn't manage to win that in a single defense, but Twisted Minds took 3 attacks in the second half. So just like we saw back on Club, very unlikely to be slouches when it comes to attacking on Fortress. So it's pretty critical for Enterprise to get themselves moving early on. In their own game on this map, they won 4 attacks, Tim. So they're going to feel very, very confident about this. Now, we mentioned about the potential snake ban coming on through. We've had both teams also see Dokkaebi banned away against them, where Snake has sometimes been left up. The two are kind of interchangeable. It does feel like some teams lean towards banning Dokkaebi more than they would towards Snake. And here, even with all 3 available, they're going towards that classic combo, the Deimos and the Dokkaebi together.
Which side this push is starting to shape up from. And at the minute, it's more towards the Eagle Stairs side. We don't have too much pressure yet over on Home Tower Games and Dorms. It is all over the other way. Jihad lucky not to take any damage there, but he's going to continue holding on. He needs to be in this position to support his teammate Trix, who is the one tasked with holding on to those white stairs. Two-hand, a little bit of damage done. He's going to just dip away from that fight for the time being. Back onto the drones. Jigsaw taken down by Hasham, and this is the problem. Enterprise have not pushed into Game and Dorms yet. Hasham is just being left to roam freely over that side, and he hurts them with a big entry for Twisted Minds.
This is where Enterprise probably needs to take the sort of advice that we heard Twisted Minds receiving back on map 1. Focus on controlling certain parts of the map. Don't try to be perfect. They've got one player that tried to focus on Hasham, one that was challenging on towards Jalad, 2 more outside towards Horse. It has been a bit too much of a spread for me in terms of what they're trying to do. I'd like to see them tighten it up a little bit, work more together to punish players like Hasham who are out on the roam alone.
Trying to, I think, see if there's any opportunities present themselves, but
reloading.
Unlikely. Cairo does manage to find Jalad though. That could open things up a little bit. Guards is up at the top end of the map as well, so they've still got the Tubarão to deal with if they want to push from that top side from Eagle Stairs, which is where we can see that they are currently shaping up towards at the minute. Guards has been forced back into the bedroom, so there is at least a little bit of space here for Enterprise to start taking, but that clock, it just keeps ticking down there.
Got some tools with which to do it. If he hits this shot, this is going to be absolutely magical. It's a Thorn that's been tagged out though, not P9 in this case. Got another phone call they can use. Sure enough, that'll come off now, but P9, his patience is rewarded. Gets his first kill on the map. And of course, off the round. Still in a 2 versus 3 though. Enterprise, they have a chance here, Tim, but it's getting slimmer by the seconds.
Yeah, I really like this from Twisted Minds. They are playing so patiently. Yes, they've had the little peaks and they've had the little challenges, but they haven't overcommitted to anything. Hasham manages to make it 3 in the round, and Twisted Minds, they looked so settled through that. Whilst they were being given Games and Dorms, they used it. They got a kill from there. When the challenge started coming from sort of up towards Eagle, they were there. They were ready for the fight. They adjusted, they maneuvered, but they didn't overexpose themselves. Really solid stuff from Twisted Minds.
Luckera marked about halfway through. That felt like a very disparate round for Enterprise. They weren't really on the same page, all trying to do their own things at their own times. You saw Tuhan being held back by Jalal. We had a Hasham getting a freebie, like I'm sure you'll see, maybe not on the replay, but P9 also not being sniffed out. Very well managed by Twisted Minds, but I really am worried for Enterprise here if these rounds keep on going this way. It is only round 1. We'll give them a couple more to get a sniff of how things are going, but it has to be better here in round 2.
Yeah, just largely ineffectual. You know, if you look back at that first round and say to me, where on the map did Enterprise have control? They never had anywhere, realistically. You know, yeah, they managed to get Eagle Corridor. You know, that was about it.
What do you do? Yeah.
Exactly. It was such a small portion of the map. They never really had any control anywhere. So that, for me, is going to be a big marker here of can they improve. You know, come the end of the round, what do they have control of? What areas are they using? Where are they challenging from?
Ready to play this merry dance around the courtyard if we see Enterprise pushing in from that spot. We've seen players drop into there on the attacking side and look to control that corridor, but you're always then fearful of the lead of the breaching corridor window. So on the defending side to step across and get a freebie. Given what the site is, that is a part of the map where no doubt Twisted Minds are going to be holding at least in the early parts. They'll be trying to extend up towards that command side of the map. Put some pressure there, waste a bunch of time. This is where Enterprise are going to be smart. You either choose to break open that hold as a team, or you just don't bother in the first place and you try and go more direct towards sites.
Yeah, Brendo working to soften up that courtyard side, removing a little bit of utility. Cams as well, just going to be giving that bit of feedback that they have got that old tower hold. It's Tricks on the Wamai. As they go to drop in here, they could find themselves in trouble. We do see utility flying in as the magnet was deployed, but Tricks is still in a very, very difficult position to move in from. And he does have a little bit of support from Hasham, who's hidden away underneath this window.
They know that he's there because he took a couple of shots. They're trying to bait him to stand up there as the hard breach goes up. And he'll get the shot up as well and not get taken out. Surely they get a freebie. Yes, they do. Tuhan punishing him, but they've gone through a lot of their sellers to do it.
They needed that kill onto Tricks because the diffuser, after Tricks got the kill on the old tower drop, it was Cairo that he took out. The diffuser went down cold at old tower. Jalad with a brilliant trade for his team though, leaves them now 3 versus 3. Jigsaw is battling, trying to get this diffuser back in hand, but they're not going to give it up easily. Constantly challenging it. Jalad holding that angle. Tuhan finds P9 elsewhere. 3 versus 2. 1 minute 15. This is a real opportunity for Enterprise now.
They've just got to manage it carefully. Like like you say, tons of time to work with. Not a lot of utility, but you've got 3 guns available here. Don't feel the need to rush and recover that diffuser. Jalad, the next one that surely needs to fall his guards. He's still getting a little bit deeper. He had a wonderful round back on Cafe with the Aruni. He needs to be dealt with too, but I think first you try and worry about this Ela that's trying to peek you at every possible turn.
Yeah, just trying to keep them guessing here, but you can't really do that for the rest of the round. You're going to have to get kills at some point, and Jalad, he manages to do it aware that he might be challenged from that rear side. Tuhan holding the long angle through side, but he continues. They've not been able to do anything about Jalad this round. That's 3 for him, and he could well make it 4. Tuhan has to push in here, has to just try and get something going. 25 seconds, sees his man cut down by guards and the DMR, and that is 2-0. Twisted Minds. Enterprise starting to fall behind.
They are a little bit here. I wouldn't be shocked if we see an early tap timeout at some point coming in from Mag, because those 2 rounds, the first one was rough, the second one was better, but still lack that coordination to see it over the line. Granted, Twisted Minds, you know how they're going to play. They're going to be aggressive. They're going to fight you for every possible inch of the map. From start through to finish, even in a man disadvantage, that's exactly what they did. And Enterprise just could not deal with the pressure. Could be a 3rd round in a row here for Twisted Minds on the defense as we head downstairs into waiting with Cafe Tim.
My concern for Enterprise here, if you remember on the way in, Des, I'd spoken about this against Falcons as well. They seem to me to play best when they are having fun, when the banter is there, when, you know, everything. Now the pressure's on, it's that moment again where they're getting put back in their box and they've got to find a way to get out of it.
And right now it's P9 sending it all one way.
Exactly
in the chat,
that.
every chance he gets. But normally before, even when they were down like 0-4 on club, they were still giving it back. But as we said, coming into the series, it's when they get a bit too serious, when the fun stops, they stop playing.
Yeah.
And that is where Enterprise need to wake up. Now, more of the same for Twisted Minds. Again, very used to seeing this lineup. It's what they've run for the vast majority of the tournament. The Thorn, the Solus, and the Ela. It's all about that trap-based play. It's trying to control large parts of the map and cover the gaps that might exist in such a spread-out roam coming in from the team. Enterprise need to punish that. And dare I say, Tim, I keep on looking at it and thinking, we know that the Solid Snake's an option. We know you've played it before. We know it's your favourite operator at this tournament. We could be making use of that for these little pinch scenarios where they keep facing up against 2 or 3 players in the Solid Twisted Minds, but don't have full knowledge on where they are.
Tuhan just misses his opportunity there as one breezes past the window, can't find his man, and that kind of feels like it sums up those first couple of rounds for Enterprise, just missing those opportunities and then being punished further down the line. Here comes the Shield, pushing on, trying to get aggressive, trying to find some space. It's not going to work. P9 stands tall, finds himself a double. They know there's more to be had, but he can't find it as Tuhan, he fights back. Enterprise managed to keep themselves in the round. Can they find any more? On the door, yes they can. Tuhan brings it back to a 3 versus 3.
He's having big time here. Is he another twin coming on through? And he gets the down onto Jalad. Doesn't quite finish him off, but Bappen's there to get the close. A 3v2, Tim. We've been here before, but not a 3v1. And Sean with it all to do.
Enterprise desperately need this round. They tried to throw that fast attack in. It looked like P9 had broken them, but no. They have started to dig deep and show us that resilience that we know that they've got. And I like this. They're not rushing. They're not chasing the kill. They're not giving anything away. They're back on the drones. They've got the diffuser near side. In comes the door, could be called. They can think about where this plant goes down. There is no rushing them right now. They know they need to make sure of that round. Bappen gets it done, and that is going to be Enterprise getting themselves their first round on the board, and we might just have a match here on Fortress.
I would say in convincing fashion, but it was a big recovery effort from Tuhan. Prior to that, it was messy. 2 players, one of them being a shield, dying out to a UMP. P9 made it look easy. But this is what I spoke about with the trap-based setup we've currently got in the meta. Now Batbeard charges in immediately into an Elegant because he's got no chance of winning out a gunfight then. And so you can deal with fast, aggressive plays by playing off the back of that utility. Enterprise, interestingly, going towards the Goyo to see that taken away. It was only played back in the first round. And the other side, the Deimos. I'm not too surprised given we saw it in the first 2.
What on nerves up on that stage at the minute, I think, on both sides of things. Twisted Minds, they will have loved the start that they had to this, but I think losing that round from 5 versus 3, that's going to hurt them a little bit, and it might just make them realise that this is more of a matchup than maybe they thought to begin with. So we will go into their next defensive segment, half, whatever you want to call it, quarter.
I like quarter.
It's half of a defense, but a quarter of the game. But we'll go into the second rotation anyway. It's going to be back to command and bathroom that they will go. Enterprise, we've got to see them get some map control here. I already commented on it. Round 1 was the really stark example of that, where they just didn't take control of anything. They didn't have games, they didn't have doors, they didn't have briefing, they didn't have courtyard, they didn't have anything on site. Literally all they got was up near Eagle and a little bit of bedroom towards the end. It just wasn't enough. Enterprise, I want to see them sweep across, force those players out of that south side, get rid of them out of dorms and games, and force Twisted Mind back to site, take that map from them.
Well, I'll come back to what I said in our previous map, Tim. When you see things like the Thatcher coming along with the Glass and the Capital, it screams you've got a game plan and execute in mind. And I can only imagine Brendo's target is going to be Trix on that ward. And throughout this week, we've seen really good adaptation to Thatcher. Teams, rather than saying, okay, well, they can just zap out our C4s, they can zap out our C4s, and they've got to contest with the Warden, with the Solus. There's a million and one things they have to worry about.
Jigsaw and Cairo are already dropping Old Tower and working their way in to games and dorms, using the shield to do so. They've got the air jabs to prevent any flank coming up those stairs. I love this from Enterprise. This is what we wanted to see. Go in there, get the wall open by 2 hands so they can't play inside of lockers and dorms. Just make it difficult for them. They've got that area of the map, now they need to use it.
Very critically, they're playing as a team too much. I know it sounds like a really simple thing to say, but again, back in round 1, they were so scattered, trying to do 2 or 3 things at once. Here, they're very focused on getting brief and control as a group. And yes, they've lost the shield. That is not ideal. And they've lost Jigsaw. Oh, it's a bit of a car crash, Tim, as Sean going to be causing bother now around briefing. It often is the death center at the middle of this map on the top floor. Fighting for control over it can be a real war. So far, it's one the Twisted Minds are winning. 5 versus 3. Thankfully, still have their crucial operators on side, but I think without the shield, this could be a bit of a challenge.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have controlled this round beautifully. It's like they really didn't try to hold on to dorms and games too much. I like that Enterprise went in and said, if you're offering it, we'll take it. But it was always part of the plan for Twisted Minds. They've dropped back, they've fought from behind that line, and they have punished them. It's like they've let Enterprise into a kill box, and then they've sprung their trap. Great stuff from them. They've now fallen back as well. They're not pushing, as you can see, super compact, not wanting to push forward and give them anything. They've got Trix aware of, you know, an adaptation, a rotation to try and push up Eagle stairs. Just really tight defensive siege coming out of Twisted Minds.
You've got Trix sat at the very back behind here. P9 sat right at the top side, so they've actually got a fun moment here to strike when they're not going to have the Warden bothering them on the way through. They so sorely need a kill. Timber can't find Jalad into 1 more. Brendo put dangerously low, even with the fire burning out around Horse. It's a 5v2 and 20 to play. This is a real tall order for Enterprise. Flawless round probably the way here as well as Tuhan. He can't see nothing, so you're seeing the frustration of this trap meta. An easy swing. That's a 4th round and a flawless one coming in for Twisted Minds. There is a lot to do. A lot for Enterprise to fight in, and they're in for attack timeout.
Alright, guys, listen. We either need to go direct and make sure each step is done together and then send some lurks, okay? Or we need to just sweep with the shield, okay? They're pretty close, so they know how we do that sweep, Kari. So they did a tiny bit of prep on us, okay? Yeah. For kitchen, I don't think we should do the top down. I think we can do the first floor execute if you want. But guys, we're in the round.
Are they holding above? I think we do top down for sure.
Okay, but just make sure, guys, in these rounds, we are not 3-2-1ing the next target. We're going in 1 by 1 by 1 by 1, okay? So let's make sure for this next step, we're 3-2-1ing, okay? All we need is 1 more round and a half, okay? So let's lock in. Let's go 3-2-1. Let's do everything together. And please get the traps when people call it. Let's go.
Yep. So we go. Cool.
I think Mag might be a little bit optimistic there. If they've got a pre-place on the exact route that your shield normally takes on a sweep, I think they might have done more than a little bit of prep on you.
Maybe just a fair bit, yeah.
I think they've got a fair good idea of what was coming down. Look, this isn't the end of the world for Enterprise. It's been a great start for Twisted Minds, credit where it's due. As you've said, these are 2 of our best defensive teams in the tournament, so it is no surprise to see Twisted Minds coming out. The problem here is, for Enterprise, their mentality and resolve is really going to be tested. I would expect them to have a better half when they get onto the defense and be able to fight this back. I think a 2-4 is absolutely fine for them when they get onto the defense. But the question is, mentally, will they be broken by that? Will they be broken by that process of Twisted Minds getting the lead?
The main thing that worries me is Mag's tack time out there. For those of you in the arena that didn't get a chance to hear it, largely was saying the same as what we heard back on Club. Going together, do it step by step as a team, sweeping with the shield, call for the 3-2-1, make sure we're clearing out utility that others have called for us. And that, you know, that kind of combo, that kind of call really points to the boys aren't able to solve the problems by themselves in the server. This is often what a lot of coaches will say is, you're trying to equip the team to be able to fix the problems by themselves. They shouldn't need you to step in and fix things unless it's really going wrong. And I'm just a little bit nervous that we're getting the same calls from Mag as what we saw on the previous map.
That's it, it's not had the impact previously. Is it going to have the impact this time? So we are on the bottom side of the map. It's going to be Dorms and Game is the site this time around. We will just see the continuation of this rotation coming in from Twisted Minds. Having a look at exactly what Enterprise are shaping up for. How are they going to work together? How are they going to challenge in numbers? You've got Bappen underneath. He's already got himself into Infirmary on the book, and he's being supported by Cairo. So they're going to make sure that they've got the space there to be able to get those challenges in from underneath. But the big problem, Hasham, again, same window, Des. Massive problem. You cannot lose two-hand there. That's your hard breach gone, so they now can't open Dorm's wall. Massive problem.
They've just got to drop in and hope for the best here, Tim, and then pushing through a single doorway to try and get control of sight. Oh, sounds rough. And they haven't got anyone trying to lurk up towards the top side of the map. Everything is looking very, very predictable here for the side of Twisted Minds. So that wall being opened up, there's no default plant spot to aim for, so they've got to force it all through tower, and it is an absolute slog to get this done.
Cairo continuing to try and bully up there with the shield, create a little bit of space, but we saw previously on this defense that Twisted Minds were more than capable of winning those gunfights. There's crossfires galore right now as Cairo manages to take down Tricks. 3 versus 3, Brendo, Cairo, Baffen, all trying to push from that vent inside. They've got the down. That's 3 versus 2 now. Guards and P9 have been forced back. Guards inside a meeting, just taking that long angle, but he's going to be able to do nothing about this plant. It's all up to P9, but they've got him covered. This is Brendo, needs to protect his planter, and does so, prevents the push coming across. And right now, Twisted Minds on the retake.
Cairo's there to play his life. He's just got to bait for his teammates here a little bit. Give them the angle to get some kills as Twisted Minds step in to try and work their magic. One attempt to range there from Brendo, not quite finding his man. His job is to hold this door, but has to win this gunfight. It is crucial he wins this first one. Bappen, getting rid of Jalad. It's building into a second round, Tim. Enterprise get the job done despite that car crash start.
That's a really important second round coming out for Enterprise, because what it does now is it creates a choice for Twisted Minds. Do they go back to the same site and try again upstairs, or do they continue their rotation and go downstairs? We'll see how that one comes through. But if you remember, I said, I don't think a 2-4 half is the end of the world here for Enterprise.
No.
So I feel like...
Max said the same, one more round is all we need.
They've met their standard now. They have an opportunity to take the 3-3, and mentally, that will be a huge boost for them if they're going into that second half. They know how good they are defensively. So they feel like if they can take the even split here, that the match is theirs for the taking.
They haven't got a single entry in this game so far, Enterprise. It's showing real grit and spirit to fight their way back in round 3 and 5.
The location of a bomb.
But there is a lot more to come in this game, I'm sure. As I mentioned, Twisted Minds had a very good attacking day against G2 on this map just a couple of days ago. 3 days, 4 days? Long enough ago now. They were one of the first to qualify. Let's see how it ends. Let's see how this first half goes. See if we get a 3-3 or if Twisted Minds take that 4-2 advantage into the second half. It's a very, very similar lineup once again from Twisted Minds, going so heavily into these trap operators and the Soulless, as we've seen a couple of times throughout this half.
Yeah, keep an eye on Gillard, keep an eye on his position. bottom right of your screen, just particularly whether it's first floor or second floor, those are the really important points. Is he playing below? And is he allowed to play below? Guards taking out Jigsaw with the Nitro. Great use of utility continuing throughout this game from both teams, and Guards there getting them a really good early start. The glass off the board, there's huge loss for Enterprise.
Not quite the end of the world, as he wasn't their primary investment in this round. I still think it's going to be Cairo here. I like how they've let him towards the Twitch. I was thinking about it in the previous round. You know that these traps have been the problem, that they're slowing you down, making the shield less effective. How can you deal with that? Well, bring along this. Now we're going to 1 versus 1, and Jalad, he literally just runs straight at the Blackbeard and gets a freebie, Tim. That now feels like round over already because you've lost the main parts in this round. A 2v5 to recover. That's only 2 minutes, so 60 seconds in the round, Tim, but it's already nearly done.
Yeah, it's a big problem. You can't be losing. If Cairo's going to be sent on that sweep, we heard Mag talking about it. Use the shield, go on the sweep, clear them out. If you're going to do that, you can't just run headlong into the Solus and give them the kill. Brendo manages to get another onto P9, but the problem is they know where he is now, so they can push him from multiple sides. Very nearly finds the head, but won't be able to as Sham closes it out, and that's going to be Twisted Minds going with a 4-2 half. I think both teams come out of that pretty happy.
I think Twisted Minds will feel they'll be licking their lips at the prospect of this team, because again, they were a brilliant attacking team against G2 the other day. Let's have a listen in though to the half-time.
1 round at a time, okay? Yeah. Cairo knows what stripes we're playing, but we just have to be careful of their shield pushes, okay? Yeah. If they don't ban the clash, we can spam the clash, Andres, okay? But guys, listen, especially for that club game, okay? We just need to make sure that in the early round, we're carrying the lurks. We need to be very careful of Spiral, because Sham loves to play around Spiral, okay, on attack. Careful of the lurks. We need to make sure we're calling exactly what we're holding, okay? I don't know if we're running a Furious shot or not, Andres, but guys, please, we just need to make sure we're holding things and telling each other what we're holding, okay? We had none of that on club, so let's be proactive, and late round as well, we just need to make sure we have a win condition, okay? Don't forget the win condition, guys, okay? 0-0, we reset here, okay? We take control of the game. Anything from you, Andres?
We're banning Deimos, so you guys are going to be running the fucking shield, so careful. Only one guy plays it, okay? So don't even just get over 2 being on. Alright, we're gonna just do if Clash is up, we're gonna go Office Iron first. If it's banned, we have to do Office Red, so pay attention, please.
Okay. Let's just make sure we're playing together.
I don't think we are in the comfort situation, right? Yeah. Let's do the same thing, guys. Have balls and just push if we did. If we well, for example, we want some cheese thing like break a barricade so I can try to get one pick. Okay, we get one pick. Halas, let's reset and go again. Or same thing if they rotate. If they gonna rotate, let's get a pick, reset and go again to do play.
Finish up. Nothing to lose. Far away. 3 more rounds. Semi-final. Far away. Man.
يلا يا رجال يدكم يا رجال يدك يا شيخ يدك
يلا شوف يا هاشم
I think it's fair to say Twisted Minds are having a better time with this team. They were having a little sing-song then during their half-time.
Yeah, it certainly seems like they're just dealing with that pressure a little bit better, you know, maintaining sort of the vibe within the team. But, well, it's however you get it over the line, isn't it? Enterprise move on to the defense. This is a really, really important round here. I think if Twisted Minds come out with an attack immediately and go up to 5-2, I think Enterprise you start really worrying for them if you're an Enterprise fan at that point. So, you know, usually we'd talk about this maybe round about round 9 where it becomes kind of a defining round. I think we're a little bit sooner into this one at round 7. So let's get into it. We see the bans coming through. Twisted Minds have gone for the clash. They are leaning into the shields, and Enterprise have allowed them to do it. They haven't. We heard them talking about it. They've chosen not to ban away the shield. They've gone with the Dokkaebi Deimos instead. So they are accepting that they're going to have to deal with guards on those shields. How are they going to do that? What's the plan? That's what we've got to watch here.
Traps, traps, and more traps, Tim. It worked quite effectively against Enterprise on their attacks. I think you're going to see the same coming out of Twisted Minds. And again, for those of you in the venue, I was speaking about spamming Clash if it's not banned. Clearly, Twisted Minds had a good read. That Clash being taken away will shut down a lot of the ideas that they had. So now the onus turns onto them to figure it out. And there we go, Tim. P9 running around on that stake. It was banned away from them in the last time they played on this map. And I think we might be about to find out why now that Guards is also on the blitz.
Yeah, Jigsaw and Vappen are going to be tasked with holding on to Games and Dawns. They're going to be on that bottom side. And I think they're going to be coming under quite a lot of pressure, although P9 looks like he's going to be heading straight in through main door, is it? Opens it up, and he wants to get up and get control of Eagle Stairs.
I guess the thing is, the Twisted Minds in this series, noted it across both maps. They've not felt the need to explode in all the time and be hyper-aggressive and fast. They've been happy to slow it down. Probably known that Enterprise themselves would like to go a little bit aggressive, as we saw back on Cafe. And I suppose keep using that word maturity throughout the series, but it is showing real development, I think, for them as a team, that they are able to play that slower style and do it in a pretty convincing fashion.
Brendo just trying to use those vertical angles. See if he can catch anybody out on their way in if they do want to get aggressive onto those Eagle Stairs. Guards is going to relocate. He's going to be heading over to that old tower side, so it looks like there is going to be a bit of a push. Jigsaw is still over there to defend from Brief inside, so not too much of a problem at the minute for Enterprise. I feel like they are shaping up well here. Missed opportunity though, P9 taking no damage.
It's a good feint attempt. The two smokes that came in towards Blue Tower was to try and turn attention that way. Suhan wasn't falling for it, but couldn't find the head of P9. Jalad the first to strike. Down goes Yavuri, but there's a response back. A trade in from Jigsaw.
Guards is moving in through this bottom side now on the blitz. He's chasing Jigsaw away, so they do have that control over Games and Dorms now. The problem for Guards here, Des, is there's nobody with him. Everybody else is over on that other side at the minute. He's just playing distraction whilst they try to take Eagle, whilst they try to push down onto that side door. But at the minute, Twisted Minds, they're a little bit stuck. They're not really progressing or moving forward.
You know where the smoke is, and he's just trying to waste as much time as he can here as we come towards our last 60 seconds. Potentially a freebie, Brendo, the one finished off, and now Guards is marching on forward. Thought he got the flash, but no, there's a down from elsewhere. In comes the Thorn 2. Guards just happy to sit and stare and feed info to his team, and it's a closed out round for Twisted Minds, Tim. You said it'd be dangerous if they got the first round. Well, they've got it. It's 5-2.
Not only have they got the first round, Des, but they have punished a decision from Enterprise. So now you've got an element where those players can be in their heads thinking, have we done the right thing with the Deimos Dockerby ban here? We've had Guards come in. He's caused a real problem. He's gone in there, got the kill onto Jigsaw. He's then come around past Central Stairs, up into Horse. He's basically run the bottom half of that map with the shield on his own, and that's something Enterprise have allowed him to do. Despite all the traps that they've brought, what slowed him down? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They have to have a better plan to deal with these shields.
They look a bit scared, Tim.
Yep.
They just look a bit scared. Compare it back to the first half. Twisted Minds, C4s on towards windows, swinging everything with absolute confidence. Enterprise in that previous round preferred to try and sit behind utility and gave lots of space up for it and were aptly punished. You can't play these trap-heavy lineups and then play defensive. You can sit behind the traps, but that wasn't really what happened in the previous round. And move ourselves down to the site at the other end of this top floor, which means an extension from Enterprise up towards where we were defending just a moment ago. So you'll see some of the same action, but as we saw from Enterprise on their attacks, Tim, they just went direct to site for this one more often than not, didn't bother trying to go for a full sweep.
Yeah. I think, you know, it's very, very common. Get that Dorms wall open, get control of Old Tower after the drop, and try to push in. Briefing is such a difficult space to take from this side, and Guards is shaping up on the Briefing side. He does have P9 in support as well over there, so it looks like it could be a full sweep across from the top floor at the minute that Twisted Minds are shaping up for.
I think it's a good idea. You've got all the utility in the world to do it. Those first three operators primarily the ones I'm looking at. Snake, of course, fishing out all the information that he needs. You've got the Blitz to charge on forward, the Lion to punish anyone who's hanging around a bit too long. Even the Forest to clear the way with those drones will get rid of all the barbed wire. This week we've even seen some teams bringing along 6 loads of barbed wire. It's like a trap that you can use to slow down. The other side, of course, has the noise indicator as well. It's just even more ways of slowing down the attackers.
Enterprise are reacting nicely to where the pressure is coming from. Cairo is there, left on site to deal with the Old Tower drop, but otherwise, Tuhan has shifted forward into Bathroom. Brendo has shifted out of Dorms and more towards Central Stairs. They're all kind of budging over to try and support towards that command push, towards that Eagle push, to hold on back. But how about this, Hasham? He knows the peak is coming from Tuhan, uses the DMR to take him down. 5 versus 4. Twisted Minds, they really are pushing forward aggressively now.
They've tried to go aggressive, Tim, arguably at the wrong time as the Lion scans come out and all the other gadgetry has followed. Tuhon going down, not the end of the world, admittedly. It's about 90 seconds here, and we've wasted all that time up on the top side of the map. Now you can get in. Kairo's reinforcing off the briefing wall to have to try and force the attackers to use more hard breach to get on through, of which team they don't actually have any. So now they won't be able to get that wall open at all.
Hasham's actually moved himself into an interesting position on the Lion. He's just waiting next to this wall. It's not breached at the minute, but he could hop in through this window. He's just giving a little bit of a ping, a little bit of intel there. Not sure how aware Enterprise are. He could really damage them as this round progresses. Kairo is moving onto that window to challenge though, so we're going to have a little bit of a standoff. 45 seconds left to go. Twisted Minds stalling out a little bit here.
I thought they'd full reinforced off this wall, but no, it was just the left side there to make life a little bit easier. The smoke coming on through to cover it off, and in we go. Guards at the very front here, looking for his first challenge. Ginger Lad getting rid of Baffin again. Tim, the Aussies are just crumbling under the weight of the Twisted Minds aggression. It's a 1 versus 4. Kairo finds second, but can't quite get any more. Twisted Minds up to map and series point. They are 1 round away from giving MENA their first semi-final.
Twisted Minds, it feels like they can just smell the blood in the water at the minute, Des. They are circling, and they know that Enterprise are very nearly done. The Aussies are going to have to dig seriously deep here. They need to find that strength within to bring themselves back into this matchup, and it is not going to be easy. The first time on main stage, the first time that they face this kind of deficit. 4 rounds in a row that they need to continue here at Salt Lake City. And those last 2 rounds from Twisted Minds, they have been so convincing, Des. They have been absolutely clinical in everything that they have tried to do.
The last 2 maps in general have just been ridiculously dominant. A total of 3 rounds going the way of Enterprise. And it's hard to see how Twisted Minds get slowed down here. It's a 4-round deficit. It does happen, but it is extremely unlikely, especially given the proficiency with which Twisted Minds have played. And I'll come back to what I said earlier about their game against G2. They played extremely well back then on Fortress, and they're re-delivering a performance of that caliber. I can't imagine too many teams, Tim, will fancy playing them on Club or Fortress in future.
No, I don't think they'll get the opportunity, to be honest. I think it is going to be, unless you're against somebody who is seriously confident in these maps themselves, it's going to be something that you see banned away from them. It's interesting because, you know, Mike was so confident in that map ban phase that they'd got the maps that they wanted, that it was what they expected, but I don't know, you've got to feel at the minute like Twisted Minds have come away on top. So, round 8, round 9 could be the last, and they're going to be attacking onto that bottom floor.
I think it's very telling that Enterprise have lost every single entry engagement in this game. They've only managed to trade out one of them. The early aggression shown by Twisted Minds, and I say early, sometimes it's not even super early in the round. It's quite late, but it's the aggression they show in their executes, which is what really gets them flying. I think that means Enterprise are always playing from the back foot. 9th round in a row, they lose the entry.
I think Enterprise are suffering a little bit to that misplaced confidence in their ability to deal with the shields as well. It's not been the only problem, but Guards has been such a thorn in their side. How about this P9? He makes it a 3rd as he downs Tuhon. Unlikely to be collected at this point, but effectively 2 versus 5. Do they take the risk? The aggression is mounting Kairo. He manages to put the brakes on, manages to find P9, gives Enterprise something to hope with.
One more and some little things are equal against him, but they've got to win this shot. And they're not gonna. Hasham finds what he needs, up to 11 and 3. Brendo with all 3 smokes in back pocket. A C4 to help, but can that stem the tide of Twisted Minds?
There is still a shield on the board. Guards, he takes a little bit of damage, but can find his way in, and a little bit of space to put that diffuser down. Enterprise, 2 versus 3 as they start on the retake. The post-plant fight back to keep themselves in the major.
And here we go, Guards up nice and close. He's been a fantastic player all tournament long, and it only continues as they knock out Enterprise, breaking APAC hearts, but raising and elevating MENA Ones as they are the team to step into our semi-finals.
It does cement that legacy and legend for this team, for these players. For the longest time, they have been fighting to push further into the top levels of these tournaments for that MENA region. We've seen them reach the top 8 multiple times in NA. I think they just love playing here, Des.
I think they do, and Hasham said yesterday this could be their time to bring something home to MENA. If they carry on playing like this, They may well be absolutely right. Commiserations, of course, to Enterprise. First time for this roster of 5 on the main stage. No doubt a lot to learn, and I am confident if they keep on playing like this and stick together, we will see them back at an event on the live stage.
Yeah, brilliant performance from Enterprise, winning a lot of hearts and a lot of fans here in Salt Lake City, but falling just short. It has been a brilliant accomplishment for them, but all it's done really, I think, is given them the taste of what it could have been.
Again, if you're looking for the silver lining, Tim, at least it wasn't super close. It did take 3 maps, but as said, across those last 2 maps, Twisted Minds, man,
they were on another level.
They were just a different beast. There was no slowing them down. They knew when to play slow, when to play fast, when to be aggressive. It was spectacular. Let's go to Ian now on the stage, who's standing by with a shot.
Incredible scenes. We have just seen our first semi-finalist. Locked in it is, of course, Twisted Minds. Hisham, you've just made history, putting MENA on the map. First ever MENA team to make it into a semi-final of this magnitude. How proud are you right now?
I'm so proud for my teammates, and I'm so proud, really, I'm so happy and thank for the fans. And MENA region are so good. I think they should bring MENA League back, at least 2 spots for us, and that's it.
You look so confident, and you've looked so confident from the moment I spoke to you at the start of this event. You said that you're going to go all the way for this trophy. Why are you so confident in yourself and the team?
Because I have Monster with me, that's it.
Have you got a message for your fans watching at home?
Thanks for the fans, just this.
All right, Salt Lake City, make some noise for Twisted Minds, who are in the semi-final. Best of luck going forward. We're going to continue this ride. We roll on to our second quarter-final after the break.
Pick up the pace, ain't no time to waste. Hey, give me the coach, bringing it right to the dome. They tried to tell me it couldn't be done. Give me the action. We want the action. Lights, camera. Give me the action. We want the action.
History has already been made here in Salt Lake City, and we are literally just getting started. Twisted Minds become the first MENA team ever to secure a spot in a semi-final. Congratulations to them, but it came at the cost of Enterprise. Out of the tournament here and now, but they can hold their heads high, Fox.
They sure can. I mean, to be able to, after 6 years, have an OCE team make it to the main stage, you can't be upset. Yes, Mag has the experience. He knows what it takes to be able to get your team after, you know, they're head in the game after losing a map down, but it's all of those players' first main stage appearance. You cannot be upset, especially how aggressive Twisted Minds are with getting those opening picks.
Yeah, absolutely not. And for Twisted Minds, I mean, they can move that goalpost one step closer of getting to a grand final. They just have to make it to that semifinal. But, I mean, we heard the cast even talk about, I mean, controlling the pacing, controlling that tempo. What, they had 22 opening picks going into their favor on the side of EP with only 6 or 7, not trying to make a joke there. But, I mean, you can clearly understand why they took complete control of that Fortress map.
Really impressive. Congratulations to Twisted Minds. We move on. The show goes on here in Salt Lake City. G2 versus Shopify Rebellion, aka Stompin versus Spoit. Who do you think is the better player? We want to know what you think right here, right now. I can hear the fans shouting who they think is better. We will come back to the results shortly. Let's now talk in detail about G2. Rainbow Six Siege's bad boys have arrived, and I absolutely love when these guys come into town for playoffs weekend.
Yeah.
What a team.
They are some bad boys. And, you know, I was speaking with Doki last night, well before today even got started. I asked him, does it feel like a honeymoon phase with this new Shaiko and Benja iteration? And he said, absolutely not. Everything's been gelling extremely well. And I'd have to agree, because when you think about it, Benja's already played on this roster. He won an SI with this team. So naturally, that chemistry, camaraderie is already there. But even for the side of Shaiko, when they were counterparts, when he was on Falcons or BDS, Doki and them were always hanging out after every single event. They were partying, they were living life, and you can clearly see it shows in their play, whether it's been in kickoff, whether it's been in Roz's most recent tournament, and especially here now. They are on main stage yet again to prove why they are so deserving to be here.
They love to party, don't they? They really do.
Absolutely.
What is it about this roster that really is standing out to you right now.
I mean, I'm getting chills just talking about it. It's the lethal dynamic of this team. When you think about it, that spearhead, that entry point of Shaiko and Doki being able to work tandemly together, be able to open up rounds, to be able to facilitate that entry point. And then you have Benja, you have Alamau able to take the mid round, especially Benja, on those operators to disrupt operators, to remove players out of positions. But the biggest key, the backbone of this team that I have to highlight has got to be Stompin', that young, gifted, mechanically talented player. Stompin' is the man. He is the backbone of this G2 roster. Now, when you think of rookies coming into a scene, they're playing those flashy operators. They're playing those entries. No, he is doing it on a defensive, supportive style, and especially on the attack. He is so meticulous, and the way that he plays, he is so calculated. He understands in those mid to late rounds where the position needs to be held, how he can execute, and he plays it like an entry player. He can get multi-frags on those rolls. The second he is set up, he can make nothing out of something, and it is so tremendous to watch him, and something scary to even think about.
Yeah.
He is so new. I don't even think he's reached his peak yet, and that is something so scary and frightening to go against.
That's a beautiful way to put it. That was really well said. I mean, Stompin' himself, he's a player that can play every single role. Of course, you're going to look at it and be like, oh, shouldn't he be on entry? But that's not the key to it. You put him on a flex support, you put him as the third man in. Once he locks down a position, I mean, that's where the clutch factor comes out, those Jinxie 1v1s. That's where he's able to shine when he's in those situations.
Clearly it's paid dividends.
I think the fans here are super excited to see him as well, and they're also massively excited to see the NA Super Team on the other side. Shopify Rebellion. Another star-studded roster. The crowd cannot wait to see them in action, and Fox, they have arrived.
I mean, I'm glad you said the NA Super Team, because some people forget that this is the NA Super Team. They have so much talent on the roster. Canadian, the best, arguably historical IGL in the world. Ambi, up-and-coming rookie. I mean, it's really crazy to say that he's still a rookie, but that being said, he's an amazing player. Surf, Rexen, the backbone players that are consistently there for the flex. I mean, this team has all of the pieces what they need to be able to solve. They have the best players in the best positions. They are flawless, and this event, they've really hit the ground running on it.
One man you didn't mention there, but it seems like the rest of the world is talking about him, Spoit.
Yeah, I didn't mention it because we wanted to save it for this part. I mean, Spoit, all eyes have been on him, and something that we saw during kickoff, him saying that if you're doubting me, that's fine. Just keep that same energy, and I'll prove you wrong. And I think when you look at kickoff and SR and all the criticism that they were receiving, and now you look at how they came into Salt Lake City in Utah, I mean, these are Spoit night and day difference. I mean, he's been tremendous at getting those opening kills, and that's all of the problems from SR that have been solved. And when you look at his stats throughout kickoff, they really aren't that bad. He's still, you know, a top 10, top 20 player.
Absolutely.
So the fact that people were criticizing him so heavily is very confusing to me, but he took that personally, and the whole team has really been firing on all cylinders when it comes to this event.
Yeah, they absolutely have, and I think it's something to note. I mean, they got a lot of shit during kickoff, but it was in best of ones. We saw what they were able to replicate in best of threes, and they have ran the gauntlet, technically speaking, even here. They had to play extra games, and even going into this series, they have more rounds played than G2 has. And when we think about it as former players, getting those extra reps, especially coming into a main stage appearance, definitely will pay off.
And when we look at kickoff and all the issues that they had, opening kills, staying alive, using that man advantage, being able to use Canadian, Spoit not only is playing amazing, but the whole team is amplified. They're the best survival team, they're the best entry team, and the best cost team. So essentially when they're getting that opening kill, which they're dominating, they're able to stay alive. They're not losing these opening kills. They're not losing the man advantage and the cost. I mean, that comes down to Canadian being able to use all of his pawns, being able to position everyone where they need to be to close out these rounds. That's exactly what SR has fixed from kickoff and why they look like a team that could win it all.
Lax, this is a who's who of Siege superstardom across the board. So many big names, so much big main stage experience as well that will come into play here, because it's all well and good talking about how well these teams have performed in the Swiss. This is where they know how to do it in the big leagues, and there's a lot of experience coming to play here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, all these players know what it's like to be on the stage. Some of these players know what it's like to win world championships, to say the least. But the fact of the matter is here, something you can definitely expect from this matchup, it's going to be a frag fest. Yeah. It is going to be blow for blow, trade for trade. I'm expecting nothing less than straight gunfights, straight action, and I just want to get into it.
I want to get into it as well. We said at the start that this was our must-see, and we cannot wait to see it. And I also cannot wait to see who you voted for. Who's the better player? Is it Stompin' or Spoit? And it's overwhelmingly going in favor of
NA bias here.
Stompin'. What do you think of that?
I mean, it makes sense. I feel like, again, people are forgetting who Spoit is.
I agree.
Straight out the gate, being able to win your first major, coming to NA, being able to dominate on a team of so much talent, always being that name that people talk about. And again, his statistics, he was still within that top 10, top 15, and people were criticizing him. Yeah, I mean, I get it.
You gotta let the gameplay speak for itself.
I get it. I get it why Stomping's so high. But at the end of the day, too, Spoit's up there. We got to be able to hold these two hand in hand.
You know who I want to talk about here? One of my favorite players in the entire scene. And I met him actually at my very first event, the Charlotte Major, way back in 2022. I think you might remember it when DZ went on to raise the trophy, and it was fronted by the man Canadian. And when he steps up in front of a home crowd like this, he tends to turn into a different beast. What do you think, Fox?
I mean, I think something from Canadian that we all know and love is the passion that he's able to radiate. I mean, him screaming big clutch potentials, and something that he said in interviews before is that's not something that he's focused on too much. But whenever you're in front of an NA crowd, I hope that we're able to see that young 18-year-old Canadian.
I mean, he's looking like
he's
look at that beard, look at that lineup, look at the crisp hairline. I mean, he's definitely turning back the years.
I mean, by far, SR is one of the best rookies on the team, Canadian himself.
Do you think he's still got it?
Just turned 19.
Do you think he's still got it?
I think it's one of those things that when you look at SR, when you look at Canadian, you're not looking at him to still have it, still have kills. You're looking at him to be able to lead the team. And when you look at the statistics, when it comes to cost, that's something that he's doing well. He's able to manage his team very well. And if they can keep getting those opening kills, then SR will be very comfortable.
Absolutely, and I think that's the important note to take away here throughout the years and how, how much Troy and himself has evolved as a player. Sure, maybe he's not getting the frags, but he doesn't need to get the frags because he's surrounded by all-star players. And I would say it's a big cause for concern if you see Troy at the top of the leaderboard, because clearly something is going wrong. But if you're seeing Troy going 3-7, 2-5, whatever that is, that really is off the backing of him setting the rest of the team up and getting them into position to allow them to excel.
Now we're saying if Canadian's fragging and the rest of the team isn't, it's a bad sign. But if he's not fragging and the team is, that's a good sign.
I mean, more often than not, that has been the case.
The one issue was just in the FaZe game where they got blown out of the water. The team was fragging. Canadian was 0-8, unfortunately, and the team just barely lost. And those are situations when you play against top-tier competitors that they understand. If we can get that first pick, yes, it's a 4v5 on the roster, but at the same time, they're assuming, that's what FaZe was assuming, that Canadian is not necessarily going to be getting those trades back. Yeah. So a lot of pressure is on his shoulders to be able to use the few pieces when they lose that opening kill to be able to win rounds back.
I keep glancing at the screen down here and seeing what you guys are seeing at home, and it still blows my mind to this day to see Shaiko in a G2 jersey. I'm loving it. Are you ready for map vetoes right now?
I'm ready.
All right, let's do this for our second quarterfinal. Let's get stuck into it.
I mean, when you look at the map bans, both teams are arguably going to want to go to somewhere comfortable. G2's picking Bank, one of their better maps. It's a newer map for SR. We've only seen them play it once so far into the tournament. They lost it, so they don't look that great on it. So it's a very obvious pick for G2. Then transitioning into Cafe, which is one of those maps that SR love to play. They win and lose it sometimes. It's, again, another small, aggressive map that G2 can take advantage of, Black.
I mean, in all three of these maps, you really have to be able to circumvent the map really well and play into those dynamics. But Lair is honestly the one that I'm looking at. I do expect us to get to a map 3, and that is the first preference for both these teams. Now, G2 does have a pretty hefty, significant lead on it, 14-2 overall. But if you remember back in EWC 2025, SR would beat G2 in that matchup. But when you just even look in the past 180 days, the serving sample size of that, G2 has beaten FaZe, M80, Twisted, and VP most recently. And when you look at SR, they beat NIP, they beat M80, but they lost to 1 of 30. They've lost to FaZe. And I would say that serving sample, if you're a G2 fan, you got to feel pretty comfortable about going into that last map.
I think SR's saving grace has to be the opening kills. When I look at Bank, when I look at G2, Doki roaming on the top floor, Stomp and Shaiko roaming on the middle floor, that's something where SR is going to have to worry about it. If they can maintain that lead that they've been putting on throughout this event of getting that opening kill, they'll be looking good.
I would say that's where both teams really have to be able to play their cards right here in this situation, being able to push and pull at any given moment, because both these teams, stylistically, they play and match up very well. So it's really going to be about who's countering, who's understanding, when they can get aggressive, how can you fall back, play off a layer, play off a teammate, play into your strengths, and abuse the opponent's mistakes.
Now, just before getting here, I actually did a road trip from Texas to Salt Lake City. You know who else did? Stomping. How excited do you think he'll be to play in front of a home crowd here in the US?
I mean, I think it's something where when you're playing in your home crowd, every player that's experienced it has so much emotion for it. Obviously, it means way more than just winning an event. You're winning somewhere in your hometown where people want to see you win. They want to see you thrive. And it's just a feeling like no other. Being able to hear that crowd cheer.
Yeah, I was just about to
and
say.
a part of you is like
Should we test
cheering
it?
for me. I think we should test it.
thing. Any stomping fans in the building? Hold on. He's literally right behind there. Let me double check. Any stomping fans in the building? See, that's what he's going to be hearing anytime he does anything clutch, anytime he makes a strong play, and it does wonders for the mental, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And something that I didn't even get to mention in the beginning, but the way that Stompin plays, it really allows the rest of his team to make a few mistakes because he's able to pick up that weight. He's able to carry it through once you get into those later rounds. But I mean, even on the side of, Spoit's side, I mean, he can make rounds happen out of thin air as well. I mean, I'm going to be watching both these teams very meticulously and see how well that they're putting their players, putting their team in winning position.
I think at the end of the day, we're going to see a lot of clips. We're going to see a lot of 1v
this will be a highlight reel for sure.
Yeah. So that's what I'm looking forward to most, is a show.
How star-studded are these two rosters that we haven't even done a true deep dive on Shaiko yet, who many consider one of the greatest players of all time? How much do you think he needs to step up and show what he can do on a main stage again?
I think it's very important. I think there's always been that conversation when you look to BDS, when you look to Falcons. Where does Shaiko go when it comes to these finals? And he has the potential to be one of the greats. He has the potential to win these tournaments. But we need to see it happen at an official major event.
I was going to say, I think you also have to look in the aspect of where he was on BDS, Falcons, and that chemistry and where it is on G2. I would say G2 is far more relaxed, far more friendship-oriented. Not to say that Falcons aren't, but in order to get over a mental block and a hurdle, because Shaiko's been here numerous times where we've seen him 1 inch away from getting a championship underneath the belts, a major, a world championship. Now that pressure just doesn't seem like it's there on this team. I mean, it's the most I've ever seen him smile. It's the most I've ever seen him talk throughout my career and time being in Siege. So obviously, things are working out very well on the side of G2.
I think that's a great point, too, because on those previous rosters that Shaiko's been on, a lot of the pressure falls onto him.
Absolutely.
To be the one to be the saving grace. And now he's on a team with better players, so to say, to players that you can also share that burden. And at the end of the day, if you're G2 and something goes wrong, you could just blame Alamau.
Do you not think there is still pressure on him, though, because he's been brought in as a star player to help this team get back to winning ways and winning some silverware? The heat is on.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I mean, whenever you make a roster change, doesn't matter whether it's gelling really well or it's taking a little bit of time. I mean, Shaiko has always had the spotlight on him. And of course, when you make that transition to a brand new team, obviously you still want to be that star-studded player that you've always been. So the pressure is still always going to be there as a player of wanting to perform, to keep your reputation high. But it's just, again, you have to look back on all the positives now that come with G2. It's just surrounding yourself with better friends, a better environment, which naturally should just instill that momentum into his play, make him more confident, feel like he can take more risks and gambles without maybe, someone yelling at him like Licky Fat getting angry. We've seen Licky Fat a couple times in those mid-round comms yelling. But again, I think just the whole dynamic and atmosphere for Shaiko to be around and surrounded and supported by this G2, whether it's roster, whether it's the fans, I just think overall it's a great environment that he's found himself and landed in.
And sometimes, if you're going through some of the losses that they went through collectively as a team in Falcons, the grand final losses, the close calls, it must feel like quite a relief to put that jersey in the rearview mirror a little bit.
Sometimes you need a roster change. Sometimes you need a change of scenery, a change in environment. Gladly for Shaiko, he was able to get it onto one of the best teams in EU, in the EML, if not the best team. And so now he's in a situation where all of those losses, all of those situations, I mean, if he comes here, he lifts the trophy in Salt Lake City, it makes it that much sweeter that you're able to really think back and be like, nah, it wasn't my fault. I wasn't losing with Falcons because of me. Yeah. So it really makes things that much better for G2.
Look, we've been yapping non-stop.
Yes,
Who's taking it? Who's taking it?
I'm going to go with the hometown heroes of SR.
That's crazy. I guess I'm going to go with
I think the crowd's with me on that as well.
I'm going to go with Stompin'.
All right. Let's get into the second quarterfinal. Once again, we step into the darkness. We already know one of our teams that have managed to secure that spot in the semi-final.
Cool
who will be next to join them? Let's welcome team number 1.
Oh, I like it. Very cool. Super cool.
Welcome, G2. The European heavyweights drop just one map in Swiss, but still look every bit the perennial contenders, ready to remind the world why they are always in the conversation. This is their chance to turn star power into silverware once again. Please welcome their opponents.
They should have like another song or something.
Shopify Rebellion! North America's most aggressive rebuild is clicking at the perfect time, delivering gritty comebacks and map control masterclasses all week. They're here to crash the party and show the world that NA is back for real. Two very familiar faces when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege here up on the main stage. I love having legends up here. Doki, I'm going to come to you first. Is this the best version of G2, and how are you going to prove that here?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. We brought Stompin in, you guys' hometown favorite last year. He's the best player in the world. And then we thought we'd bring in the second best player in the world, Shaiko, to help him out. And then we thought we'd bring the third best player in the world, Benjamaster, to help him out. And then you got me and Carl, so.
Canadian, you love an NA crowd, and I love to see you in front of them. How excited are you to be here?
It's been a minute since I've been in front of a crowd. Yeah, excited to be back. A lot of people here. Honestly, I'm so excited to feel the energy again. And just, let's play some good Siege, yeah?
Woo!
I love that. Any last words for each other?
I haven't heard that in a while.
I'm ready, bro.
Guys, handshake, go and take your seats. Best of luck to both of you. Listen, I just want to give a quick shout out to the crowd here. You guys have shown up nice and early on this Friday. I want to make some noise together. What do you think? That's what I'm talking about. All right. Hey, Salt Lake City. Who's taking this first quarterfinal? Is it going to be G2? God, I love an NA crowd. How about Shopify Rebellion? How is it only Friday? This is what we love about Rainbow Six, and it's time to get into our second quarterfinal right now with Crow and Fellow. Take it away, boys.
Thank you so much, Ian, John. This is our time. This is the first time we've ever been in front of a crowd, and what a match to do. Shopify Rebellion versus G2. They've been adversaries before. I don't know if the devs mentioned, but they did play last at SI, and Shopify took the win. Both the last times these two teams have played, Shopify have been 2-0 and 1-0 in a best of one.
And one of those maps as well, Harrison, being on layer, our decider if we get to a third and final map in this best of 3 series, Harrison. Everything is on the line for these two teams, securing past top 8. In terms of how both these teams like to play, I'm a really big fan of these multi-layered maps, going to bank, going to Cafe, having Lair as our decider. It's going to be a lot of fun today, Harrison. We've seen the explosivity of G2, everyone on that team being positive in the entry and the KD department, and Shopify Rebellion, a much slower and more methodical team, but they still have their star-studded players. Spoit specifically being the highest rated player at the event currently. There's a lot between these two teams in both history and how well they've been playing in Utah.
Yeah, he and Surf actually both in the top 10. So is Stompin. I believe Shaiko, Doki, and Ambi, though, are not far behind, just outside of the top 10. Now, I know Ian already grilled the crowd about who they think is going to win, right? G2 or Shopify. There is a secret, mysterious third option, though. I don't know how many Brazilian fans we have in the crowd right now. Who thinks that whoever wins this game, not going to really matter because FaZe are going to win this event anyway? We got a good mix. We got a good mix.
Starting off on the wrong foot with an NA crowd, Harrison. That might have been a troll.
I had to ask. Look, they're back-to-back games for a reason.
That's true. Both these teams having plenty of history as well against FaZe. I didn't mention G2's style of play, again, being very aggressive towards that initial entry. They love playing the Solid Snake. They love playing the Deimos. Having Benja and Shaiko on this team have allowed for such great fluidity towards the late round. That's where Stompin's been coming into play on those support roles, hitting a gap, finding multiple picks to secure a plant for that team. Their attacks have looked amazing. But the same thing can be said for Shopify Rebellion, but instead of that explosive start with the entry department, a lot of it works off of Canadian on the shield. His 3 most picked operators this event have been all 3 attacking shields. The Blitz, the Blackbeard, the Montaigne, getting that info, getting that map control as early as physically possible, being that spearhead to let your gunners do the work to establish a late round advantage. That's what they need starting on the attacking half of Bank, where a lot of mistakes can happen in that first minute. If you don't have the right information, if you don't have the right positions to work off of one another, a lot can fail when you're trying to, deal with Goyo packs, smoke grenades, Tachanka Shamika launchers on a basement attack.
Yeah, and I think, too, this is going to be a big, big kind of ego match for Shopify Rebellion, right? On the side of G2, Stompin, he's had a lot of success with this roster. The other 4 have been there, done that. Shaiko has numerous SI and major finals. Of course, Alamau, Benja, and Doki have a 6 invitational win. Shopify Rebellion have never broken into the semifinals.
This could be their best shot at it. They've looked really consistent overall in the Swiss stage, now moving it into phase 3 with a crowd behind themselves for their own support. I really want to briefly touch up on Lair as well, a very interesting map for both these teams. Laxing mentioned it earlier, the near flawless record G2 has had on Lair being 14-2. One of those 2 teams to ever beat them was Shopify Rebellion in the EWC. You got to cast that game, and I even got to interview Canadian during that matchup as well. It'll be really interesting to have this go to a 3rd map. G2, the social prediction leader of this game. Guys, do we agree with that? Does the crowd agree? Well, no one cares. All right.
Oh, wow,
I got ego. Oh my God. There we go. Thank you guys.
You got Dono walled live.
I did.
That's crazy.
All right. All good.
Now, like you said, right, that last time they played Lair, Shopify Rebellion won. And, I think a big reason why they won is that Canadian actually had a really big performance for Shopify Rebellion. Both Laxing and Fox, they brought this up on the desk, right? Laxing argued, you know what? If everyone else on Shopify Rebellion is fragging out, Canadian can be 0-8 as long as the plans are working. And Foxe kind of argued against that, right? You need your support player to sometimes find those frags because, as a famous man once said, no plan survives contact with the enemy. I think Shopify are going to need Canadian to maybe not go huge, but at least not go 0-for against a team like G2.
True. First round of play, it'll be open area and stage for G2's defense. Overall, fairly normal bans for each team. You've got Grim, a lot of that mid to late round information, clearing out power spots can be a bit more complex for them. Montaigne as well, kind of a similar facet to that. A lot of early round information, you can make space because it's very hard to counter that fully extended shield, whereas Rebellion on their attack, they do not want to be stalled when getting the main breach opened up on top floor sites like CEO against that K. Dealing with hatches is now a million times easier because the lack of a Zoto canister, and again, the K claws we've already discussed. G2 on a very heavy roam. Tons of information with the help of Doki on the Solus, Benja playing Valkyrie with those black eye cameras, and the mobility of Alamau on the Oryx, an operator that is rarely seen nowadays, but in a large map such as Bank, being able to hop in through those hatches can be very convenient in the right position.
I think not only a big map like Bank, but also knowing that Shopify Rebellion, specifically Canadian, love those shields. Doki, an inkling that Surf might be approaching his position, just pops the gas canister and backs away to live and fight another day. Like you mentioned, though, Bank is a massive map. It's kind of the three maps have in common is their size. Cafe maybe not as quite as horizontal as Bank and Lair, but Ambi already sneaking in on the Nook. A pick on the Alamau, Spoit, a very fast follow-up, and we mentioned how quickly both of these teams can be, and we've already got 3 kills. It hasn't even been a minute.
Ambi spotting a gap on that Nook. Huge entry pick. Spoit going 1 for 1 as well, still making space, getting rid of the Oryx again, the most mobile operator in the game. But G2 are aware of the reposition from basement. Doki opening up this hatch, maybe looking to contest, but will instead go through square. You can maybe use that Solar Scanner to detect when and where this plant is going down to stop it. Again, Shopify Rebellion, a very plant-focused team, so still having that insurance policy late round is going to be massive.
And Doki retaking that top floor could be huge, depending on where Shopify Rebellion start to play. Remember, not all of open area is destructible from above. Doki hears this player on the rappel. In comes Rexin, and it is an easy pickup for the Solus. Just before that, though, Canadian finds himself on the board, actually finishing, I believe, the down from Ambi, as now the Nook is on the floor, too. Surf inside the bomb site, gets quickly felled by the Wonder Kid. Now a 2 versus 2 as Ambi has been revived by Canadian, but both attackers find themselves outside the bomb site. Doki looking to maybe flank him through Tellers as Stompin holds on to Beepers. A minute left. Canadian trying to force this issue. Here comes the peak. Stompin just narrowly avoids the DMR.
50 seconds left to go now in a 2 versus 2. Ambi still having those frag grenades to smoke as well for Canadian, clearing off this longer angle that Stompin now tries to hold. He's expecting someone from that hatch upstairs, and he's got a C4 prep for it perhaps. And that's where Canadian will rotate exactly as well. It's still plenty of time to potentially attempt this plant, but again, Stompin's ready. He could maybe land this Nitro Cell to save the round.
He doesn't have it prepped just yet, but Ambi finds Doki on that Teller's flank. 3 for him, the drop comes in, Stompin misses the shots, and now Canadian is in a position to plant with Ambi to cover. Down goes the diffuser. Halfway through now, Stompin likely does not have an angle to use his C4. He knows this is gonna come down to the gunfights. Plant now completed. Ambi and Canadian can start to back off. You see the Nook already retreating, leaving his IGL to try and fend for himself so that the Nook can take the advantage upstairs, and Canadian even gets out. And now this is a difficult proposition for Stompin. He sees the case, but he knows the hatch is open. This should be a losing round. It is an easy cleanup for Ambi. Shopify Rebellion star rookie starts the game with 4 kills.
And a fantastic entry for the Nook as well, seeing a lack of defender presence from lobby, sneaks in, gets an opening pick, his team following suit shortly after with Spoit going 1 for 1 on the Deimos. That sets the tempo early for Shopify. They can go for a reset, take their time to gather more info and figure out where these last defenders are before committing for a plant. That info late round really helped Shopify. It allowed Canadian to walk back upstairs and play the open hatch for a plant off his smoke grenades. And Ambi winning that critical 1-for-1 fight towards the end of the round, putting Stompin in a 1 versus 2. He's too far away to use that Nitro Cell. He's too low on HP to directly challenge Ambi without enough information from his team, solidifying Rebellion start their Bank attack on the right foot. As now we start, I believe, in the basement for G2's second round with a fairly similar lineup, except this time they've got Stompin on the smoke for a little more delay towards that potential plant from default by CC.
Yeah, that tends to be what the basement site comes down to, is just a soak of utility. How much can the attackers bait out from the defense before they really need to just go for the push with little time remaining? Shopify Rebellion have tons of information, though. Snake, Deimos, Lion, I imagine 1 or 2 players are going to attempt to push in from that garage side. They're likely going to try and clear out this roam that's set up in open area as well.
I do like the adjustment. Again, you've got more of the map to clear out for Shopify Rebellion, so what is your response? Bringing extra information ops. You've got Lion maybe denying the potential of a trade from G2 if they're playing close by on the roam. Spoit once again on that Deimos, a great clearing operator with Deathmark trackers and that 2-shot pistol, and now Ambi on the Snake, you can still play a lot by yourself with your scanner, but just have more information than Nook, for example, like we saw last round. Speaking of that info, another gap potentially for Shopify as Rexon's already deep in Garage, and Ambi a second entry kill in a row through this series.
5-0 now as he starts the pick onto Benjamaster, one of those crucial mid-floor roamers for G2. There may be a trade attempt coming in from Doki. He's spotted, and Ambi just narrowly misses the rotate. Attempted re-engage from Doki as he attempts to bait out the angle with the impact. Ambi, though, expects it! Another kill for the Snake. Right now, he is unstoppable.
And now Rebellion, once again, 2 trades uncontested by G2. Have a 2-man lead and another Lion Scan to force back G2. It might be Alamau trying to commit his life here, working for a pick, because at this point, Harrison, G2's plan was to live off of this roam to waste as much time as possible. They've only got the smoke to play in for sight. They have to take these gunfights and win them, but Rebellion remain gun up and now have a 3-man lead.
Stompin trying to work a pick. Marble Stairs will get forced back by the nade. Flashbangs coming out as well, forcing him back to main stairs. Almost gets caught by the player there. That's Spoiled on the shotgun. Rexon cuts 2 down. His lurk from Garage works for 2 picks. It's flawlessly done by the Rebellion.
The patience there from Rexon, waiting for his team to walk down Marble. G2 had no idea what just hit them, closing the round flawlessly, and an early timeout for G2 to close this.
Like I want to change how gameplay here. Okay, I want every defense down from now on. We stay more compact. So we go slow, like we are on the second floor. Then we're gonna play the capital. Okay, we're gonna play the capital. Then I'm gonna play Sever. We're gonna play like Sever stairs. We're gonna play wrong. Okay, we're gonna play like deep Sever stairs. We're gonna fight for himself. Okay, cap his muscle like they have 5 shots. And you was that like for the Ing and count the blitz.
So I'm gonna die Sever stairs or fall back?
Die Sever stairs. Okay, so like let's play more compact now. See you.
Já quer fazer exame, episódio?
And like use the mirror for Fnatic, like how.
Yeah, okay.
Let's go guys, come on guys, let's go. Come on, come on, let's go guys.
That's very bad. The exam or for site? For base? Yeah.
Now, Ramalho was talking much too quickly for me to pick up most of that, but I understood. They want them to ban Capitao. Shopify Rebellion tend to use that operator a lot. We usually see someone like Rexon or even Ambi on him. They have someone whose goal is to die on blue stairs once they rotate down to the bottom floor objective, but first it is top floor for G2. One of the least popular main sites in the game, just because that window presence can be so oppressive from both the North Rappel and outside lobby. G2 though, picking up the clash. Stompin is gonna work likely in that Soda hallway to try and force Shopify Rebellion to not be able to take control of stock and push Janitor.
A lineup change for Rebellion as well. Maybe noticing the clash, noticing the Azami and Aruni. So much utility to stop a window repel execute on CEO. So what they're going for instead, they still have the range hard breach of Ivana. That can help assist opening the elevator wall up. That then gives breathing room for Canadian to walk up Marble. A majority of these players starting on the ATM side of the map. This could be just another lobby-focused clear for Rebellion, and using the Dokkaebi Logibomb calls. Maybe Ren's on the, or Rexon on the Sens as well to create space with those ROUs. It could be a direct push from that side of the map rather than a top square and repel execute that you tend to see for CEO. Ambi as well, already getting garage control, lurking his way up Marble. A good cutoff position to have, but there is barbed wire on that staircase, I believe, to make sure that if he tries to get space, G2 will be aware of it.
Someone droning Ambi's way in. Again, seeing the barbed wire, seeing that there is a player at the top of these stairs. It's the Azami of Shaiko. Stompin also playing an E3 for a potential crossfires. Ambi maybe just sits and baits for a rotation. Surf looking to maybe hunt this Solus from below. Shopify Rebellion should now have all of first floor cleared out. They know that Doki is playing on site. Currently not for the planet, though he could very easily rotate downstairs later on. All of Shopify Rebellion, with the exception of Ambi, currently just outside on the repels. Surf again hunting down below too. We're halfway through the round. This is the longest we've gotten so far the first couple rounds without a kill.
It's that slow, methodical approach from Shopify Rebellion. They've got the map control to compensate for the time spent in this round. Rexon as well, playing up by the CEO window. Got those ROUs again, cutting off massive sight lines for G2 when we see this marble take, and nade tossed out from Surf as well. Clearing a corner, one of the only spots in the map you can't get vertical from downstairs. And the entry, a third time in a row, off that vert downstairs in the map control. It pays dividends as the Solus is the first to be gone.
Surf taking out the Solus is huge. Doki no longer with the Solus. They can no longer rotate down below to have free info on the plant, but as Surf tries to enter the building, he's cut down by Benja. Instantly traded by Spoit. Here's the lure from Ambi. Successful onto Shaiko. A 4-2 lead for Shopify Rebellion. Here's the blitz. Close on the smoke. Alamau can do nothing. And it's all up to Stompin on the clash. He takes down Ambi, but Spoit still outside. Cuts him down. It's 3 in a row for the Rebellion.
And despite the timeout, Shopify still look flawless in this attack. Immediate map control from Ambi bottom garage. He gets through marble. There's a drone to assist him as well, and he doesn't overplay his cards. He waits for his teammates to start applying pressure downstairs, waiting for Surf to get that entry, waiting for Rexon and the Habana to assist, applying pressure in from those sight windows, and Canadian to get ready to push up marble. A perfect 3-2-1 coordinated attack for Shopify Rebellion, and it all worked in sync. G2 still no response yet in this first half as they now go back down to the basement of lockers and CCTV with more emphasis on the plant denial, at least with Alamau now on Echo and the Warden.
Spider-Man?
That was crazy. I didn't even know that until we saw the replay.
I thought it was like full outside.
That is ridiculous, but one thing I wanted to add as well, Stompin now on the Warden. Maybe they're expecting Shopify to focus more towards a CCTV execute, which we haven't seen from them. Maybe he can bunker himself up inside of Blue Stairs to use that shotgun to be a real force to be reckoned with, but we'll have to wait and see as they're still setting up.
Something else, again, the desk really highlighted players like Stompin and Spoit. What about Ambi? Ambi's 8-0 right now through the first 3 rounds, getting a 4K in the first round, 2 picks on the entry, despite being pressured out by multiple players in tellers, and then working that lurk main stairs in the previous round. Now we see where I gathered the most from that timeout from G2, the basement site. They're playing the Echo. They've banned the Capitao, so Shopify Rebellion's execute is not going to be quite as utility heavy. They're not going to have to worry about the firebolts stopping them from rotating in by red. Benja Master spots the blitz, barreling his way through Printer, and gets the hell out of there.
At least they cleared the roam out rather early, but again, off of G2's lineup, it looks like they don't want to prioritize spending time upstairs to work for kills. They just want to burn a couple of seconds, maybe get rid of a few drones for that late round, and play off their resources bundled up in sight. The only one that continues to linger upstairs is Shaiko by elevators, but again, that hatch is opened up right beside him. He can fall off at any given moment if he feels too much pressure is applied to him. And here comes Canadian trying to run through marble, but instead it's a hunt down the Fenrir, but still blinded, cannot catch Shaiko in time. He'll give up his position upstairs, but again, is still alive to play with his teammates in sight.
For the first time, the roam from G2 does not lose a body. Now here's the blue position we also heard talked about during that timeout. Stompin going to be playing his life, playing to die here, just seeing 1, how much time he can waste, and 2, how many bodies he can take with him. He is obviously the Warden, so should Canadian get up close and personal, the flash will have no effect. Stompin trying to play this aggressively again to keep him at bay. Here comes the blitz, it's a double swing, and for the 4th round in a row, the Rebellion start with the opening pick.
And getting rid of the Warden, someone who is so expected to waste time on this staircase with still a minute 30 to work with, is massive. You've got multiple frag grenades, multiple picks once again as Spoit through the hatch gets rid of Benja. He wasn't expecting this, Harrison. Once again, Rebellion take the man advantage and still have time to rotate. They could apply pressure from marble. They could lurk down garage, which was so effective for them last time they attacked this bomb site. That's exactly what they're doing. They're giving up on CCTV and just looking for a different execute.
Saying, you know what, Doki behind server stack, we don't want to risk losing any bodies, clearing him out instead. We'll go back locker side. Shaiko currently tracked by the Deimos. In comes Canadian. Blinded by the Dread Mine, at least for now. He's worried about a potential crossfire. Doki does go down to Surf. It's a 5 versus 2. It's a 5 versus 1. Alamau with 1 kill, but he can do no more.
You give them an inch, Harrison, they will take a mile with these attacks. 4-0 for Shopify Rebellion. Again, clinical clear on those extensions. They burn the open area defender at the 30-second mark. They gravitate towards Shaiko, who's alone. They force him to fall back to sight. what's left for them? Who's still off the objective? It's Stompin. They send 3 people to hunt him down, opening the hatch to cut him off, so he has to play for his life. He either lives here and finds success or dies and gives the man advantage. 2 people swinging him off that blitz shield to get the entry and following suit, eliminating another player right beside him as well. And instead of just trying to overcommit to go into CCTV, they readjust before G2 can realize what's going on, and they go through elevator. And yet again, G2, no response after their timeout.
And you can almost see the frustration starting to settle in on the faces of some of the G2 members as Shopify Rebellion are running away with this. Again, we mentioned, can Canadian afford to go over here? He's got no kills, but he also has not died yet. And that's another big difference between Shopify Rebellion losing and Shopify Rebellion living. How much value does Canadian get out of these shield operators? So far, he has been an instrumental part of these pushes, despite not having a kill yet.
Again, even looking back at last round, he was that distraction onto Stompin, being able to force him back for blue, giving Rexen that opening entry and still keeping a man advantage for Shopify. We'll now see them try to clear on this upstairs roam with, that was some interesting operators. First time we've seen Aurora in play, maybe hoping to cut off some of these, again, longer angles for G2, where they play a trade, and Canadian already dropping down. Is he just in the sight, Harrison?
He sees how much there is on the roam and just tries to drop in. Stompin for the first time this match gives G2 the opening pick, but he's very quickly punished for it. Canadian is just looking for an angle to plant as his players upstairs start to fall. Rexen, though, with 2 underneath the open hatch, goes big, very quickly traded by Benja. Surf now finds himself alone, but we know how clutch he can be, especially on this operator. But Benja Master puts G2 on his back and on the board.
Remaining cool, calm, and collected. Despite the round deficit, they're finally on the board, stopping with the entry on Despoit to stop that entry from Ebox. It was basically a sandwich that Shopify Rebellion were trying to go for there, getting stock control early so they can drop the open area hatch that they know has already been opened by the defense playing up above the objective. They send the blitz in. Canadian does a lot of damage on site, but after Stompin gets that entry, the rest of G2 can now refocus on what's happening throughout the rest of the map. They put all their attention onto shutting down that execute, and the element of surprise is now gone. They officially get on the board, and as their last site pick for the first half, will be going back down into the basement. Again, tripling down this time on the emphasis towards utility for stopping and execute. They've now got the Tachanka. They've now got the smoke in play. They even have a Thorn too. It seems someone is having, unfortunately, some technical issues though, so hopefully we'll get that resolved, because this has been an incredible first map, Harrison, for our own experience on the main stage.
An incredible first map for Shopify Rebellion and all their fans. I think, and again, I hate to harp on it because we just talked about it. If Canadian kills Stompin there when he drops the hatch, he missed maybe 1 or 2 key shots. If he kills Stompin there, Spoit is probably still alive, and I think Shopify Rebellion have a better constriction on the site with that hit from, I believe it was the kitchen double door, but I'm sure Shopify Rebellion are not too pressed about winning that round. They are still 4-1 up, poised and ready to take a 5-1 half should this go their way. It's back down to the basement. We have a different lineup though for G2. They've dropped the Echo, they've dropped the Wamai, they're bringing the smoke and the Tachanka, allowing Shopify Rebellion a lot of space to move and relying on that plant denial.
This time, Canadian opting to get some pressure early from Dirt Tunnel, breaking off this gas pipe, but looks to be backing away. He's got no one to assist him, doesn't want to give away that entry early, so we'll just back off and wait for his teammates to start clearing the top floor. Spoit, seeing nobody playing up above, will just start opening up the main hatch from Janitor, looking for some angles. Yeah, took him a little longer than expected, but either way, again, Shopify, they've got some early map control given the fact that G2 are opting for an anchor. They want to play off this utility for as long as they can. And because they have the Tachanka alive on Alamau, Stompin can once again play blue stairs, but instead of having the Warden against the Blitz, they've got the toxic canisters to force everyone trying to challenge him from blue to take damage and then face off against that Mossberg wall low.
Let's see.
Shaiko on his position in elevator once again. He's getting Deimos tracked, he's getting Dokkaebi called, and instantly he decides to fall back. Again, with how good Shopify Rebellion have been on their roam clears, it is a wise decision not to give up his life. Shaiko also uncharacteristically 0 for 5. G2 are going to need him to wake up.
And now we see Rebellion off of clearing the Fenrir, start working their way down through Marble. That's the barbed wire gone. Maybe a nade as well to get rid of one of those dread mines. Canadians' main use of force on the Blitz is to help gather information and make space. The dread mine directly countering that. Rebellion have to focus with dealing against those Fenrir mines. Ambi as well now rotating from bottom blue off the shield. They could try to start applying pressure on this plant, but again, there's so many resources to stop a default plant. Rebellion most likely have to get aggressive here in this 5 versus 5 to work a pick and cause chaos.
You can see all the utility from G2 starting to come out. Alamau continuously trying to delay that default plant position. Stompin also with 1 gas canister remaining as Alamau continues to force his utility into the bomb site. Last smoke goes out to prevent the hatch drop in from Rebellion. Canadian, though, shooting the fire extinguisher, looks to get deep in, finds Stompin, but loses the fight as Doki comes in for assistance. Another opening pick here for G2 in the last 30 seconds of the round. Alamau traded back. The drop in from Rexon not working. Everyone on the Rebellion falling. It's all up to Ambi with such little time remaining in a 1 versus 3. Stuck outside the bomb site, lands a nasty shot against Shaiko, and it has information on the player sitting in red, but 12 seconds remain, and G2 know that as long as they just separate, there's no way that Ambi can get both of these kills. Looking for one, can't light up Benjamaster quite enough. Down goes Stompin, but the time bleeds dry.
That was crazy.
And G2, not the half they wanted, but 2 and 4, better than what could have been a near flawless half for Shopify Rebellion. I love the discipline in that last round by G2. We're gonna hear from both the coaches now as the 6th round has ended to see what they have to say.
Map, right? Like they're playing so fast, like they're playing confidence against us, like they always did. Remember, Carl? So like I think like if you want like if you go for overtime, for example, like we can like even like run again like the Turtles, but like we can someone like try a hide or something like this, you know, because I'm pretty sure, bro, like they just like Solid Snake all the map, you know. Like remember like go again like let's use the ward in the Solids, okay? So like next round we have everything to cover. Okay. And for the attacks, remember, like with the Bonacade, the Clash, so like expect like they can like fight Sever, like with the Azami.
Yeah, I think the attack is fine, bro. I think we can come back to like for defense. We're gonna need somebody to play Garage. I think it's Benja, right? If don't play Solid Gold.
Don't play Solid Gold, Benja play like DMR Garage, like Aruni or Goyo. Okay.
Yeah, and then we have like Zach playing the Warden, gun up, yeah.
Okay. And like bro, for they probably gonna like either like explore the gap spiral again, and then like if you Benja Trump like Benja can be more aware of this like being like elevator
with the shield and like a lurk garage. Those are the only 2. The other guys were like potentially taking map. For the server, they can also just do a 3-man server take with a Thatcher. Remember, for basement, Benja always likes to drop E1, so we need to make sure we constantly have eyes on that, okay?
Yeah,
for open, the big thing I want to remind us about is that knock. They love to walk the knock lobby, especially up red, so make sure we're looking for that. They also have to play with the double shield, where Blackbeard and Shaiko will be stock. They'll run in top square with the Blitz. Doki will be with him with Lion, and they'll have one on the repels. They also have that. That's open. Okay. They also have to like go up blue, ace open triple wall, look to walk there. Like that's kind of like more of a default. Remember for that one they double push lobby to try to take archive tellers. For CEO, remember they like to hib E3. They'll bring the EMP, so we want to make sure we run the tube to keep that shut.
Doesn't matter which reverse.
I like that timeout from Shopify Rebellion. Obviously, you in the venue could not hear it, but Super placed a lot of emphasis on the lurk potential from G2. Benjamaster dropping E1 on the basement attack. The Nook Walk lobby for open area. Also highlighting that G2, just like Shopify Rebellion, really like to play the shield. So warning his players about both the lurk and also the fact that G2, on their normal entry, always have some kind of trade game.
Again for G2 being down 4 rounds in a row. It's incredible they got the last 2 there. To not have such a large disadvantage against Rebellion on a new half. Love the discipline they showed on that basement defense. Doki especially rotating from garage to dealing with Canadian and kind of being that first snowball to go in their favor on the anchor. We now have Rebellion, of course, defensive half. 2 info bans for them. Also removed the Deimos and Snake. I highlighted those 2 operators specifically going into this match, Harrison. where I believe it was both Shaiko and Benja loving these two operators to play for themselves, get that early tempo, and finding the entry kills off that information. It's been very effective for them for the late round execute. So having those two operators gone now, it'll be interesting to see what G2 opt for on their attack. Currently it's a Grim and Dokui, but that could obviously change.
I like Shopify Rebellion here leaning a lot into the information. Valkyrie and Mozzie, the traps from Fenrir and Ella. There should be no location that G2 go to that the Rebellion do not instantly know about. Now there is an IQ being brought by G2, so hopefully these Valkyrie cameras from Ambi are not long-lived. There's also that Dokkaebi too to help shut down the Mozzie and the Valkyrie, but still those traps are going to be something that G2 have to worry about, especially I imagine they're placed more for the anchor game than for the roam. Typically the roams aren't too hard upstairs. You just look for that hatch fallback. So if G2 are attacking with only 45, 35 seconds left, the Fenrir and Ella could very well punish them.
G2 officially entering into the building now as Benja leading the way, getting some vert as well with the DMR, cutting off that rotate you tend to see from the middle of Marble Stairs, leading into Teller's office. That is where Canadian currently resides. He sees that vert established above him and might try to go for a nitro cell. He'll land it, and it goes off, but of course no one's playing close by. Dokkaebi's already fallen down to Marble, waiting for him to rotate. Perfect adjustment made from G2.
And off of that, Ambi tries to get the trade, is unsuccessful, and immediately starts to fall back. Spoit, now knowing that a little bit of that horizontal assistance is gone, is going to play more passive in open area and play for that fallback. Rexon also upstairs with him. Currently, the only player on site is now Ambi, kind of on the main stairs. There's really no one directly on site. Surf trying to swing out for blue. He catches Dokkaebi, but there's an immediate trade from Stompin as G2 are starting to get fired up.
And the IQ for the smoke here in value, I feel like G2 still have a big advantage here, not just from the man advantage, but now they can clear blue without any hassle. That was Surf's job, just to keep his life alive in blue to use those toxic babes, but now that he's gone, you can put much more emphasis on going in for a CCTV clear. Hatch is now opened up from Shaiko with the pocket charges. The Havana as well in play for extra breach, maybe for a lurk perhaps towards lobby. We'll have to wait and see in these next 50 seconds as G2 just hitting the pause button to gather more information.
Stompin likely going to head down blue and open that default wall with the rest of his ex-Kairos. As we heard from the timeout, Super warned his players that Benjamaster likes to drop E1 when the execute comes through by A. Might see a double retake here up Marble Stairs very quickly, assuaded by Benjamaster. Forcing the defenders back downstairs. Utility starting to come out from Shaiko too. Softwall is going to give Alamau the long angle to help protect his planter and even maybe shoot the C4 from Ambi, but Ambi just goes big with the kill onto Shaiko. He's inside gold, again playing for that C4, but it gets stuck and off of it. Alamau tries to shoot it, and Ambi's good for 3!
Is that an IQ simply too high for us, Harrison?
It might be.
Was that the biggest bait of all time? Missing the C4 throw, having it stuck on the wall, and as they try to shoot it, they're not prepared for Ambi to swing. I don't know if that was the actual play, but it certainly worked out for Shopify as Ambi is now good for 3 with a great start to their second half. It looked rough at the beginning, don't get me wrong. Benja had a great clear, dealing with Canadian, cutting him off from Marble Stairs, the Ram boogie drones being a major distraction for that Mozzie, and then going 1-for-1, the IQ versus the smoke. You now have blue stairs control with the man advantage. Everything is going your way at this point, Harrison, but again, they still cannot clear out those power spots downstairs. Ambi goes in for a big swing and completely disables that execute. Now 15 kills in this map alone. This has been such an impressive performance for Ambi. He has really come here today to win.
It is just simply absurd. A man named Bob Ross used to call those happy accidents.
Great line.
Alamau,
oh my gosh.
Very distracted by that C4. Shopify Rebellion, I'm sure, very happy with the lead now, up 5-2, going to open area as their next bomb site. A little bit focused still on the traps with the Ella and the Malusi. Ambi, his reward for being 15-1 is Canadian saying, get on the bro.
I mean, hey, no recoil. It's a literal laser beam. So,
yeah, sure.
Look at it. I'll try to cope for Envy, don't worry. You do have a lot to do as the castle, of course, cutting off a lot of those rappel angles from both the garage side of the wall and also from CEO. You've got Vert to make with that secondary shotgun, assisting your teammates who like to extend over by Tellers and Archives. That'll be Canadian once again, rocking Malusi. And Benja now playing the Ram, trying to get this vertical down as quickly and as safely as possible, still playing outside the map, holding for Janitor, as he knows Shopify are playing this position upstairs. 2 people dedicated for the meantime, and now Alamau has walked up lobby to try and cause some chaos as well on Montaigne.
Another stuck piece of utility. Rexon's able to recover it and start to gas out Spiral Stairs. Of course, if that Finka boost goes off, you'll take even more damage from the gas canister. Speaking of damage, Ambi's already been let up, but he gets the opening pick onto Benjamaster. He is feeling it. Rexon catches Doki trying to jump into Banana. The Monty is just trying to ADS this guy, and he loses the fight. Stompin' and Shaiko, the last 2 members of Rexon! Wow. Are you kidding me? He's even confused about how he just hit that shot. And now Stompin' stuck in a 1 versus 5, wondering what the hell just happened to his team in less than half the round. Oh!
And Shopify, adding insult to injury, close the round flawlessly. No response from G2 still, and no tack timeout to think things through in the second half of Bank. They need 1 more round and we will already be done with Bank, Harrison. That is just absurd. G2 and Rebellion having a long history fighting against each other internationally. So far, at least, it's looked phenomenal for Rebellion, but again, Cafe, a very similar map, maybe giving G2 some extra hope when we get there. The first map obviously not over yet, but Rebellion now choosing to go upstairs into CEO with another emphasis probably on the roam, I would imagine. Surf now playing the Solus. I imagine G2 will have a lot of mini games to deal with when clearing out this map.
Oh, we gotta see the wall bang again. Where is it? Here it is. Oh my, last bullet. He gave up on that. Oh! Oh! Oh my goodness! I mean, there's a reason. There's a reason. If you're a newer fan, I don't know if you know this, before Stompin' was the star rookie, Ambi was the talk of the town. Touted as one of the best players in the world since he entered the Pro League scene, and he is showing why. 1 death, 17 kills in 8 rounds. He has over a 2 KPR and a chance to hit 20 before we even hit round 10.
He's not got a 2-brow DMR. 2 bullets. That's all you need to confirm a kill in most scenarios with this weapon. Could maybe just see that 20 bomb, Harrison, but in the meantime, G2 gathering some early information on the bomb site. 3 attackers set up, looking to deal with this position. Are they just gonna try to rush in? Dokkaebi goes for a Hail Mary, or Doki goes in for a Hail Mary by mistake, and Ambi's there to greet him with 2 shots to the chest. And once again, Rebellion start on the right foot.
The biggest story of this map might not be if G2 can come back at this point. It might be, can Ambi get 2 more kills this round? As he's already found Doki, he shuts down the very rarely played Iana, so I guess we won't really get to see what the plan was with that other than just have an ARX. Into the Psychos, Alamau, he's got to worry about this player and Janitor. Bailiff comes out, Rexon doesn't expect it, but Ambi got his teammates back. Surf, another kill. Ambi only needs 1 more for the 20 bomb. I can't believe this, and he's trying to do it against Stompin', who's on the rappel, watching his angle in front desk. Benjamaster looking to come up by Spiral. Actually, he's outside the rappel. I thought he was inside lobby, but Benja is still outside. Is Ambi... I mean, he can't feel any pressure at all right now. He is going absolutely massive.
Playing behind a reinforced wall, nothing much that Stompin' can do except try to throw another flash.
Are you kidding me?
Closing out the map with 21 massive frags. If you blinked, you missed it. But we just saw Shopify dominate G2 in just 9 rounds of Bank. What a matchup, Harrison. We've got plenty more to talk about in just a few moments, but as the map's concluded, we'll hop in a quick break and return for Cafe Dostoyevsky.
Doki, before this match started, you said you have the best 3 players in the world on your team.
Yeah.
How are you going to prove that on map 2?
Well, I still believe it. Ambi just had one of those games. One of those games, bro. One of those games. That was an insane performance, to be honest. Not much we can do. We lost to Ambi. We didn't lose Shopify, so hopefully we can play Shopify next map and not just Ambi, maybe.
Well, a second you just leaned over my shoulder and you told Ambi this is the craziest map you've seen from anyone in your life. How do you stop him on map 2?
21-1. It's crazy, right? It's whatever. You have to just ignore it and just go next. Nothing to do. Nothing to be done. Yeah.
21 kills in 9 rounds. This crowd is behind you. How did you pull this one off?
I mean, just everything I'm doing is working, and I'm gonna feel bad for the next map.
And we have to know, the Valkyrie C4 toss, was that a bait on purpose or did you just miss it?
I missed it. I missed it. I just missed it.
Well, a happy accident. Thank you, Ambi.
I love that honesty. Absolutely love it. Rebellion rolls through G2 on their own map pick. Salt Lake City. How about Ambi?
We're talking about the wrong 2 people on here on the desk.
Yeah, we forgot about Ambi for a little bit.
Fox and Lax join us here to analyze what the hell just happened.
I mean, Ambi was saying everything's just working, but I don't think it's just that. I mean, starting from their operators, bringing Doke, Deimos, Snake, constant info operators to be able to get Ambi into these tight corners. He's able to catch everybody from G2 off guard. The opening picks from him alone is why they were able to just snowball, because you could never pinpoint where Ambi is coming.
Again, when you look at the operator lineup too, like you were talking about, it only amplifies that level of play from Ambi. But I mean, just even the team as a whole, they were working very well in tandem with one another, being able to work around the map, really constrict G2 on their defenses, not really ever really giving them a chance to breathe outside of maybe him accidentally missing that C4, but still somehow turning into a 3K. I mean, Ambi really stole the show. I mean, a lot of respect for Doki acknowledging we lost to Ambi, not Shopify Rebellion. Hopefully that's not going to be the case, but I mean, you still have to give credit for the side of SR. I mean, they were all moving around the map very well and playing really well. It's just Ambi stole the show. And I do want to mention, I said Troy can go 0-8, 0-6, whatever it is, as long as the team is fragging, as long as Ambi's dropping 21-1, they are going to be sitting pretty.
I mean, all of the information that they brought from the operators to their drones, so many of the kills that Ambi was able to get, information was all over the map. So at the end of the day, Ambi's the spearhead, but there was setup around him. The team is working correctly,
Absolutely.
and when they got that opening kill, they wouldn't lose it. The way that they would tighten up, understand G2 might go for fights, might go for flanks, they knew what was coming, and I just don't think G2 adapted correctly. Their biggest issue was playing to fall back to site, but then bringing more information as opposed to traps to deal with Ambi.
And this is where I was talking about, that push and pull from both of these teams. I mean, you can expect the tenacity and ferocity from both of these teams. They're going to be trading blow for blow, but it's just SR had a better handle on it. They knew that they could keep putting that pressure and how they can apply that pressure, and it was Ambi just getting in the thick of it constantly while the rest were just converging and, again, constricting the site. I mean, G2 has to have a better result going into this second map.
It's not just us here that have been reacting to Ambi's performance. The community has been loving it too. Let's just pull up a couple of reactions to that incredible map from Ambi. You can see JJ saying, I mean, Ambi is just the fucking king, and you can't argue that. And Heads, I mean, look, how many emojis do you need to explain what we've just witnessed there? It was a lifetime performance.
I mean, that's the entire staff at G2's minds were blown after that. You got the coaching staff and the players.
No, I mean, I think starting from round one, especially if you're Ambi in a North American crowd, that round one, walking up red, being able to get the kills off top floor, and then converting that into getting the kills bottom floor, you got to be just electrified for the rest of the series, and he wasn't missing a single shot. I mean, when you look to the next map, when you look to Cafe again, I'm just thinking G2 saying, oh, we just hope to play the whole team, not just Ambi. I don't think it's that simple. Bring more traps. They're going to do the same type of lurk play.
I'll tell you what, let's get back into this series. What do we think? Should we do map 2?
Yeah, let's do it.
Crow and Fellow, you're doing a great job. Lead us into this one.
Thank you so much, Ian. I mean, what more can we say about Ambi that the desk already hasn't? I mean, I guess I can say Ambi got almost half of the total possible kills that Shopify could have gotten that whole match. That's ridiculous. Like, what do you do? I mean, same thing, right? Doki said, you just gotta wipe it from your mind. You gotta pretend it never happened and just move on, because how easy is that though, right? Because you're going into this map now knowing that Ambi just had one of the greatest performances single map performances Siege has ever seen.
it can't be that easy to just ignore it. Every time you swing someone you know Ambi plays, you got to be thinking in the back of your mind, okay, this might be Ambi. I might get slammed.
Well, at least they've got rid of some of those crucial info ops that Rebellion were relying on for their defense. I mean, it's so rare to see that happen back to back, to see lightning strike twice, but for Ambi, I feel like it could happen, to be honest. Going into Fireplace and mining for Rebellion's first defense, not starting on the attack this time for map number 2 of Cafe Dostoyevsky. They've got a pretty normal lineup, I would say. You know, obviously when you pick these middle 4 bomb sites for Cafe, there's a lot of vert you can get onto the site as an attacker. So how do you counter that? You go upstairs, you make the attack waste their time, don't give them the opportunities to get map control for free. That's clearly what Rebellion are opting to go for with the Melusi, with the Thorn, a lot of stall and intel ops, the Mira as well. Now you're required to bring some sort of ranged hard breach, maybe bring a Twitch, which Ben is still highlighting over currently. That could obviously change, but they still have at least some tools to potentially deal with that. And with there being an emphasis on the flank watch as well in the round for G2, we are probably bound to see them use those air jabs again just to stop anyone from walking up red. Like I believe the Deaths highlighted briefly as well, recontesting some of those key staircases. That way, once G2 get map control, they don't have to worry about Rebellion trying to fight back for it as easily.
Yeah, I like the Brava pick here that Doki swapped off of Lion onto. She can counter the Thorn, but mostly you're probably going to see her hack default cams, as well as the Banshees from Melusi and those Aruni gates. So all that static utility is ripe for the picking from Doki, as we already see him pilot his Brava in. There's the Snow Banshee done, and that's a crucial one, because if this roam clear ends up being fast into reading, Shopify Rebellion might miss out on those Banshees.
They won't have the heads up of that. I guess the what was what you would call it, just that really loud sound effect giving away there's a rush to be had from sight. Again, before you can make that commitment towards the objective, you got to focus on working these picks upstairs, getting that map control with the verticality, and Stompin. A well-needed entry for his team. That's now Rexen gone from white. Shaiko will look to take this space almost immediately, and they're going to go for a side rush here, looks like Harrison.
In comes the repel, but Canadian wins the fight against Alamau to drop the striker. In comes Benja, and Canadian is good for 2, dropping the case in the middle of the bomb site. Surf caught by Doki on Nubauk, though. And G2 are able to even up the man count, but Canadian going huge in reading puts a damper on this G2 execute.
The old man still got it. Keeping us tied 3 versus 3 as Spoit will still hold upstairs to stop this roam clear. Ambi goes for an aggressive play, but Doki's there to punish. Great patience for the Brava. Trying to help Stompin upstairs deal with Spoit, but instead he's prepared for the run out with the lack of air jabs from this single doorway. Holding this window once again. Spoit tries to tempt fate just like his teammate did, but doesn't want to meet the exact same death. So instead back away and let G2 keep this man advantage. But more importantly, Harrison, with Canadian winning those 2 fights earlier in this round, they've got case control, but he's not good for 3.
Stompin able to eat up those shots from the Vector, survive with 1 HP, down through the wall by Spoit though. Can he give a hero play to Shopify Rebellion? All he's got to do is find Doki in this hallway, but the plant goes down in the meantime. Pistol out, Spoit can't land the shots, and Doki goes huge to put G2 on the board first.
And G2 wasting 0 time with that adjustment as well, realizing that, you know, it doesn't matter how much vert they have, it doesn't matter how much map control they've established. If they don't have case, they're out of luck at this point. You've got to rotate back towards AC. You've got to take control by Pillar. Now you've re-secured this man advantage, allowing yourself to get back into sight. And with their amount of info they had, that knowing Canadian was the only person by train room to defend the A bomb, they can just try to dogpile him being low on HP, recover that diffuser with a 2, if not 3 player man advantage of Spoit. We're gonna get that wallbang kill from Reading Room and start Cafe off with an attacking round win. This map is obviously a little more attacker-sided than Bank, the map we had just gone to, but it is still a multi-layered map, similar to Bank, that can give a lot of attacking teams struggle in the early to mid-round.
Yeah, so far this event, Cafe has been one of the most defender-sided maps in the pool. It's 3rd after Consulate and Labs. It is a 61% defensive win rate, so 4-2 is pretty much what we're gonna expect here. So G2 getting that first attacking round really opened things up here for them to get perhaps a 3-3 split, which would be a huge advantage heading into the latter half of this map, especially because Shopify Rebellion hover around 50% on both sides.
We've now got the other middle floor bomb site in play for Shopify. It'll be Reading Room. Again, similar story to Mining, just less likely for a rush from the Mining window, of course, this time. You want to go for a top to bottom clear, get that vert, force back the roam, and then just kind of sandwich your way into sight. Hence why the lineup is almost, if not completely identical for G2, except the lack of a sledge in this round. Whereas Rebellion, they also are looking to have a very similar lineup as well. That C4 almost getting an early pick for Surf, and now he'll be hunted down as G2 land a perfect nade on his teammate. There's the response from Surf, but Doki gets 2 to keep this man advantage, but it's tied almost immediately by Rexen as he falls off.
The desk said before we started this match, this is going to be a bloody battle. And Rebellion and G2 are proving that to be a fact. 2 trades for each team on that top floor. G2 started the killing off on the Spoit, but thanks to Surf and Rexen, they do not lose the man advantage. They do, however, lose the top floor. Luckily for them, G2 are not really bringing any dedicated soft breach. There's no ram, no sledge, no buck. They don't even have breaching charges. So all they'll really be working with here are the pre-made holes from the defense and some of those explosions made by the nades.
Speaking of explosions, still one more Nitro cell here for Canadian. They could have info off a Mozzie Pest to potentially set that off in the right direction to get a man advantage now for Shopify. Air jab coming off, denying that rotate from Brown, I believe, and giving G2 a moment just to catch their breath, gather more information before committing into Reading Room. They've got the vert control upstairs. Benja even dropping the diffuser off the dip of that fall off by New, being able to allow his teammate to pick that up so he can try to pressure this post plant. But again, you've got to worry about Canadian and if he's in the right place to use this C4 while dodging that verticality.
Rexen also worried about this hatch that Benja Master looks like he really wants to drop. We know how much he likes to learn. I believe he heard Rexen on his runaway, but Rexen instead, I think, just one-taps the hell out of Alamau. C4 up from Canadian does not land, but now trapped in the Banshee is Benja. He's got Case, planting in default. The coverage from upstairs from Shaiko, though, is not quite good enough. Rexen steps up for Shopify Rebellion and puts Shaiko, the lone Frenchman, on G2 in a 1 versus 3. 24 seconds remaining. He's got information on the player on white stairs. That's Canadian, who's got the shotgun out. Up he goes. Shaiko cleans him up. 2 more to find now. Ambi and Rexen, though, far afield. Shaiko getting a little bit slowed down. Almost catches Ambi, completely unaware. And now Rexen's the last man standing. More information is available for Shaiko, but Rexen is just quite not close enough.
A little too close for comfort there for Shopify, but burning out the clock will tie us up 1-1 off the back of Rexen's 3K in that round. The trades upstairs, denying G2 that early man advantage to snowball against Shopify. They had a lot of vert to utilize in the site, but instead Rebellion, to counteract that, just simply play in the further back regions, over by Fireplace, playing over by Reading Hallway, waiting for that laundry hatch drop. Those longer angles really being a benefit to Rexen's 2-shot DMR on the Tubarão. And again, giving G2 no options to plant. They have to go for the gunfight. Shaiko gets 2, but runs at a time before he can try to fight for the 3rd one there. And we're now not going to be going into bar and cocktail. Instead, it'll be double kitchen in play for Shopify, with, again, emphasis on the stall. G2 have been having a slower approach overall when it comes into these attacks for Cafe. So I think the Clash and Smoke is a great adjustment here to add into that.
Yeah, big trades again from Shopify Rebellion on that top floor. We talked about how good the trade game is for both of these teams and how important it'll be in such what we presume to be frag-heavy matchup.
Activating camera.
I say presume to be, we just watched Ambi drop 21 kills in 9 rounds. There's, of course, a roam upstairs for Shopify Rebellion. They do not want to allow G2 to have free reign of that 2nd floor, especially with the ram now being brought from Stomp, and Ambi taking a lot of early damage here from G2. He's down to about half HP. Luckily, he can still play for that C4. He's actually playing in VIP. Could get support from Canadian, too. The first time we're seeing the Clash on our Cafe defense here. And a lot of times when you see this Clash, he's either inside the site kind of by Whiskey Double, or you have him play in VIP to help protect. Well, in this round, it would be Ambi.
Canadian maybe looking to make some distance here, allowing Rexen for this 1-for-1. Oh, wow! To Benja. Almost an opening duel, but Benja backs off immediately. Doesn't want to tempt fate there. So the Brava can still remain alive just for an extra gun, maybe to deny some utility as well upstairs, but Benja is literally 1 HP. That barbed wire that both Canadian and Surf have brought, that might just be what downs him in this matchup.
That'd be really funny, actually.
We've seen it before.
Speaking of barbed wire, Doki punches it once and leaves, baiting out the shots from Ambi. Again, this clash is going to be such a focal point of the Rebellion's defense here. Canadian tempting fate. Benja keeping him at bay. Canadian then just picks up the shield, confirms the position of the Brava. Meanwhile, Stompin has been performing some renovations upstairs on the ceiling with his boogie drones. Lots of angles now opened up. No kills being had for G2 just yet. Instead, it's the Rebellion to start things off. Rexon trying to do his best Ambi impression here, taking off what little was remaining from Benja's health.
And there's still plenty of info for the Rebellion as well. Shaiko detected from red. The air jab to try to assist him. Rexon now good for another as G2 try to barrel their way from brown stairs, but there's so many angles to contest them. 2 versus 5 for the Rebellion as they remain strong downstairs.
Alamau stuck outside reception. Shaiko on the other side of the map now coming down red. Canadian behind the shield cuts down the IGL for G2 and Shaiko finds himself alone. Down goes Spoit. But there's still 4 more for him to find, and look at this! There's a long-range totem pole from Shopify Rebellion as they hold on the carpet with all 4 bodies. Shaiko, I don't know how the hell you're gonna win this, man. You might be one of the best players ever. But Shopify Rebellion are trying to make damn sure you can't get down these stairs.
The Rebellion once again collapsing in on G2's attack. The early information off of Canadian's clash to deal with that initial cut angle from reception lobby as well. Benja having no real chance of contesting another gunfight later on as he's so low on HP from Rexon tagging his feet, I believe, from underneath the van. If not, it was Spoit maybe on the other DMR, the Aruni. Regardless, Rexon the one to finish off Benja. That's now the man advantage. The rest of the Rebellion having tons of information on G2's attack, primarily focusing on VIP, so they readjust their positions to hold crossfires, work off of that clash shield, and another timeout is called early for G2.
Look, let's fucking wake up, bro. Like, again, like, we have 3v3, like, we are not talking like what we need, like, respect, like, let's play the plan, like, let's try to pick them, like, if you don't have no words, like, let's try to do something together, like, we're, like, just one by one getting picked, you know, like, so, like, again, can you guys reset, like, think properly, like, the late sounds, like, and also, like, they begin of their own problems, like, they have Valk, okay, but, like, doesn't matter, like, let's do the first there, like, let's put the drone things, like, have C4 below, yeah, like, open the hedges, like, let's, like, a solution to the problems, not avoid the problems, guys, like, yeah. We are better than that, guys, and you guys know that, like, we're not playing our game, let's fucking go, guys, wake up, guys, let's go, guys, let's go, guys, let's go, Bum.
Dude, he sounds stressed. He sounds stressed. 2-1 lead for Shopify Rebellion. Romalio trying to hammer into his team that they need to reset, that they're better than this, that they keep getting picked isolated by members of Shopify Rebellion. G2 have another 3 rounds to try and recover this half, though we have mentioned that benefit of winning round number 1 on the attack. The standard split here for Cafe, it's 4-2 for the defense. G2 only have to win 1 more. Obviously they want more than that, but they only need 1 more to reach that typical quota we see.
Back to mining we go. This was, I believe, one of the only bomb sites they were successful at attacking. They had an initial rush idea, hoping to spot a gap with Canadian being that only person on site to defend against a rush from both White and Mining, but he still won those 2 picks back-to-back. Then they recovered in the mid to late round, getting a man advantage and reconfirming case control. I imagine now at Alamau on this Montaigne, they want to prioritize again, clearing the rope early for map control, but also having a safety net when going in for a plant. But there's a lot to counter him here. Again, the Banshees to slow down this shield and the overall roam clear, gathering more info. 3 nitro cells in the pocket of the Rebellion as well. With there being so much soft flooring upstairs, if Alamau chooses to clear from Piano, that could be his death warrant. So instead, he'll opt to go down below from red stairs to get early map control towards the site.
Stompin already opening up the walls of B. Back on the Ash, the operator that he first became known for in all those console montages, and Doki with the opening pick cuts down Ambi. Alamau already going for the plant, and there's nothing that the Rebellion can do to stop it. I say that, but then Rexin comes in from the hallway, shuts down both Doki and Alamau, drops the case just as it was about to go down. Spoit on his rotate down Brown, caught by Shaiko. A man lead now for G2 as it's all up to Surf.
Beautiful work. Lurk as well from Stompin to make it this 3 versus 1. Surf on the fadeaway kills Benja. I can't believe this, Harrison. It's now a 1v2, and Stompin has case control. There's info on the player above from New, but Shaiko! Zero pressure, shuts him down with the DMR, and there's the 2 default rounds we were hoping G2 could find on their attack.
And again, they do it on the first round of the new rotation, so there is more than just a small opportunity for more. G2 would love to get this 3-3 half here against Shopify Rebellion. As we talked about when this game first started, Shopify Rebellion, despite Cafe in the tournament as a whole being more of a 60-40 split, Shopify Rebellion are very much 50-50 on this map. So you would think that one more round from G2 would at worst guarantee overtime.
Only time will tell, but a well-needed round nonetheless for G2. I loved how well they were able to play off of each other, getting that early pressure into the bomb site, the information from Alamau on Montaigne as well, but still having their insurance policy, still having the lurk that also caught rotates off guard from the Rebellion, making sure they had a much bigger issue when it came to looking for those trades. They were initially successful off Rex's 2 kills, but still having Benja and Shaiko playing towards the Chandelier side of the map made it very tricky for Rebellion again on those late round rotations. We go back down to Reading Room, where again it was the Rexin show, getting that 3K to keep Rebellion in the lead. And he's still having a good game overall. Ambi, not as much, a lot more quiet compared to Bank, obviously.
I think what G2 have been doing well in the couple rounds they've won, and even in the early round of round 2, is sitting back and waiting for Shopify Rebellion to do something. G2 are playing these attacks a lot more passive, or rounds as a whole a lot more passive than they were on the last map, just waiting for someone on the Rebellion to get aggressive and overexpose themselves to the angles G2 are already holding. About 30 seconds in now as G2 start to mount this clear. The Reading Room fireplace is the site, so they'll have to try and take away this top 4 presence from Shopify Rebellion. Spoit already taking a little bit of damage thanks to Repel by Stompin. Lion Scan goes out, spotting 2 members of Shopify Rebellion. Still these defenders upstairs hold firm. Spoit trapped in the corner, gets out, but can't make it past the rotate.
Drone giving away that he's downed as well. Only a matter of time before G2 go hunting. The Twitch drone to finish off Spoit. You don't see that one every day, Harrison. Officially taking the lead and detecting Rexin on 2 ground, and it baited him! He was looking to shoot the Twitch drone and just dies to Shaiko. Now G2 have the lead by 3 bodies.
I thought it was just funny, but it was big brain. And now G2 have a 3-man lead. Amity, it's need to work some bank magic to try and pull themselves out of this one. Canadian out fragging him right now is not what you want to see, and in comes Alamau to deal with the IGL. Ambi, last man standing, doesn't know about the drop from Benja. G2 are back in this game with a flawless round.
And finally, that team synergy coming alive for G2. So much emphasis on just hunting down the initial roam. Spoit had no chance of getting out of that position. He was cut off from the Hell window, cut off all the way by Humidor and another player not too far behind, gathering information for G2 to shut him down. Rexin as well denied of a trade, that Twitch drone kind of baiting him, and Shaiko taking full advantage of it. You've got those 2 bodies to your favor. Rebellion now forced to go for some aggressive picks, and it doesn't net their way. They're, for the first time, well, I guess excluding round number 1, because they were in the lead 1-0. They're now back in the lead since round number 1 concluded, Harrison, and we're heading back down to Double Kitchen. So far, G2 have been incredibly solid on their roam clear. This has been the only site they've yet to win just yet, however, and it was against a very similar lineup to what the Rebellion are bringing now. There's no more Valkyrie. Instead, Ambi is on the Fenrir, maybe just adding extra stall potential to make sure that G2 can't just simply enter the map for free and try to work those coordinated entry picks that have netted them 2 rounds in a row on their attack.
We talked about the fact that, you know, when Ambi's dropping 21, Canadian does not need to get kills. You know who Rebellion do rely on to get kills?
Is it Ambi? Is it Spoit?
Yeah, but I was also going to say Spoit. A combined 1 for 9 right now. Spoit coming into this game, the 2nd highest rated remaining player in the tournament. 2nd, I believe, to NJR. We talked about his tweet, how he did not have a good kickoff. The opening event of the year was not kind to him, but so far in Salt Lake City, he has been a massive part of Shopify Rebellion's success, and they are going to need him if they want to succeed on map number 2 and take this before we go to Lair.
G2 now a different lineup slightly as well. The Blackbeard to help get early map control on the top floor, allowing for Stompin to get those boogie drones on the ground, creating the vert pressure upstairs to try and signal a plant. That's where the Capital and Gridlock are going to come into play, creating space for their teammates in the bomb site to get that diffuser on the ground, cutting off crucial lines of sight. With there being no Warden in play either, there isn't a lot to counter these Capital smokes besides the Remind Magnets, maybe catching them and displacing them in this round. But 0 time wasted for G2 on this vert, noticing the lack of a roam similar to round number 3. And now Rebellion forced to readjust to avoid these angles above them.
About half the round remaining. G2 are making pretty good time. Now they've got the vert done. Basically nobody from Shopify Rebellion inside the site itself. Everyone else just next to it, and there's the double swing from Clash. Ambi takes down Doki as the shock from the shield. Guard breaks Blackbeard. Doki maybe overextending a little bit. No help from his team will result in an opening kill for the defense. Canadian backing off towards Garage, just waiting for this freezer drop that's sure to come from G2. There's 2 members setting up for it. Stompin trying to push his way down White Stairs and isolate Canadian, but now staring at the shield, daring this Clash to peek. Ambi could come in to support. There's so many bodies trying to hunt down Stompin. Canadian can't do it though. Alamau cleans him up with the asphyxiating bolt. And now G2 have started to cement their place in the bomb site through freezer. Alamau crouching in, gets in behind bunker. Here comes Surf with the peek though. Shuts down the case carrier and is good for 2! Stompin now the last man standing in a 1 versus 4 as Rexen and Surf once again put this team on their back.
That's crazy.
And Surf, it was a mighty gamble to go for, but when rolling the dice, you know it's worse to just lose your life than have a plant go down in that position. The half is tied and the coach is brought back out once again for comms.
The overtime again, like it's like the overtime, they got probably gonna run like each again, okay? So like I have 2 options for you, speed up, like don't play safe and wide, like on the clear, and the plants actually not work, but you actually also like open the hell angles, so like go down from the hell angles, okay? Or we just like do make a push with the monte, open the prep wall, and like someone like
gonna go down.
No, the clash is not gonna die, the like, also the vert. If you do that, like you should play the monte, you should play the monte, and like the other one like play the vert prevention. Okay, so like you need to favor to like avoid the clash retake there. So she can't play like the prep, she can't like take like the kit footage, and they don't have to push kit because they have better bombs, like just like the Michael. Okay, so like they don't have traps, they have and but the difference he never wants to talk about, okay? Like if this is not working, like let's run like 5 traps on them, like close the other windows, like put the base of the game, like not let they play fast on us, okay?
Okay.
Yeah. Which one is the first?
I mean, it's only 3 times already. I think he started the ring
guy, but like the hall was clear, just like a Goyo for him to pop. For mining, they gap bunker top, they reinforced up the back wall, they played a mute there. Thorn was playing Skylight, so beware. Doki is always going to be starting like Skylight or Shaiko area. Pulse was in Train and Dining. Cade is also playing in that area. Mozzie's red. Shaiko loves to play like the Mozzie red. If we're looking for white gaps, I want you to be careful because Alamau, and I think Pulse could be a 3rd ban if you want to go for that too.
Seth, I want to do, instead of the Azami, I want to do Soulless. Because that was banned in that match, and I'm pretty sure they spam run it.
Okay,
I think that's
fine.
what
That's
I think
fine,
that's what his name does instead.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, so again, if we're looking for those white gaps, I just want you to be careful because Alamau likes to sit and like Dining and basically pulse down onto white and like the hall there. So just be aware of that. For mining, again, Benja just likes to again place under with C4, and again they're going to play under Skylight, Shaiko. Like it's very default setups. We just make sure we're prepared for react.
G2, Romalio warning his players about the shield play from Shopify Rebellion, trying to hammer the point home that they need to be holding vert. They need to play traps. Again, with how fast Shopify Rebellion like to be, if G2 force them through a maze of utility, it will be sure to slow them down. On the other side, Shopify Rebellion banning out the Solus. We heard Canadian say that instead of the Azami, he wanted to take her out instead because G2 do run this operator a lot. They even contemplated banning the Pulse too. And are we going to see 2 more information bans? Not really. I mean, Monty kind of. Cade, no more utility, so that's going to be Shopify Rebellion, just making those breaches a little bit easier. But so far, especially in that first half, there was tons of information getting banned, right? No Solus, no Pulse, Deimos, Snake, Valkyrie. Here on the other side, both teams are going to have a little bit more info available.
Again, good on Rebellion for tying up the half as they go towards the attacking side now. G2, of course, emphasizing different information operators with there being a Solus ban. Instead, Alamau is now on the Pulse, which the Rebellion did warn their teammates about during the halftime phase. We've got some other traps emphasized. Doki is on the Thorn, Shaiko with Legion, and Rebellion as well, not having to worry about that Cade on the board as well is going to make hard breach significantly easier, much faster for them to open up these power angles. And if a Mira is on the board, you typically see the Cade in synergy with her to have those mirror windows alive for a lot longer. Now that isn't an issue as well, but the shields, something that G2 were prepared for with this composition, will now be in play as Canadian on the repick goes for his coveted Blackbeard.
Again, there's that shield play that Romalio was talking about. Blackbeard, of course, we did see in the previous round, instantaneously punished by the Clash. Now, G2 aren't bringing her, but again, they've got the traps. They've got Legion and Thorn, who are sure to be a thorn in the side of Canadian.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
All right. Hey. G2 also have the Pulse. Alamau, instead of Solus, will be continuously scanning on this heartbeat sensor to make sure he knows exactly where Shopify Rebellion are coming from. He's also got 2 C4s available to him, one in his pocket, one in Benjamasters. And you can see Shopify Rebellion obviously want to clear the top floor. They've got the Blackbeard and the Lion for the clear. Spoy to shut down those staircases once they have control, and then we'll see Ambi do away with the ceiling above the bomb site.
Razor Bloom dodge there from Canadian. Some extra utility now off the board as he works his way in through bar. Avoiding this pulse from Piano is the best outcome to keep this shield alive as a Lion Scan will now go off, allowing more map control to be established here for the Rebellion, but this gives a lot of time for G2 to also adjust and figure out how much emphasis is going into the top floor clear. It's only Canadian as the roam falls off that can now allow for the Bookie drones to come in here from Ambi.
We'll likely see that soon as, again, the staircases now being locked down by Spoy. We tried to see a cheeky push-up from Stomp in there, but he does not net a kill. Train Hatch now falling is going to expose Alamau a little bit more, but you can see that, at least for now, no one's playing directly on his Hatch. Rexon could be an easy victim for a C4 as he's standing still, droning right now. Alamau still on the cardiac sensor, trying to see if he's going to stay there. Oh, I forgot that's a hard floor. That's on me. I didn't realize he was on that side of the wall. So no,
Alma's got a C4 prep, maybe? Made some vert there with the shotgun, expecting someone to go through that rotate, but 50 seconds left to go. And Rebellion now rotating outside. They've got Ace on this mining wall, maybe to challenge Shaiko, but he gets past 2 separate angles, keeping his life alive for just an extra second, narrowly dodging those positions to keep us at a 5 versus 5. But again, all this pressure upstairs is making it such a nightmare to play directly in Train.
35 seconds left, though, and G2 are still 5 strong. This is going to be a difficult execute for Shopify Rebellion. Surf gets the first kill on Adoki, but Spoyd is immediately traded back as Benjamaster lines up too. A man advantage now for G2. Alamau also in kitchen playing for the C4. A 1-for-1 trade goes out. Rexon evading the Nitro Cell. It's just him and Ambi against 3, spotting the Legion, taking him down. 10 seconds left, and someone's got to pick up the case and start planting. Now it's a 1v2 for Alamau, and he's not playing for the vert. He's going to try and retake up White. Ambi covering Rexon as the plant goes down, and now both attackers can start to fall back, but they'll play the aggressive position, just holding this cross here. Pistol in hand, not good for Alamau, and Shopify Rebellion take the lead.
Reading them like a book, Harrison. The halftime call from the coach, expecting the pulse. Rebellion were prepared for it. They dodged the Nitro Cell. That was the win condition left for G2 at that disadvantage. They readjust the plant position. They force the pulse to come back upstairs, and they're waiting with a man advantage. Great cutoff by Pillar as well, by Ambi, to at least get that advantage initially and secure a very straightforward plan. For Rebellion as well, the initial clear upstairs went by so seamlessly. It felt like G2 were terrified of trying to clear out against Canadian on the Blackbeard, despite there being no one directly behind him to play for his contact. Instead, Rebellion were waiting outside. They didn't want to lose any initial picks. They wanted to keep the gridlock and Ram intact for the vert and flank denial, which worked like a charm. They had plenty of time to set up for vert pressure, which netted them a lot of success in the mid-round, and site control, forcing back G2 to go for the win con of Alamau on the pulse, which again, they were expecting, they were ready for it, and they denied it.
But then Rexen and Ambi coming in. There's the kill from Rexen, and then Ambi with the perfect coverage, stopping Stompin from walking up red, and Alamau obviously unable to deny from below because Rexen moved onto the hard floor for the first time since round 3. Shopify Rebellion hold the lead despite Spoit being 0-6 right now, and you have to imagine he has been so consistently dominant throughout this entire tournament so far. It's only a matter of time before he wakes up, and if Shopify or Rebellion are doing this with him basically having no contribution on the scoreboard, how good are they going to look when Spoit gets activated?
Only time will tell. The RRU to try and keep these Selmas intact will still be destroyed as you can shoot through them. Alamau for the first entry of round number 8. Down goes the ace, but at least those Selmas got deployed to open up the prep wall, to open up the single wall from Small Bake looking into Large Bakery. Still angles for trades, and that's what Rebellion finds. Ambi on this lurk from Garage shuts down Benja, but those Vulcan packs still deployed during the prep phase will provide value in that final minute marker as the Rebellion, based off their lineups, they really want to emphasize getting in Bakery, but G2 are doing such a great job at denying them.
Shaiko and Doki both holding onto this position, denying the Rebellion any control here in Bakery as Shaiko repositions in Carpet. The Rebellion maybe now looking for a different angle, seeing that they can't really get themselves in. You see Ambi outside reception. Rexen also rotating over towards White. Each player from the attack currently split off from the rest. Ambi now repositioning over towards Small Bake. Rexen joining Canadian back at Bakery door. C4 goes out though, and it is perfect from Doki. Ambi with a quick trade, but still a one-man advantage for G2. The Rebellion were able to fight out of a 2-3 disadvantage just last round. Can they do it again as Ambi is forced to take out this Gumai, but he faces Shaiko perfectly. And Ambi's good for 3 kills. He and Rexen have been so damn good. And now G2 might be sweating a little bit.
2 versus 2 against the biggest fraggers of the Rebellion right now. And 50 seconds left for intel. And look at the utility left from Rebellion. They've got 2 smoke bolts and pocket EMPs to deny some of that utility. But Alamau, a well-timed swing, gets rid of Ambi. And now it's just Rexen in a 1 versus 1.
But he takes down Stompin. Does he have any information on the Aruni's position? She has since worked her way up towards Small Bake. Rexen may be aware of this. He's peeking the right angle, rotates his way into sight. Lit up to 1 HP, but Alamau is better in this one. The IGL ties the game for G2.
By the skin of their teeth, G2 tie us once again. Off an incredible entry department and keeping Bakery control for over a minute and a half. Killing Spoit early, keeping him unactivated for the Rebellion, forcing the trade from Ambi across the map. It was a good lurk, but the adjustment had to be made as they're still contesting for Bakery. Keeping someone directly in that position against the single wall, and that's another kill for G2 and a Nitro Cell. Getting rid of the ROU projectors, which would have been so helpful at denying those long-range lines of sight that G2 had at slowing down and denying this push from Bakery. Wow, yeah, that was a nasty shot there from Shaiko. Although Rebellion had a good job of baiting out the Legion here with Ambi attempting to pull out that Goo Mine and just going back to being gun up, it wasn't enough as G2 just kept upping the ante for these picks. We now see Reading Room in play for the 9th defense of Cafe with potential favorite from them. We've got Oryx back in play, which I can't remember the last time I've seen him on Cafe specifically. This is a very interesting op, maybe used to counter the shields, but there are none in this composition picked by Shopify.
Yeah, I think it's a similar situation to Bank. While Cafe is not quite as large as Bank is, it can be just as, if not more, vertical, which, like you mentioned, the Oryx can jump up those hatches in really fast rotations. It also allows him to completely circumnavigate the gridlock that Spoit is playing, because those are going to be placed on those staircases. You don't need stairs if you're Oryx, and I think it's just he has the added benefit of being able to counter the shield that Shopify Rebellion do like to bring. It's just this round, just like on Bank actually, they don't have that, so we won't see that interaction from the Oryx. Surf on the IQ because they saw the Mozzie and the Pulse being played, so he'll be able to keep almost constant track of Alamau's position, who's currently playing underneath the extension to support with information.
A shotgun to set up for a Nitro Cell from that main window. Could be a very deadly combination if G2 play their cards right. But it's still the Rebellion taking their time. Slower approach this round, going from top to bottom on the map. Spoit creating vert and some pressure, looking into Piano, and there's still Nitro Cells at the ready for G2 once they have the initial information off this cardiac sensor, but they don't know about Spoit. Unfortunately, though, he misses the opportunity for the kill, keeping us tied at a 5 versus 5 as he pushes deeper in the building.
No harm, no foul, though. He hasn't lost his life, and Doki looks to retake into Piano. Canadian, the opening pick on the Shaiko. Rexon very quickly traded back by Doki, the player who I just called out, was retaking into Piano, so maybe Spoit missing out on that frag. Came back to punish Shopify Rebellion. Doki has since fallen back, though, down to bottom white. Everyone off the top floor for G2, and now there's a minute for Shopify Rebellion to get this vert down from Ambi and try to set up for this execute.
They know about the position from Piano. Maybe expecting this hatch to be opened up could be a great bait to set up Benja with a Nitro Cell now, as you hear that Shorty in the background working more angles. The Boogie drone deployed as well, opening up reading room. It looks to be the main execute point for the Rebellion, as they now have the angles to cover this plant and the main advantage off Canadian this round. Stomp and gone as well. This could be a seamless attack from Rebellion so long as they keep that main advantage. The trade by Spoit finally entering the lobby. This map leaves just Alamau a similar position alone as Pulse.
Canadian 2 kills on that entry, and Spoit waking up. Good for yet another kill. 3 kills for Spoit. We talked about it just the round prior. We know how good he is. It was only a matter of time. And how good are the Rebellion going to be in the remainder of this map if Spoit can keep it up?
The one round where it mattered most, although Spoit lost the entry initially, missing an opportunity from Piano, he works 3 different picks that tip the tide in their favor versus G2. The initial trade upstairs, the flank watch denial with those gridlock tracks providing so much info throughout the round, and closing it as Alamau attempts to rush in with the pistol. It isn't enough, as Spoit still holds white stairs. We go to bar and cocktail potentially for G2. An interesting pick, perhaps. Dipping into round number 10, again, given the fact that this bomb site is so challenging to contest against the window repel positions held by most attacking teams when dealing with bar and cocktail. It'll be a really tough spot to get themselves out of. Maybe instead emphasizing on playing off the bomb site. They still have a big roam presence with that Thorn shotgun. They've got Shaiko on the Mozzie once again. Do we see a run out this round, perhaps? Maybe, but instead it could just be... It might just be a rotation over towards Humidor, working off the back of these castle barricades, too, to deny a lot of those longer lines of sight.
It'll be interesting to see how G2 hold on the Cigar. They've got the Runegate on the castle, on the double door. I feel like it's been a hot minute since we've seen an actual, like, a proper Cigar hold with the castle and everything. Yeah. Strangely enough, they don't have the mute.
It's now Alamau shotgun instead with the Razor Blooms for shields.
Yeah, I feel like the mute is such a mainstay of this, setting up the jammers inside Cigar Shop, making sure that they can't easily drone in, playing with the shotgun, but Ambi is also starting to be activated. Shaiko goes down first, and G2 lose one of their 2 top fraggers.
That early drone info allows for the Lion Scan to go off and stopping Shaiko dead in his tracks, giving Ambi the entry. A great call made early from the Rebellion to start this round on the right foot. Ambi getting a potential cutoff for the late round as well, destroying a castle barricade and another with his second frag grenade, now readjusting. great value gathered early on for the Rebellion as they begin to look towards this double wall. Again, there being no mute chamber, there's nothing to deny this main breach leading into Ticket to be opened up. They could try to avoid Alamau with the Thorn shotgun, maybe having Canadian throw this frag grenade to push him out, but instead he'll overcommit and try to look for a kill under the hatch.
It's a gamble. If he succeeds, we'll be calling him a genius. If he fails, we'll be calling him a moron. It's one of these 50-50 plays. No one from the Rebellion peeking it just yet, though, and of course Alamau with no C4 can't just lob one onto the roof to get a cheeky kill. Canadian and Spoit so tantalizingly close to this. Now the Dokkaebi call is going out. They have to know the nade forces him back. There's no peek, and Alamau gets away.
Maybe a little too passive there from the Rebellion, but regardless, still a man up, not dying to Alamau under the red hatch, and Surf on a gap hit, maybe walking down through white. He could try to trade Stompin here as he's now stuck on the open doorway, and he has to take this fight to recover Case.
Here comes the rotate from Wamai, but Surf misses his opportunity. The re-peek, though, successful. Surf hits the bag, knowing that his team is just 3 kills away from being on match point. Hacking the cams, giving his team even more information. Should there be defaults up, should there be BPs, Rebellion will have it all as Spoit gets yet another kill. Dokkaebi feeling the pressure up white, shotguns down the Dokkaebi. Now only a one-man lead for the Rebellion. With 45 seconds left, though, they have plenty of time to play with.
And now Alamau looking to assist his teammate of Doki. Looks for the fight.
Wins it, are you kidding me? The shot of a lifetime to keep G2's hopes on Cafe alive. Tying us 2 versus 2, but it's Spoit and Rexen. Double digits for the ace. Shotgun out here for Spoit. He's gotta win this! And he won't! It's just Rexen now! And he meets the same fate from Alamau! 5-5 as G2 denies series point for the Rebellion.
And then you look at G2 playing Alamau so aggressively under that hatch. The Rebellion send in the nade, they send in the Dokkaebi call, but they let him get away, and it comes back to bite them. Playing inside Cigar Shop perfectly, hitting like a life shot with the bricks on the CC against the player on the rappel. And then from there, played perfectly with the M870. Surf maybe, I hope he didn't just Levron affect his team.
Wow, talk about ball knowledge. Oh my gosh.
That's a deep pull. Shout out Levron, wherever he is.
Insane.
Double kitchen we go to now for G2. They looked beautiful defending this bomb site, Harrison. They immediately figured out that the Rebellion's goal was to try to push into Bakery, get that single wall opened up, clear out the extension, and push through prep to secure a plant with the help of the ROU projectors. And once again, they'll be extending over by the Bakery side of the map just to initially deny that if things come down to the opportunity of it. Rebellion not opting in for a sense this time. Instead, Rexen's on the Capitao. Canadian with Blitz and a Glaz in play for the first time of this series, I believe. Maybe just trying to throw everything, including the kitchen sink, at this Warden. But again, Dokkaebi is on the perfect operator to stop these smokes from being a threat while dealing against Glaz's thermal optic.
When it comes to a smoke battle, though, Glaz does tend to be a little bit stronger than Warden. Doki has to stand almost perfectly still to get complete use out of those glasses. The C4 that went through Bakery door that killed Canadian last time does not land. Now they're 1 down. They've still got 2 from Stompin and Benja. Here comes the smoke play, and Surf is good for the opening pick. And down goes that pesky Bakery player that gave Shopify Rebellion so much trouble last time.
A much better start here now for Shopify Rebellion. As they smoke off the small big double, Surf will be armed with holding this position for a long period of time until his teammates can get into Bakery. Canadian will lead this charge on Blitz. Some damage dealt from the rotate, but now they've got control of it, pushing through prep. Can G2 slow down this attack?
Canadian is pushed deep in prep, and it's enough to flush out Stompin, but as he tries to jump through the window, Alamau cuts him down. The 2 DMRs from G2 even the odds against the Rebellion. Now 3-on-3. More smokes come out. Surf gets smoked by Alamau on the pixel. The IGL on G2 is trying desperately to keep his team in this game and not allow the Rebellion to be on match point just yet. Spoit and Rexen both stuck inside Bakery. Benjamaster coming in from Freezer to try and help his team on the site. Spoit opening Alamau's wall will force the Aruni back towards Whiskey Double. Rexen recovers the case that was dropped by Canadian and Split. He's got to worry about the player in coat check, though. There's so many angles. He lights up Shaiko a little bit, but takes back a lot of punishment himself. Spoit trying to cover his teammate from carpet. The flashbang will force the Azami away towards reception, but still, Alamau is jiggling this angle, daring Rexen to push his way in. Oh, he's so close. Alamau gathering information. He spots Rexen for a moment, calls it to his Azami. More missed shots from both sides. So much wasted time from Shopify Rebellion. 30 seconds left. They try to get aggressive, though. Spoit works the pick over by the carpet head holes, and now we're on 2 versus 2. Rexen, though, no spot to plant just yet. He's so worried about those head holes. Spoit forced to board back out of the bomb site. Rexen pushing deep behind the bomb chassis. Halfway through, Alamau worried about the player's small bake. Is there any chance for them to deny? No. Spoit takes off the head of Benjamaster, and now Alamau's left with it all to do. Lit up to 1 HP. The Rebellion, they can almost taste it. 1 bullet will put Alamau in the grave, and the Saruni sooner or later will be forced to push into the waiting arms of the attack. 20 seconds remaining to get both these kills and hop on the case. Rexen sitting so passive and prep. Spoit just waiting to play off his teammates' contact. They are playing this with 0 mistakes. Even Rexen able to get out of the bomb site. There is no chance for Alamau. 8 seconds left, 7 seconds left. He's forced on the stick, and the Rebellion are 1 away from top 4.
Wow. Whoa.
The back-to-back clutch unsuccessful for Alamau. Rebellion taking back this lead. 1 round away from overtime for G2 and a second chance to take this series to Lair, or 1 round for the Rebellion for the first time in years, getting past the barrier of top 8 at any international event that we've seen them perform in for the past several years. It all came down to a 2 versus 2 with, by the skin of their teeth, Rebellion make enough space off of Spoit to get Rexen on that defuse. You mentioned it, Harrison. When this team has Spoit activated, how well can G2 recover? And it hasn't seemed to be working out for them. 2 massive rounds that Rebellion have won off the back of Spoit securing a triple kill and getting those trades. And it's a reattempt of Double Kitchen. I can't really blame them, Harrison. This has been one of the best looking sites that G2 have gone for Cafe. And the Rebellion have gone for a near identical attack each time this site has been picked. The question will be, will Rebellion just try to triple down and go through Bakery, or go for a different clear this time around?
John, it hasn't just been a while. They technically have not been in the top 4 since Copenhagen.
Wow.
When they were the Sonics, which is really not even the same team. The only player still there is Rexen. And I guess Super as the coach counts too. So for this core, it would be a completely new experience to make it into the semifinals. And all they have to do is repeat the success we just saw on Double Kitchen.
Once again, early info gathered by Shopify. And it seems like they'll try to pressure out Bakery yet again, but this time having more emphasis over towards the reception side of the map. I like this adjustment here from Shopify Rebellion, because one of the biggest positions that almost saved the round for G2 is not only Red Hall, but Coat Check guarding over so much of that prep location towards the bottom floor that they now want to deal with this spot early to not have the plant be as unsuccessful.
Canadian getting his way in the Coat Check, pressuring this Azami. Shaiko looking to take the fight, but loses it to the old man. Canadian puts his team on top.
A second entry now for Canadian in this series, and a massive one to find. Losing Coat Check control makes this site so challenging. That's why Alamau wants to recontest. But there's now backup. He punches Canadian in the rear.
but it's still traded out for Rebellion. You lose your Blackbeard, but still have the cutoff nonetheless. You've got the diffuser control as well outside as Rexen and Spoit maybe looking to readjust in this round. They notice a majority of that brown position has been fallen back of by G2. Maybe they could go for Freezer instead for an execute.
Surf on the carpet cutoff. He hears the Dokkaebi call. He hears Doki inside Bakery. There's the push up from the shotgun though from Stomp, and he misses the shot! Surf with a well-deserved teabag! Looking for the fucking, he gets it! It's all down to Benja in a 1 versus 3! Shopify Rebellion! Rebel against expectations! Rebel against history! And for the first time, crack it into the Final Four!
And we asked if lightning could strike twice here in Utah for the Rebellion against one of the best teams in Europe. It most certainly will today. We'll see you in top 4, Shopify. Congrats on the win. And G2, better luck next time for them. They were one of the best teams coming out of Swiss stage, but they're sent home early today. Harrison, unlike map 1, everybody was firing on all cylinders today in map 2.
And that guarantees with DZ wildcard later today, we will have 2 NA teams in the semi-final bracket. What a game from Shopify Rebellion, who now, since EWC last year, are 5-0 in maps against G2.
And with that being said, Harrison, I cannot wait to hear what Shopify have to say about this post-match series, and we won't have to wait any longer. It's Ian talking to Spoy.
Hey, Salt Lake City. Rebellion are in the semi-finals. Spoit, it's been a long time since you've been in the top 4. Last time was way back in Berlin. We all know what happened there. How proud are you to be right back in the mix at the top again?
It feels great to be back, you know, with a great team. Ambi played lights out today, and I'm just so happy to see everyone in the crowd here. You guys are amazing. Thank you.
Spoit, recently you, I guess, addressed some of the haters online who maybe are questioning your ability. Do you feel like this is another dagger to the doubters out there?
I mean, they love to just, you know, I'm just doing my thing, and, you know, the haters are always a part of it. You know, people thought we were like the worst team for some reason just after like 1 week, and now we are here in top 4 of the majors, so I'm just happy, just very grateful. Thank you.
You've already mentioned the crowd support. You're going to have a ton of it tomorrow in the semi-finals. You're going up against Twisted Mind, undefeated here. What do you make of them?
We're going to beat them, of course. They haven't played Shopify yet.
I love that. Spike, congratulations. I'll let you go and join the rest of your team. One more time for your semi-finalists in Shopify Rebellion. For now, we're going to go to a quick break, and when we come back, we've got an all-American, North American desk for you. Jonah is jumping in the hot speed. See you soon.
Shopify Rebellion take the win, dismantling G2 in just 2 maps. G2 are just that good of a team that we did not see this coming. Guys, it is so good to be with you here on the desk, but we gotta talk about that last game we just witnessed. Clutch moments left and right. Ambi dropping 21 kills on that very first map, Laxing. They could not be touched.
Yeah, it was ludicrous. I mean, we have to look back at some of those rounds because that's what really carried the momentum for them to be able to get over this hurdle and especially break into the semifinals. We haven't seen that for quite some time from this roster, but I mean, again, it's these rounds that really capture these moments from these players, specifically in round 11 right here. I mean, just from the get-go, Brook plays from Surf, they get the early round, they get the picks going into their favor, but things start to slowly fade away from them. They start to slowly lose their handle on this map, and Doki says, you know, we want to play the rest of the team. We just don't want to play on the side of Ambi. And sure enough, you got exactly what you asked for. You got every single player stepping up individually here on the side of Rebellion and being able to bring this round back. And something that I want to highlight in this moment, they did not give Alamau a chance to be able to bring this round back, and it just shows how much they wanted this.
They sure did. Alamau was doing his best on that double door, but the discipline from Shopify Rebellion, I mean, they were really showing it when it mattered most. And it goes without saying, I mean, Ambi had an amazing map 1. The team showed up map 2 to be able to back him up. The game plan from them.
Ambi was on there twice.
Yeah, he's so good. You got to put him on there 2 times.
Ambi was on there twice. I mean, something we wanted a bloodbath, and that's exactly what we got. I mean, so specifically that last round, Surf getting the 3K with the starting it off with the knife. I mean, that was just so beautiful. We saw the back and forth. We saw the clutches. We saw the great plays. Cinema game.
And Ambi putting himself in the history books in terms of KD on that very first map. You just do not see things like that ever. But moving into our next game here, it is another historic one because the world champs are going to come under fire, and the challengers, Team Falcons, will be looking to take them on. This is a big deal here for Team Falcons because going up against the world champs as the underdog, always a big opportunity to prove that you belong, and I think their performance so far has proved that.
You can never call the Falcons the underdog by any means, and when you're talking about the Falcons, you will immediately have to follow up with consistency. This is their 8th S-tier event with this rendition ever since back in Manchester when they brought Users and Solid Top back on, only being knocked out of top 8 once, and that was back at EWC 2025 when they were defending their title. But fact of the matter is, they're still here on main stage, and they are just as lethal. If not, they can still manage to get to a grand final.
And they are no stranger to the brutality that can come your way when you have to enter the lobby with FaZe. This team, no doubt, are going to be out for blood right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you look at why they're out for blood, I mean, on one end, I mean, FaZe is just the puppet masters of the Falcons roster, of even back during the secret roster where they would win their inevitably their 2nd world champion. But both these teams, both these players rather, have lost to FaZe in a world championship final, where I have no doubt in my mind, if they can break through this, they can get over this obstacle of FaZe. I mean, the sky really can be the limit for this team. But do you know who's going to be the one and the key for that success?
I mean, it's
going to be Joom.
It's gotta be.
Joom has added so much versatility to this roster where they simply didn't have that with Shaiko before. Even for a player like LickyFact, he was stuck on static roles. He wasn't able to move around. But with the addition of Joom, both of these players, there were a lot of questions. Who's going to fill that void of Shaiko? Nobody's filling that void. They're taking shared responsibility of bringing what's necessary, and you know it as well as an IGL. When you're able to be versatile, you're able to flex around your operators, how you set up around the map, it only creates even more of a plethora of opportunities and strats across your board.
I mean, of course, when LickyFact joined the scene, when he was first joining on BDS, those were his best roles, being the roamer, being that entry, and it's something we saw washed out a little bit as better players were joining the roster as well. But it's nice to see a player like Joom that can bring that flexibility, be aggressive, be defensive, and now there's so much versatility, like you said. LickyFact has so many opportunities to be able to change everything that he needs to, depending on a team, and we see it on main stages where Falcons struggle sometimes. So now having that more versatility to problem solve will make it easy.
Absolutely, and you can even look at it just at a team even like Dark Zero, for example. When they brought on the support players, you're seeing Fultz, you're seeing J90 be able to flex and be able to move around and just shine, and that's the exact same thing that's here happening with the side of Falcons.
Well, with FaZe, here's the deal. They are back-to-back world champs for a reason because they are just that good. Vox, the one thing that has eluded them so far, it's been a major title.
It sure has. I mean, there really isn't anything besides a major title that FaZe haven't lifted up. I mean, they've done everything that they possibly could. And coming into this major, I mean, we know FaZe is a team that's going to be 3-0. We know that they're going to be 3-0 when it comes to the Swiss FaZe, making it to main stage. It's expected, almost guaranteed. But I will say that this stage so far, this kickoff event, is something that FaZe has had some challenges. And it goes to show, yes, they've won invites, but I'd say they showed us a lot more that's impressive when it comes to their versatility. 3 different NA teams, they've beat 3 different complete ways. The win condition was completely drastically changed in each one of those.
Yeah, they limped their way through kickoff. They were not the #1 team from the SAL, but here they are, the only SAL team remaining. But as you said, right, it wasn't just pure clean domination. Yes, it was 3-0, but they did have a little difficulty getting all the way here.
They sure did, but the way that they were able to adapt was something that was so beautiful. Against 5 Fears, they knew they were an aggressive team, so they baited those gunfights. Against SR, they knew that Canadian isn't necessarily getting the kills, so they were going for opening engagements early on. And once they got that, they knew that they had that advantage. They used it against SR. And against Wildcard, they understood they have hot and cold, a stand-in player. They're probably not going to be great in those last few seconds of the round, so they push every single round to the max amount of limit, so the time is working against Wildcard. So being able to acknowledge your opponent and approach it correctly is something that FaZe is so deadly at.
But that's always been the driving point for FaZe. They are always able to control the tempo, the pacing, the momentum of a match, and that's why every team always succumbs to that. So Falcons have to be on top of it.
And it's exactly why that's been the dynamic here between these two teams throughout the past few years. FaZe has regularly had the upper hand over Falcons.
I mean, they've played 4 times since Falcons has joined the EML. And that being said, FaZe has won 3 of those times. Arguably, the most important ones, Lax. They won both invites against Falcons. Falcons is only won in Munich. And it's a situation where we're at a major. Maybe the tides will turn. Maybe it's a different situation for Falcons to give them hope. But at the end of the day, FaZe has shown so much consistency and hard evidence that they're able to adapt to whatever team is approaching them.
And that's what I'm talking. If you need momentum, you need something to push you over the edge. Getting a win over a team like FaZe that has blocked you time and time again from ultimate success, winning the biggest event of the year, this will pay dividends for this team, not just even for the core Falcons, also for Savage. I mean, not for Savage, but for Joom, like I said, on that roster, because he was so close and he was robbed as well. Both these teams, both these players are looking for that comeback.
Well, Joom is a huge story as we go into this matchup because coming into kickoff, he was the newest pickup. They picked the best player they could possibly find. Look at that team secret. They take him on, and now it's not just making them better, Fox. It's making the entire team better. Joom is playing well, and as Lax talked about, it is enabling every single player on this roster to thrive.
I mean, sometimes roster changes works out for the player leaving and the new player that's joining the team. I mean, we know Falcons has so much talent on the roster. I think Joom is exactly what they needed. Somebody that has that vocal ability, being able to make plays on that entry, being able to be very dynamic on his role. And so it allows players like Solitov Uses to be able to just not think, just be able to entry, focus on getting those picks. And that's the beauty of having a player like Joom.
And they're staying loose.
Well, this is a routine that they did every single day going into their matches. We saw them at the hotel 10-15 minutes before the game starts. You would expect them to be locked in, heads down, focused. They're outside kicking a ball around, staying loose. I mean, that makes a difference.
Yeah, it absolutely does. I mean, even me, back when we were playing, I didn't really care to scrim. I wanted to just focus on what I can control, and I think what they're doing, that's the exact thing that they're doing. It's just focusing on the communication, making sure they're in good vibes, making sure that they're loose. And that's something that I enjoy to see, that everyone's involved. No one is just sitting on the back end. Everyone is making sure that they're there, the camaraderie's there, the energy's there, and you can see that they are getting ready to be locked in for this match.
It's good for the mental ability to be able to stay fresh in your mind.
Absolutely.
You know, the hand-eye coordination, it helps when it comes to playing games. I mean, we used to play ping pong back in the day sometimes to be able to stay active. So it's very helpful for the team.
And one thing that they have done really well, and throughout my interviews with them this week, they said it every time, our mental has never really been all that bad. Even when they suffered a bad loss here or there, they stayed calm, they stayed composed, and that's why they're here on the main stage.
And again, I think when you also have the leader of LickyFac, I mean, again, we know how intense he can get, but everyone can handle that, and it comes from a place of care. It comes from a place of knowing that they can be better versions of themselves, which is why you don't see that mental get to them, is why you don't see them start to hide and shake because LickyFac's yelling at them. Or even we saw in a couple of those call-ins or the timeouts, we saw him maybe even question Julio in some of those calls of just being, maybe we need to transition, maybe we need to do this. I think that is important for any team to be able to grow, and just the dynamic of it. I mean, again, they're on main stage for a reason.
They are, but when we talk about the conversation of mental fortitude, being strong, not letting rounds
okay, I mean,
worry you, we're going up against FaZe. I mean, the back-to-back invite champions. If there's any team that's going to mentally lose it against an opponent, it's going to be FaZe because they are perfect. They adapt. They understand exactly what they need to do, and they're consistently putting up walls.
They're
and that's
flawless.
something that Falcons is going to have to figure out what to do with.
Well, let's slow things down for a moment and look where exactly we're headed to in this best of 3. We've seen the importance of these maps so far throughout the first 2 series. Our second series just ending in 2. This time, no doubt, Falcons are going to try to push this one as far as they can.
Clubhouse? Oh, man. I mean, we're already going to be in for one hell of a match just right out the gates. I mean, Clubhouse, very simple map. We've talked about this is essentially the Coliseum of maps. It's really just counterplaying of who's going to show up fundamentally more sound. And from what we've seen time and time again, it really has been FaZe. But throughout this event so far, we've already seen Falcons play this twice, beating Keg and NIP. Now, that's not the biggest serving sample for the side of NIP. We know Clubhouse is a predominantly heavily favored map in the SAL. So the fact of the matter that they're going to bring FaZe here and already start out making them feel a little comfort does give me a little bit of question marks there. But I mean, still, you move to Chalet. I mean, we already saw how Chalet looked for the side for FaZe.
I mean, we sure do. FaZe are amazing on Chalet, arguably their best map. 15-4 for the total year so far. And when it comes to them just being able to play on that map, they're a very slow pace, but at the same time, the biggest hindrance on that map is Cyber. You never know where he's coming from. He's been able to be so flexible. We'll see him on the entry. We'll see him on the flex. We'll see him slowly playing with the team. And that's something where I'm imagining that Falcons is trying to win the opening engagements a majority of the time. They need to. And FaZe is going to be adapting very heavily against it to be able to play back. So what is Falcons going to do? That's what I want to see, is how they're going to be able to adjust to where Cyber is positioned. Are
That's
they
where
going
Doom comes in.
Exactly. Are they going to get aggressive when they realize Cyber's playing back? At the end of the day, if we go to a full 3 maps, both teams are pretty proficient on Consulate. So I'm imagining both teams will be able to win their respective map picks.
I love it when you guys get into it like this. I mean, it's just such good energy. Let's talk predictions, though, as we have to do before we go to the crowd. I want to hear what you guys have to think. Lax, who's got it? It's hard to predict that someone other than the world champs is going to win. Do Falcons have what it takes?
I think they do have what it takes. They've shown that they can beat them back in Munich. Now, obviously, you know, that doesn't attest to, you know, what an SI finish looks like, but I do think they can get over the edge. But just for the simple fact, I mean, you have to give it to the 2-time world champions and how composed they've been, how well they've been able to transition their play styles to accommodate each and every single team. I got to leave it on the table with FaZe.
I agree. When it comes to the mental aspect and seeing Falcons on the stage like this and the outcomes, until we're proven wrong, I gotta give it to FaZe.
All right, we're gonna go to crowd in just a moment, so bear with me for a second. If we're gonna see that third map, if we're gonna see Consulate, at that point, do you think, oh, it's guaranteed to be a FaZe victory? They've taken it all that way, or is that where Falcons can thrive?
I think it's a FaZe victory on Consulate.
I mean, I still want to give credit to Falcons. I mean, they fought tooth and nail throughout many games here as well. I mean, it hasn't been a breeze for either of these teams to get to this point, but they all have the mental resilience. I think either way, it's not going to be clean cut and concise who's going to win it, unless somehow we're seeing a quick 7-0 on this first match.
I think the biggest indicator will be how the team is looking and responding to each other on Falcons if they lose one of the first 2 maps going into map 3. Depending on their morale, their energy, I think that will be a very big indicator. So maybe we revisit that question after map 2.
All right, we'll absolutely do that. Of course, FaZe, they have not dropped a map yet here in SLC. That means maybe when they face some adversity, we could see things change a little bit. But I never get the opportunity to do this, so I'm going to have to speak to the people behind me. All right, let's see. Who thinks Falcons is going to take this one? Let's hear it. Come on.
Little something.
Okay, little something, little something. All right, let's see. Back-to-back world champs. Let's hear it for FaZe.
I think that's an obvious decider.
Yeah.
I mean, you gotta go
clearly
with FaZe.
Falcons.
You think?
What?
I mean, we know there's Doom fans in the crowd. We know we've got that fan base coming over from Team Secret just because of the performance that they put up at SI, what feels like not too long ago at all. Do you think he can take some of those lessons here, bring them to Team Falcons and say, hey, FaZe did this to us. Here's what we need to prevent to make sure we get this
Well,
right.
listen, I think there's one thing to take away, especially with Shaiko's removal from the team, is when we even saw them play last time, we saw LickyFact, the one who was performing the most, and we did see Jumi was the second highest rated player of that game in that championship final. So I would think it does alleviate a little bit of pressure there of inconsistency that have plagued this Falcons roster now going into this setup. But again, this isn't a grand final. This is a quarterfinal. There's still plenty of a road ahead of them. They need to get over this hurdle of Falcons.
Having the experience is going to make Joom feel a lot more comfortable sitting in that seat going up against FaZe, especially since it's so recent. That being said, it's FaZe. They adapt. We just talked about it. Every single team that they've played against, different win condition, different ideal stylistic matchup on who they're going up against. So it really will be a battle on how fast Falcons can understand and adapt, and how fast FaZe can adapt as well.
All right. Well, our players are ready to go, so here's what we need to do now. We have to find out if Falcons have what it takes to take on the back-to-back world champs, as FaZe still chase their first ever major title.
All right, we are halfway through Playday 1 here in Salt Lake City. And this, of course, is what everyone's gunning for. An opportunity to take a crack at the trophy. But to do that, you got to get through your next opponent. And these next two teams know each other very well. Let's bring them out. Team Falcons. After a major roster shakeup that shook their chemistry, this squad is here to prove everything can finally click on the biggest stage. Watch them hunt that old fire and turn potential into playoff dominance. And their opponents. FaZe Clan. The back-to-back 6 Invitational champions are rolling undefeated through the Swiss and now continue to chase dynasty status on American soil. A flawless run here would further cement themselves as the team of the era. I mean, talk about a familiar sight here. The amount of times I've stood next to you guys, you know each other inside and out. It's another opportunity to prove that you're better than these guys and that you're better than these guys. Any final words for each other?
It will be a good game like every time and have fun.
Come on, KDS.
Yeah, the same thing. We have a good time playing because they are very good, so we have a fun match today.
Sportsmanship. Can we get a handshake here, guys? Good stuff. 2 seasoned veterans ready to go at it here. And calling the action, we've got Lynx and Ex-Troika.
A lot of teams have beef with FaZe, and I think that puts it mildly. All of North America has basically lost to FaZe at this tournament. But no team at this event is fighting for revenge for 1, but 2 grand finals, Ollie.
Oh yeah,
This is a little bit of a grudge match in the making, and the fact we get to see it here in the quarters is a massive treat indeed. Of course, Falcons, they've got their own history with FaZe, but looking a little bit deeper, what's happened recently on this Team Falcon side? Well, it is the addition of Doom, and of course, who can forget Doom going up against FaZe in that Team Secret roster only a couple of months ago. So it's almost a double whammy here, Lynx.
I mean, the fact that 80% have a chip on their shoulder against FaZe from a match 2 years ago, and their newest pickup has a chip on their shoulder from a match that happened 1 year ago, basically the same tournament. It doesn't get much better than that. But Doom in particular, in that secret series against FaZe, channeling, it seems like, Fate itself so many times, and yet still falling short. FaZe do seem inevitable at points, Ali. Do you feel that way about them today?
I do in some ways, and I don't in others. I feel like it's a very difficult balance to strike here, because for me and my money, I don't know that we've seen FaZe play enough games yet here inside of Salt Lake. The last time we saw them play was Tuesday. Today's Friday. They've played 4 maps to get to this point. Falcons, they've played 11.
And you talk about FaZe's struggles at majors in the past few years. Fox is right, they always qualify at the 3-0, at the 3-1, but that means they might end up playing only 4, 5, 6 maps before getting into the main stage. But if you run up against a team like Falcons who played 11, or other teams that have played double digits, that's where we see FaZe struggle. They go out in the quarters, they go out in the semis. It's at SIs when you play 8 billion maps, they do well. But when you don't have a lot of time, FaZe have struggled here in the past.
And if you think about Falcons, what is the best possible outcome for them? Playing a lot of maps. They've just picked up Doom. It is all about getting those reps in. Doom doesn't need the experience of playing on the main stage. He's got that in the bank already. But the synergy with the team, that's something you can't fake.
And they've had to do that through a lower bracket run in the Swiss. Not a complete one. They didn't go down 0-2, but Falcons had their back against the wall for a little bit of SLC already, but now it is do or die for Falcons, for FaZe Clan, for our 3rd quarterfinal of the day. Will it be the 2-time world champs, or it'll be Falcons with a little bit of young star power to try and recreate that magic? We've got Clubhouse coming up right now.
Clubhouse it is, and what a map it is going to be. It's a bit of a rare treat to see Falcons play on Clubhouse.
A delicacy.
It's certainly a rare thing to see them lose it. It's a 9th preference map. They very often ban it, and very seldom will they pick it themselves. However, when they end up playing it, they are bloody good at Clubhouse. FaZe on the flip side, 3rd choice. So you can look into that and see what you will. Double positive on it, 6-3, that's fine. They played a heck of a lot of Club at the start of this year, and it sort of tailed off a little bit. I'm a little bit surprised to see this be the map that we go to first in the series in itself, but we know that both of these two teams aren't necessarily massive on the old counter prep. They like doing their own things.
FaZe in particular, when you have a 5 that is this consistent, that is just this good, you don't need a counter strat half the time. You just focus on playing your game. But by the same token, that is where sometimes that, you know, only playing 3, 4 maps can hurt you a little bit. If you're so focused on refining your game, if you don't have something to give you an edge, maybe you struggle. But that's the thing with FaZe. They always just play their game. It's been 3 years of playing their game, and they've won 2-6 invitationals, made every main stage, and only gone out in the quarters, what, 1 time in 3 years? Falcons today think they might just be the team to do it. And given how they played so far, Ollie, I don't hate their chances.
I really don't at all. Falcons going to be starting off here on the attack. Downstairs we go, as is tradition here with Clubhouse. It's going to be quite the extension, though, that FaZe are bringing out, with plenty of reinforcements going on upstairs inside of both CCTV and Cash. And, of course, just making sure that that garage catwalk is locked off as well. Some real time-wasting operators being brought from the side of FaZe. The Roman 2-round Goyo canisters, and of course a couple of Malusis, just to stop you from being able to just plainly walk on in, which is likely something that FaZe are looking to do, given that they're going to be bringing Snake. It evades the first round of banning here, and LickyFact doesn't need too much of an invitation to play it.
No, he does not. Snake has been one of LickyFact's most played operators over the course of the tournament. And basically, since the loss of Shaiko, we've seen that kind of, the ability to take those 1v1s that lurk, trade hands quite a lot. It used to be Shaiko and LickyFact. Now, Usus will do it, EFAC will do it, Joom will do it as well. But Joom playing the Blackbeard as well, another operator that he's played quite a bit here in SLC, and one he will get very little showtime on in round 1. Cyber, who's playing Smoke, by the way, but not on site with a shotgun. With the FMG9, he gets that first pick, and Handy is hungry for a second. Solitov just outside, but Lucy will drop down. Spends 1B trying to get that roamer, and FaZe feel confident in their early game.
It's an early drop-off. They dropped off after only a minute here. Typically, you'll see teams try and push it just a little bit further, try and get to that halfway point, but FaZe feeling like that could be a big win condition for them already, and just cementing those players down in the basement where they've got those strong power positions. As we're seeing right now, it is only a good thing. Sure, it gives the map control away to Falcons, but you look at what's been removed, it's the Blackbeard. That's a big pushing power for later on into the round, as well as the roam clear.
The Falcons have retained some important utility, not just that Soliton scanner, but Yuzuz also. Both of his Dokkaebi calls likely intact for this execute. With all the Bs as well to flood down blue, you would like the Blackbeard. The Falcons have a lot of primary utility to make this a workable execute. But given that's a 5v5 on site, you've got the F-Knots, you've got the Zotos, you've got a C4 and Vulcan packs as well. They still have some work to do before this side is ripe for the taking.
There is a little bit of Ver going on inside the kitchen now, and Brede is going to exasperate that problem for the players of FaZe that are looking to dig in a little bit below. Still a minute left on the clock, so no real cause for concern. But LeakyFak already challenging short and getting himself into Moto.
Just creeping on in, potentially 2 kills could go his way. Got info on 1 on blue, KDS turns his back. Understandable, but he sees a second. No way Cyber knew he could be peeked from that angle. EFAC just sneaking in. How about a third? How about number 4? Not even worried about it. 3v1 now for Falcons. Though a 2v1 as the man himself picked back up. With only 30 seconds to go. He's easily burned by the Vulcan pack. The heat of it too much for Solid Snake. And the 2v1 Falcons with 20 seconds to close this out. Souls is just 1 HP. The easiest kill of your lives. But we've seen a lot of crazy plays from FaZe in blue. We just won't see one today. Falcons need to start off strong, and winning the first is about as good as you can get.
What did I say at the start of that round? The utility they're bringing to stop players from just walking in, and what do we see happen? You place that utility out on the map, you then drop off from the roam clear because you think you've got the kill onto the Blackbeard, and you're like, you know what? We'll take it. We've got 2 minutes to hold on downstairs. That should be fairly straightforward. They're missing a body, they're going to miss a line, they're going to miss an angle to try and take us on. EFAC sees the gap, sees the space, walks down main stairs, straight through short. Doesn't need to play around with Churchwall too much, it's already reinforced for him. He's got a clear line to get straight into Moto, and the information from the Bees, the backstab from Solitov, coming down those blue stairs and giving him everything that he needs. Opened it right up there.
Good.
No rotate. Criminal.
So I posted this picture on...
Big 4K from LeakyFak out in round 1.
Okay.
Getting one on basement as well. Can't get much better than that, especially going down in the opening pick. So now, FaZe move up, try CCTV, go through the motions, go through the normal site rotation. Sometimes we'll see Gem. In this case, it'll be the other. Got a little bit of an extension, I imagine, with Souls bringing that castle. So we'll see some focus over on the bedroom side, I believe. The Falcons lock in their picks. Well, this is an annoying lineup, isn't it?
I think they're both quite annoying lineups, really, aren't they? If you think about it, you've not got all of the really annoying defenders in there. You've got a couple scattered through. The Mute, in particular, becoming increasingly more annoying because of these global abilities and because of how much safety the Mute Jammer provides. But like you say, it's on the side of the attack. It isn't going to matter, though. 2 for 2 on opening deaths for Doom, as once again, we're seeing that big impact operator that Falcons are trying to bring here, not a factor. But again, look at EFAC. He's about to walk up main stairs here.
He's got the Soliton scanner, too. He could find both of these guys. But if it's already been droned out early, all EFAC has to do with F2 in hand is just creep up and take his moment when it arises. Don't shoot the default. Trust your instincts. He catches his own flanker. Loading new mag. EFAC a one-man army over in bedroom right now, but still struggling against 2
Fucking
different
crazy
weapons.
how strong Snake is.
Running out of support.
Like,
Cyber's been a
being
big player on the
ran
defense, not only for FaZe this round, but for FaZe this tournament. I think EFAC saw Ambi do some crazy work earlier on Solid Snake and thinks he can make it happen, but Cyber, a one-man army as well. Opposite sides of the second floor, putting Falcons in the 2v2.
I think FaZe have done a very good job to stabilize there. A lot of it's come off the back of Cyber. LeakyFak has found so much space and value out of that
Falcons
bedroom
are always
push
a
at
good
the moment,
counter
and
to
he would have
FaZe.
been screaming for support. And as the support was trying to get there, Cyber was just cutting them down along the way. Still a 2 versus 2 and plenty of time left, but look at the HP advantage. 2 impacts on both FaZe players at the moment. Even that alone is going to be enough to send EFAC into the grave.
A strong breeze is enough to send EFAC into an early grave, and maybe just seeing the tip of KDS's head, that might be sufficient. Trying to find it!
My goodness!
Evac in flow state. First 2 rounds of Clubhouse. This man is finding every gap.
That was
Is he on the same setup Ambi was playing on? Is that the secret sauce? We just got like a NASA computer in that third spot.
They try to keep
Vamos fazer
it.
as vezes combinando um pouco de recurso com queimar a parede, tá ligado? Então dessa aí a gente vai fazer uma moçada da garagem com o KD de tubarão, o server de bench vai começar o ataque, deixar o choque lá
Holy shit, that was
da parede
fucking crazy.
da parede do server, isso. E a gente vai ficar queimando tipo pra todos os lados. Manter aquela ideia do smoke e o Souza pode pegar um Amai, fechou?
Qual bomb isso?
No bomb do 4, que a gente vai pegar agora. Do bomb da capela, a gente pode basicamente manter a mesma ideia de jogar um pouco mais lá recuar e tal. Só que vamos tentar fazer aquela parada de esconder a vaca no nosso grupo de chamamento do bomb. Tranquilo?
Tá.
E agora, o bomb do dinheiro, cara, a gente tem que segurar ali aquela parada que a gente combinou do cara não ter subido, né? Mas provavelmente agora pode ser outra play.
Bora.
Bora.
The thing about this FaZe roster at Majors that I want to talk about is really quite relevant, considering what we've seen in these first 2 rounds. When they have struggled, it has been against underdogs, who usually go on to lose the Major, might I add. Go all the way back to Copenhagen, it was a crazy run from Volps and Nesk. Go all the way back to Atlanta, Lobin and Maya were having some of the best games we've ever seen on an international stage. And in Manchester, you get Gunnar putting in a crazy performance, and now, what do you know? A couple years later in another major, EFAC is what, 7-1 in the first 2 rounds against FaZe? It is much too early days to call anything. It's Falcons' pick after all. But in a day of individual performances, that has been FaZe's Achilles heel at Majors past.
It wasn't too early for FaZe to call the tactical timeout, wanting to try and stop that bleeding, recognizing defensive rounds are right for the taking here on Clubhouse. 2 rounds, by the way, where FaZe have got the opening pick and still failed to convert onto it. Something that Falcons have put quite a lot of focus on and have been very good at is that opening engagement. And I was kind of keeping my eye out for if they were going to play similarly today. And I'm sure as we get into the series, we may see a little bit more of that over on Chalet. But the main takeaway at the moment, 2 rounds, 4 versus 5, big performances, not only from EFAC, but also Brede as well, hitting that 2-0.
Cyber been good as well with this 4-2. The only main performer for FaZe so far, 3K in the last round, and that's 75% of the work he's done. Been a dominant performance at EFAC with another one. This man could not miss a timing. If you broke every clock in the room, he has every pathing figured out. And for Cyber in particular, one of, if not the best defensive players on FaZe at this tournament, being able to nail down basically the one in the 4+1 of FaZe's setup is of the utmost importance.
Insane.
Jacuzzi wall now opened as well, as Brede is going to be rocking that Maverick torch. Can make a couple of murder holes as well, give a line of sight in onto bathroom. Few shots exchanged. Souls still managing to keep himself alive here and conscious of the push coming from elsewhere. This is something Falcons have been good at with the advantage when they've had it. Granted, not in this game, but previous. Squeezing and really starting to encircle onto those opponents. That's a layup for Leakyfac, and well, he's going to fall.
He's going to fall, but Solotov's going to move quickly in. Realizing the loss in presence for Falcons, he tries to compensate with timing. Sprinting on into Jim, but Vidiking good for the retake. Lining up the second as Solotov's position, well known at this point. Displaced deeper into bedroom, and he's not finding the gaps that Leakyfac has hit so far. He's got information that can make it work, but not if Handy's free-firing like that. Joom's position revealed, and Joom quickly dispatched. FaZe with their first after the TAC timeout, and finally an answer for Falcons.
Very impactful time out there, and it really changing the pace of the game at the moment in time. I think it was necessary, really, because you think about how dominant those first couple of rounds were. Granted, a lot of it off the back of one single player, but being enabled by the rest of the team. The gaps still being found by Leakyfac. They're just not as wide. They're not as... it's not like the Grand Canyon of gaps anymore in this FaZe defense. They've tightened things up somewhat. Weirdly, opening picks still going the opposite way. Falcons get the opening pick there, and you think they're going to start to run with it and do some good work. But a couple of nice little double kills, and everything quickly changes.
Don't think anybody's surprised with FaZe banning Solid Snake against the guy who has got 8 kills on Solid Snake through 3 rounds. And again, in all seriousness, one of the most powerful ops in the game as well. I think FaZe, not really any other option to ban going into the second half On the flip side, taking on the Bandit, Falcons will face some, at least less resistance from the hard breach denial. But utility, again, wasn't really the main star of the show in round 3, Ali. That was just some good coordination by FaZe upstairs.
I think the distraction tactic here of playing Snake in the first couple of rounds opens up a strategy that we've seen Falcons employ exceptionally well, and that has been that Lion play. Solotov uses originally Solotov switching off onto it. The Lion in conjunction with some more of those information operators is going to be a great tool. Information operators in this sense, not a global, not a Dokkaebi, not a Deimos. You're going to be just rocking the shields. You've got Users and June both looking to try and bring some of that shield action now. And with the way that we've seen that Lion played, I imagine the first kill's going to come through, boom, Lion scan will be hit, and it's going to root the defenders in place and assist them in chaining that advantage.
The Thatcher is what interests me, though, because we don't have any exterior walls as the focus of this attack. It is a basement defense from FaZe. That seems to indicate to me Falcons really gunning for the post plant and looking to disable 2 of those C4s being brought by KDS and Vidiking, respectively. First Lion scanner will go out, no Deimos to track them, but will root those defenders in place and give some good information. Namely that 2 to 3 currently moving around the bomb site. That will leave a couple in the wind. Handy now dropping down, joining the rest of the defense, leaving KDS and Cyber up top.
It was about this point in the round where we previously saw FaZe drop off when they defended this site in round number 1. They had got an opening kick off the back of that. This time, there's no real point. They've not achieved enough yet to drop back and to give up and surrender that map control. Cyber, a little bit of a chance of an engagement there. Isn't going to fully commit to it though. Couple of pop shots through the wall, gets himself down those main stairs. Still with KDS at the top as a bit of an unknown factor right now.
Oof.
Whether or not he's unknown is going to be the big question here. You can see one shield rappelling up to the roof. That's Jum on the Blackbeard, who might just hop in the bedroom window.
They know.
KDS, both of them know. They'll fire some pot shots over towards the Blackbeard. Losing the Zotos might be rough, but KDS will try to survive as long as he can. Being pinched by 2 shields, I couldn't think of a worse situation for a roamer to face. KDS will try valiantly to survive as long as he can, but instead, Handy seeing him fall, will now look to rat inside a garage.
The question that we can only answer at the end of the round now is, did KDS do enough? Did he waste enough time? Nearly 2 minutes. Still with Handy out of action as well. A little bit on the top of these oil pit stairs. He's got a great chance at a few shots onto Solid. Just let him past. That's not the end of the world though, because he's still an unknown factor. We saw Falcons react incredibly well when the new one player was out on their own, but they had no idea about Handy.
You still look at the cost though. Solotov losing some E1Ds, that might be problematic, but taking down those Zotos, it's still important. FaZe have done good to mitigate the damage, but there is no decisive one for them just yet. Jum locking in after a slow first quarter, trapped in smoke. Recognizes his fate and will accept it honorably. Cyber with toxic canisters, Handy with a couple kills. Brine stuck at bottom main. Handy now with 3.
What happened?
Looking to try and deny LickyFact, double digits, keeping him locked inside a Moto, and Souls will get it. FaZe win 2 in a row to tie things up early on.
Not only was the contribution from KDS enough there in terms of the time that he wasted, but the fact that it was a big distraction and it held resource back from double and triple checking what was going on inside a garage for Falcons. Bit of an oldie, to be honest, stood at the top of oil pit stairs, but Handy, he was dug in there for pretty much the majority of the round, at least right up until the point he gets the kill over onto Solotov. Showed some great trigger discipline in there. Bit of an alarm bell really when June gets the kill inside of blue, but it was well reacted to. Bang, a couple of toxic babe canisters over there. Another triple kill for Handy.
Handy and Cyber both leading the way for this defensive side of FaZe, and that's not an uncommon sentence at literally any tournament in the past 3 years. Cyber, as I mentioned earlier, one of the best defenders, but Handy pretty consistently one of the best players in the world and consistently an MVP or MVP contender for FaZe at tournaments they have won and lost. This defensive side, them bouncing back after the timeout, just as instrumental as anything Rafadel called. Now we'll go back to CCTV and see what adjustments both of these teams will make. Falcons having a preference for the double shield in round 4, considering that things went quite well for them on the first go-around on this attack, though, albeit emboldened by LickyFact on Snake again. It seems they will be keeping a bit more of this execute or plant-focused lineup now that Snake is still banned.
They've got a nice like Swiss Army knife here, really, of tools, haven't they? They're going to be able to get whatever they need to get open in terms of walls, partly due to the bans, partly due to the Thatcher. I look at the Thatcher and I think that's going to assist the Garage player. We've got the Warmine Magnets, we're going to have some Banshees in there. Solotov on the Nomad. It's not a bad tool to clear out that catwalk with, and if you can get in there and start to do a little bit of damage, then all the better. But through the drone hole, that wasn't on the bingo card. And Joom is going to pick up another kill here as an opener. He's been heavily involved in those opening engagements, but he's starting to be on the right side of them now.
Yeah, 3 out of 4 so far. Joom, when he gets going, as we've all seen in Paris, he can make magic happen. 2 big 1v3s at that tournament just to keep Secret alive, and it really seemed like he might just sail them to victory. But FaZe, again, ever consistent, denied them at that moment. But some good team play there to take down Cyber early on. Handy with a C4. You try and bring things back, but a drone slowly drifts by his head. Probably doesn't feel as strong about that decision as he did before. Users on cutoff, just sitting outside a lounge door right now, waiting to see if Handy, or anybody for that matter, decides to go for a walk through lounge. But FaZe have been pretty consistent about these decisions, try to play their life, but as Handy takes the fight, Users is ready for it. Joom next up onto KDS. Now it's Vidiking and Soul trying to fight back with over half the round to go.
Vidiking needs to be careful there. You can see him coming back up the stairs. He doesn't want to leave Souls alone on the site right now. He has 3 Toxic Babe canisters. 1:20 on the clock. A lot can be done with that. A C4 potentially will be a heck of a lot better, but Falcons don't need to rush this. They've got the advantage. They just need to leverage it, work themselves into the right position. We've got a bit of a stack up at the moment outside of Garage. That's free for the taking. And I imagine that drones are getting moved around now just to confirm that, and we can start to see players taking a little bit more space.
Some utility used by Vidiking in response, sending out some toxic canisters over to the plat wall. SMG-11, not normally the gun we see used on that off angle. Got a lot of recoil for an engagement that is about 30 yards away, it feels like. They'll try their best. Joom slowly being kicked down by some toxic gas, I believe. And Falcons, a minute since we kind of reached this 2v4 equilibrium.
The big problem here is Vidiking. He's got a great line, and Joom's just going to give himself away. Souls is miles away, but he has been held for about a minute by Users. Now Vidiking has to deny.
Has got to deny with no toxic canisters remaining. They'll just have to be with the SMG-11. We have seen some crazy shots. Rexen treating us to a spectacle on this weapon earlier. Vidiking, a little less so as it's windy inside of Cash. It'll give LickyFact the opening to hop in, go for the plant in default. Needs to win this fight on the platwall player, but Brede ready for it.
Not gonna
Falcons
happen.
breaking FaZe's momentum and have guaranteed themselves an even half.
It's a very difficult job that both Brede and Users do at the end of that round. Users hold an angle onto Jim Window for what felt like about a minute, and Brede never really got himself off rappel. Wasn't required, but having to sit there and having to hold that angle and just know that the team is going to get on with the rest of it and give you that opportunity, force that player out of position, it's a very thankless task. Fortunately, they both got the moment in the sun, picking up a kill apiece there to cement a brief lead here for Falcons as we approach the halfway point of map 1.
Continuing their run of success on the opening kills, though that's the first time it actually results in a successful round for Falcons. It's been a game of recoveries so far. That one, the only one that's been successfully converted by the winning team, in this case, Falcons. Now, next up for the final site on defense, moving over to Gym and Bedroom for FaZe's last attempt to tie the half. Doing really good in the middle of things, coming out of that TAC timeout. The last thing we want to see is Falcons winning a round without LickyFact going massive. That was a slow burn for Falcons. The one with every position covered, all the utility being used, and everybody on the same page.
Yeah, it's gone from standout performance. It's gone from SR to just a normal game of Siege right now. I think we've seen enough of individual performance today already, and we've only watched a couple of games.
Back taking a peek early. Saw Cyber get a kill from this angle right at the beginning of this series against Joom. Nobody looking to take a fight like we saw before. It's been a very slight and measured decrease in the early round presence from FaZe, but I think in moments like this, noticeable. Starting things out very aggressive, swinging the main stairs window, trying to contest some of those extremities on Gym Bedroom. Some of the same can be said. We've got a couple players over to CCTV and Cash. It's KDS and Handy currently playing over on the east side. But even then, I think fairly ready to retreat if the moment arises. Not facing any pressure at the moment beyond a hole open in Con. Just trying to waste some more time over by Plat. Zoto canister goes down. And again, we were treated to a spectacle early on with some crazy plays, but the back half of this clubhouse attack from Falcons has been slow and steady.
Last time we saw this, Saya, it was round number 3, and we had Leafyfact still trying to just walk in and find a lot of space. That's not been the game plan for the last couple of rounds from Falcons. They've transitioned into something much more traditional now, and it's doing them quite well. Good control now being starting to be taken. They're at least starting to burn away some of this utility. Handy, he's used his Zoto canisters now, so the walls, nothing really going to be stopping those from getting open, and you can see now, nice little picture-in-picture, we have Thermite opening up that plat wall. Bit of presence inside a garage as well, and it just forces these FaZe players back. Fortunately for them, nothing's really been opened, so there's no real consequence to that rotate. It's going to be getting opened now by June, though.
A lot of utility the Falcons need to make good on this investment so far. 2 minutes we've spent. We've got Bees, we've got Candelas that we just saw, but time is starting to run out. Now, they're not getting low on time, Ollie, but with a minute to go, and they've just opened plat wall. FaZe have done a good job at stalling, and Handy done a good job at fighting back. Jube has been having a lot of trouble in this series so far. Got a few kills throughout, but constantly the opening engagements are now 2 and 3 again. Going down early, Yuzu downed on Metal Balcony as FaZe have stalled time in the early round and now gone big in the late. Leafyfact as Bride finds Cyber somewhere around the site. Looking for the solo con push. Has a line on the player, trapped on bedroom door, but with Logi players behind him, and Handy getting another.
Reloading, cover
It has just felt like Falcons over the last minute, the last 40 seconds have slowly bled out, and FaZe, with just consistent pressure, tie things up.
Everybody's so well disciplined from FaZe there at the dying portion of the round. No one giving any peeks away, no one trying to make anything happen, and just really getting that job done, cementing the round.
I didn't know you wanted to bounce the window.
For church, you guys know what they do.
I can explain if you want.
Yeah, I think we don't do too much, you know, just playing a little bit. I think it's more like the way we wanna play, you know. It's just like the only good thing they did was like just full retake together and playing aggro, you know. And I think like anything we do, we just if we do together is good. Like if we play, we can play for retake, we can play really aggro at the start together.
Yeah.
They mainly like just resume everything. They just push you everywhere. They apply pressure, you know, default phase, you know. And then they're gonna see where is the gap and just gonna push on this. So. Yeah, for me, it's that simple.
Their strong part, guys, is when they execute all together, okay? They have a really good team play, so that's the only thing we need to be careful about. And mainly for basement, they execute from Blood, then Church, or Kitchen Dirt, okay? Also, so they do phase attack with Saber on the window, or they can do top floor control with Shield Master, Jumping Con, okay? For Jim, usually they go direct with ND window, KDS, BB, Office Hatch.
É só pegar o Black B e a gente continua lá, entendeu?
Tá, mas você não quer começar na 3-2 então? Tipo, a gente vai fazer
se for avançar dinheiro, não. A gente vai fazer 3-2 se for as outras plays.
Beleza, mas aí os seus vai de Black e o KD vai de quê?
Pode de green mesmo, ele abre a parede lá e fica varando.
Tá. Pode ser. E os de Ace, né? Fora sério.
Isso.
É isso.
Mas pode ser que a kill do vazio seja mais fácil que a kill da garagem inicial, né? Se não passar uma montanha. Do gente pegar uma ink lá e só entrar vazio. A gente consegue caprichar
nessa... Você sabe se o Bride dele joga de biriba ali na minhoca?
Cara, ele varia o boneco, né?
Ah, que ele sempre pega goi ali. Tá falando se ele tá de biriba, tipo ele...
de goi joga de biriba.
É isso. Vai querer ficar no biriba, né?
Bora. Por ele tá coberto de C4, mira, que às vezes ele faz de mira, né? Então bora.
Bora mesmo.
Quick regroup at the half for Falcons and FaZe as we stand at 3-3 for both teams. FaZe moving to the attack and Falcons moving to the defense. Bit streaky so far up until the past round 5 and 6. Based on what we've seen so far, Ollie, not a clear lead for either team. I mean, it has been quite a slow burn for the back half of that first, for that first half. And hopefully we see, I think, a little bit more pace because both these teams are quite excellent and it's good siege so far. I'd like to see a little bit more. I'd like to see a little more of that SR energy we saw earlier.
I mean, even half. So it's always going to be a good game, isn't it? I think FaZe started off very slow. That was evident in the first 2 rounds being taken. Not only that, but the fashion in which those first 2 rounds were won in. It was very dominant again, and it all came down to big solo players. FaZe is not a team that will let one player shine head and shoulders above the rest consistently. And it's been shown here. Tactical timeout, shut down, and now we've got a 3-3 half. Time to adjust, time to reset. FaZe now to go onto their own attacks and to show us what they've got. Of course, Falcons to flick over onto their defenses. It's difficult to say who it favors at this point in the game, and I think it still just kind of hangs in the balance. It's map 1.
It is map 1. It's also Falcons' pick. It's also Clubhouse. Map that I think both teams quite adept on and will be quite experienced on. Do a bit of a tech pause, so apologies for the delay. Souls has had too good of a tournament, so we decided to kick him out of the game.
Souls had a very good tournament.
He's had a very good tournament.
Highest rated player on FaZe coming into the day.
We make that point, but we could have literally said that about any other tournament in the past, like, 5 years, basically.
I think you could do. The consistency's there, isn't it, with Souls? Not often does he get the big, flashy plays. He's just always there. Often last alive. Although Handy's taking that mantle away from him a little bit now as well.
He's taken the mantle from him, and I will say, I still remember sitting in Sao Paulo watching Nighthaven Labs when I saw him miss a few prone shots on the floor, and we all know what happened after that. So Souls just as human as the rest of us, but I will say sometimes seems to enter a bit more godlike form than the other players on FaZe. But again, you can pretty much say that about anybody. Vidaking has Monty clutches, Cyber has his solo roams on defense. KDS is just KDS half the time, and that's good enough. Falcons on the flip side. Not really trying to make a new system work, but the loss of Shaiko is always going to be a problem. There's always going to be something you have to work around given the size and the magnitude of a player like that. And so far, attempting to recreate him in the aggregate required a bit of a lower bracket run, but I think that is expected for any team that's made a change.
And what a run it was for Falcons. They ran a bit of a gauntlet through the Swiss stage. 11 maps to get to this point now. And I think that was demonstrated in the opening start of this game, wasn't it? They came out very hot, no messing about, we're straight into it. FaZe had that little warm-up time, didn't they? They had that just period of idling, but it's never going to take FaZe too long to warm up into a series. That much we know for certain. But as Falcons being the team that stands in their way at the moment, you can see it's taking its toll a little bit on those players. I do apologize for the extended tech pause here. Hopefully we'll get Souls back into the lobby as soon as possible. I'm sure we've got a computer or two lying around we can replace with if necessary. We'll make sure that they are fully set up.
Salt Lake, can you guys indulge me for a second? I want to ask a few questions. Do you guys actually want FaZe to win? I was gonna say it because it sounded pretty even earlier, and I was like, there's no way that at a North American event we're rooting for the one Brazilian team who's beat every North American team at this tournament. So just to clarify, do you want Falcons to win? I really just needed to set the record straight because I came in quite mad. I was very worried. As a North American, I was very worried. And we're all good. I appreciate you all for bearing with me and bearing with us as well, as we have, thankfully, Souls back in the lobby. Hopefully we'll get things underway in just the next 10 to 15 seconds. Clubhouse, it's a tie game, 3-3, as competitive as it can be for our first half. The FaZe have made some good pace in round 6, and as they move on to the other side, are looking to carry forth that momentum.
A lot of ban potential here for the Hard Breachers. 2 Hard Breachers removed from Falcons. They're taking out the Thermite and that Hibana. FaZe on the flip side, removing both electrification ops as well. Caden Bandit, see you later. Incredibly high ban rate for both those two at Salt Lake specifically. And these teams are starting to really like the idea of just being able to get stuff open and not have too much to worry about. Of course, secondary Hard Breach is a thing nowadays, so you can bring an Ace, you can bring a Monty, you can bring a Grim, and you've still got a heck of a lot of potential for getting those walls open. Big problem with that is, of course, a mirror window. Users. Sure, it'll be looking to be a bit of a nightmare with these placements, and already we can see one on this plat wall. We'll be getting that open straight away.
What kind of mirror is it?
Another operator we see make her debut on Falcons defense, or at least on the defense for Clubhouse, will be that Thorn. Not something I believe we saw entirely in the first half from FaZe. So those Razor Bloom, Solitaire falling back. Now looking over towards the Grim in secret. This is a basement defense. Everybody acts surprised. We've gone here for the first round. So, FaZe seeing this, oh, that's awkward. I don't know what you do about that.
You ban the mirror. Honestly.
Well, that's a solution for 3 rounds from now. We are currently in round 7.
There's not too much that you're going to be able to do about that and use this. That's why you place it there. It makes it so awkward. It's going to give a bit more security to Solotov down here playing on small steps. And of course, Jim as well. Oh, they've locked him out!
Oh, he just
surely manages to be saved there. It doesn't stop the opening pick from happening though. Bitterking is left super low.
I have not seen defenders pounce on a Monty quite like that. I think everybody cheering for those shield changes almost cost Bitterking his life, but FaZe, knowing how strong their IGL is on that Monty, want to keep him intact as we move into the late game. An operator that's often banned against Bitterking for these exact reasons, but putting him to 1 HP, all Falcons have to do is take a step back. They've got a C4, they've got Vulcan packs and Razor Blooms. Sure, maybe a lot of utility for FaZe, Ollie, but that Monty is not nearly the powerhouse he once was.
Yeah, that Monty could be dead to pretty much anything at the moment. Even an impact thrown in a decent location is going to do the damage. We look at this. Secondary shotguns being used for a little bit of soft breach. It's okay if you're going for something a little bit more pinpoint, like destroying one of those fire ingredients, but it's never going to give you the sheer mass that is often required. With 3 bodies here in a very low Monty, you're going to be split in this final push, split in this execute. It's going to be a Moto hatch drop. That much is almost certain. A little bit of a main stairs element in there. Kitchen, there's just not been enough work done in that area.
It's easy as that. Literally as easy as that to take care of Bitterking. Very quick investment from Juman used this earlier, and it pays off with a C4 in the late round. And if things were split before, Handy and KDS on opposite sides of blue, but Handy almost has 2 line up for him. Uses good with that trade. KDS position revealed inside of blue as he moves down Generator. Shrapnel in his leg, limping to a likely round loss. All of his B's gone, no angles going his way. Falcons will answer back FaZe's victory with one of their own.
Very successful top floor hold there from Falcons. They paid a price. They lost 2 bodies in very quick succession, but the teamwork and the synergy inside of Garage was just beautiful to behold. FaZe desperately trying to keep everybody alive, desperately trying to save Monty and destroy the Kiva barricade so Monty could back up out of Garage. And it just wasn't enough in the end. Some very loose splash damage there. You can see Souls whacking away, trying to make something happen. Even Users jumping out. I hadn't actually clocked at the time who it was that was trying to save Bitterking, but Users managing to get himself an angle there, probably from downstairs, bottom of blue, to pick that kill up onto Souls, just taking advantage of that confusion and that chaos.
Really great team play from Falcons in the early game there, and of course is closing things out in the late. Got a little nervous when we saw Handy walking down Moto and has the 2 line up for him. Paris Handy does not miss that. Paris Handy gets all 3 kills, actually.
I think a lot of Handies do, to be fair. I mean, give him a couple of rounds time and he probably picks up both of those.
He's also 10-4, so we don't really need to critique too much. Handy having an excellent showing on Clubhouse so far. Cyber cooled off a bit, but the thing about Cyber this tournament, he's got like, I think 120 or so EPS on defense, only about 80 to 90 on the attack. This is by far and away his weaker side for FaZe throughout this tournament. So we're going to look to players like Handy, like KDS to try and pick up some of that slack. Especially Falcons move up 4-3. They start chaining together defenses. A win on Gym Bedroom, for example. FaZe in a bit of tricky territory. This might be Falcons' pick. They have let, comparatively speaking, underdogs. Again, we're doing this. We saw FaZe able to break through it last time. And look, Cyber coming in with the reaction. Just slipping in through Lounge with a backstab against Joom, who's been having a rough tournament so far.
That's a very brave change that Leaky Fack has just made in the line of the Monty. Chooses to switch over on Scopos. Another kill coming in now. Solotov and June both out of action here. And FaZe in much better shape. They're not getting fooled again by that Kiva barricade trick trying to zone out that Monty.
Now Cyber ready for it, just moving in through Lounge. Leaky Fack in the difficult position. He's got to fall back. Got to make his way back to the site, join the rest of the team on Gym and Bedroom. A minute 46 seconds to go. What are Falcons' options? They just have to try to take a fight in this mid-game, work a pick back, because you have Users with the C4 for later, But Ollie, we've got a long way to go
switch.
till we reach that point, and we have a hell of a drone in sight. A direct line on 2 of the remaining defenders.
That's going to be massive, especially with the extra couple of man advantage. You can commit somebody to the windows, you can get somebody in below. Those Bs are going to further that information advantage, and it looks like Cyber might just be going for a walk up those main stairs.
5v3, and they're still adding another dimension, by the way. Still going for a backstab. The Users is ready for him and Brede taking down the Logi player, and like that, 5 become 2. Vidiking with a shield as well. KDS the only player with a gun to try to escort FaZe into a post plant. Vidiking quickly moving in. As both one defender in Logi, the other in the hallway. Cyber gets one, but uses with the next. Vidiking's been here before, but the shield changes, make a Monty 1v1 a little more difficult. Being knocked back and forth. Has Vidiking prepped? As he dry ran these changes? Trying his best. Half the round gone. Just gotta move a little further. Users resorting to some destructive ingredients. And still, it's been 30 seconds. Users, tick, 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 tock. Can you get it? Better luck next time. Thanks for playing. You lost.
Very unfortunate there for Users. Rounds out the round on a quad kill, but it is pretty impactless. In the 1v1 with the Monty, his only real hope there was the fire extinguisher, and he tried it, but you're going to get stunned as well. So you've got about as much chance of hitting him as he has got to stay alive. Very well played from Vidiking. We expect nothing less at this point from Vidiking on a shield, do we? They've been there multiple times before. The coverage, of course, good enough at least enable that plant to go down. And another very close round between these 2 storied opponents. If only that opening portion had gone slightly different. Surprised that FaZe got caught out by it again, to be fair. It's 2 rounds in a row. We've just seen his army throw a Keeper barricade onto the bottom of Garage and expect to get something going.
Gets the kill right at the very end. It is a hollow victory, unfortunately, for Users. Vidiking, he has been in that position an ungodly number of times. I mean, every Monty has. Vidiking in particular, I feel like, always seems to find themselves in these 1v1s. FaZe continue stealing rounds back and forth. Neither team a clear favorite at the moment. For Falcons, that becomes worrisome. Because Clubhouse might be their pick, Ollie, but next up we have a map that is just unbelievable for FaZe.
Yeah, Chalet is no joke for FaZe. The only thing is, and we've said this a few times because it's been no joke for him for a while, the only thing is there's a lot of tape on it, so there's a chance, you know, but FaZe just do the same thing every round anyway, so you can know what they're going to do, but they're still just a little bit better. And Chalet has definitely been one of those grounds that they have proved themselves on repeatedly over the last 6 months. Still ways till we get there, and I wouldn't put this one past going to an overtime, just given the back and forth nature that we've seen so far. We are really waiting for one team to start to streak away a little bit. It's been big performances individually on both sides. Think back to the last 2 rounds. Users, he's had 8 kills in the last 2 rounds.
And moving up 11-4, first player on Falcons. Did to break double digits on Clubhouse.
We have some time.
I mentioned June having a rough map so far. Good tournament, very good player.
Setting up a breaching sequence.
But getting a little bit comfortable right now and taking his time. But a player we will need to see show up if Falcons want this to be decisive. Another difficulty with this plat wall. Selma on, hole opened, impact out. Now FaZe need to dedicate a little more energy to opening up one of the more basic angles and more basic positions on Clubhouse attack. Soliton Scanner will find 3 of these roamers on the west side of the map. Both teams taking their time on this attacking side, mapping out every single nook, clearing every single cranny. And Solotov, one Gurjmat in pocket, might just find himself in a tricky position. He's taking down Cyber early. LickyFac also getting active as Vidiking trapped again. And yet FaZe want to fight back. 2 players in these cut-off angles find their roamers, find their targets. Falcons, they just make it back to the side in peace, but FaZe might have just saved the round.
It's not often that you see KDS missing out on opportunities there when he's playing those cut-off positions. There were 2 players there that he could have locked in. A third now just feels a bit slow in the fight at the minute. Souls is able to take down Leaky Fact. There's a lot of information here. Users, he's still got a Yokai on. Another Lion Scan going to go out here from KDS. Users and Doom now need to buddy up. They know that the Monty is a factor. They know there's only 2 guns that they're going to be going head up with. But there's still 30 seconds, and FaZe have time to gather this information, have time to figure out, okay, we've got one in Garage, we now know there's one at the top of red, where's the plank gonna go down?
Try to put it outside of Cash Door, as Users baited in, great trade by Joom. And this is technically just a 1v1 against him and Souls right now. Vidiking has the shield up, can push the Azami to the brink on ADS, Joom just trying to find a way through. FaZe, the time is ticking again. They're on the other end. Vidiking, and hipfire headshot, and Joom, just 1 more second. How about that, Salt Lake City?
What? That's crazy.
Joom's got something to say.
What?
It's been a while since we've seen Joom amped up like that.
That's insane.
But he is a player with clutch running through his veins. Somehow I think that might not be the only one we see today.
Somehow I don't. Joom has a tendency to find himself in those 1vx's against FaZe. Mentioned earlier those 2 1v3s that made us all believe. That's why looking to see Joom get active is really important for Falcons in this series. He's not the win condition, don't get me wrong. This is a very, very even team when it comes to skill and impact. But Joom in these big moments in the past year, on Secret especially, has made magic happen. A 1v3 there for FaZe to put Falcons back in the lead. And it got a little dicey there, let's be honest. The knife as Souls is looking at him, we all panic a little bit. But Joom is fired up after round 9. Showing FaZe that they will have to do a bit more work than that.
Nuts.
Round 10 it is. With a 5-4 scoreline, this becomes a pivotal round. A chance for Falcons to put themselves onto a map point,
5 seconds left
cement their own map choice inside this best of 3. FaZe have already used their timeout. They're not looking a million miles off the pace, let's be honest. That was down to a very tight 1 versus 1, as a couple of the rounds have been already leading up to this. It's been a game of individuals so far. Joom in the last. Next 2.5 minutes, we'll find out who it's going to be here inside of round 10. I'm sure it's going to be somebody. But at least at the start, we've got Leaky Fact playing upstairs, Solotov inside a stock, hatch open. So happy to roam up here for a little bit of time, surrendering that hatch and saying, look, we know you're going to get it. We know that you'll bring some secondary hard breach. We're accepting of that. We would rather try and hold out a little bit longer and just waste a bit more time. But there is an option for something quite direct here with Dirt being soft and Viking already marching down, not only on the Blackbeard, but with the diffuser.
We have to be careful in this position, though. You and I have seen this go awry a couple times before, all the way back in phase 1. Blackbeard moving down, and defenders just start piling into dirt, and they all line up for the shield. This time, though, Vidiking might be Vulcan Pax and a player in front of him. It's Joom to go down first. Again, he has been involved in so many of these opening engagements, and unfortunately, losing them more often than he's won. We've seen what can happen when he survives to the late round. That has not always been a given or a guarantee for Falcons. Now an advantage. Mentioned those roamers, Licky Fact. This is a consistent position on a consistent operator for him to play. He's been tracked, has fallen back in response. Now Solotov, basically the last vestige of this roam, right on the hatch, will quickly drop down. Right at the minute-and-a-half mark, still got 50% to go as Falcons setting up the second layer of this defense as FaZe think things through.
I quite like that from Brede. Pocket Goyo canister. He might be able to stop this hatch from getting opened as well. He is going to destroy the Selma. There are 2 tin openings on KDS, but that's going to mean he's got to rotate around to get into a position to use those. He will commit one to Moto. That's fairly standard. If he wants to, Leaky Fact does still have a couple of impacts. If Kitchen Hatch remains closed in this round, it's going to be devastating, especially with the work that's already gone in towards that dirt side. We are starting to see a bit of a rotate off now. It could be more based around that Moto and that blue side.
Ooh! Leaky Fact This man has flanked so many times, he knows when there might be a gap in the defense. Quickly checks Dirt. And that is one whole dimension of this attack that Falcons no longer have to worry about. It is a Moto and blue push in all likelihood, and this is a position Falcons, most defensive teams on Clubhouse, have been in many times before. Grim coming down blue, we get LickyFact still stopped by that. Vidaking finds an angle around the bomb chassis, and Falcons, even with that information, even with that foresight, are no match for FaZe.
Yeah, they just capitulate under the pressure there. FaZe, recognizing the win condition, it isn't getting Kitchen Hatch open. Instead, it's pushing through Moto, it's pushing down blue, and it's fighting them where they are a little bit weaker.
With Monty and Snake, now I feel like they're gonna play more FaZe, you know, pushing from everywhere. So I feel like for basement, you can still play aggro, but you have to fall back together and then be strong inside later. We can even start doing clash plays, even for Jim. I think now we play more to fallbacks, more traps around, and we play the late round, you know, because they're not gonna like just do default, really default anymore, you know, because they don't have Monty, they have Snake. If you guys still wanna play aggro, just fucking mute on your guys' feet, and that's it. You can even bait on Jim, play like Solis, and then you don't stay bar, you stay above, and someone else stay bar, you know, because the Hank is gonna track you, just fuck you.
Right now we can just do the strap with Azami Jim.
Yeah,
I think it's good. I think it's good.
You don't wanna go basement. I think basement clash.
No, Jim. Okay, basement clash. Okay, basement clash.
I'm gonna play go mid.
For those in the arena, they were rapidly deciding which site they were going to right up until the end of that tack timeout. It literally swapped like 5 or 6 different times what Falcons were thinking about. Starting to feel a bit of that pressure against FaZe, as not a single team has won 2 rounds in a row since round 4 from FaZe. It has been completely back and forth. Falcons have been leading, though, pretty well. I would say, Ollie, they consistently seem to be able to get it. And if they can this time, they'll be on their map on 6 rounds, and we'll just need 1 more after that to close things out.
I think the word is frantic for how that timeout was going. They always speak quite quickly anyway, because they've got a short period of time, and it's about relaying as much information as possible. There's a bit of an unsure call as to whether it's going to be downstairs in basement, upstairs in gym. Are you going to bait out on the Solis? Are you not? Are you going to spam the clash? Which angle are you going to be going for?
Spam the clash.
The big addition in this lineup for Falcons, you've got the clash, and that's the one that I think a lot of people will be drawn to. For me, it's the mute. Mute jammers at your feet. You can do so much with that. Those Deimos scans, that death mark is pretty useless if you've got a mute jammer at your feet, or you've got one you can run into and sort of cleanse yourself from that negative effect. So that's going to be a really key piece of utility. See, Brede, he's got one in pocket at the minute. He might choose to place that down at a moment's notice, but it's going to be far less about that extension. It's going to be a lot more slippy. They're going to drop off a lot sooner, and if Julio's anything to go by, they're going to drop off together.
That's a very good read, because after Falcons ban the Monty, we see the Deimos in just 1 round from FaZe, and I think Julio may be thinking that this might be part of a new look from FaZe, that they'll, at least in the second half of their attacks, bring this a lot more consistently alongside the Blackbeard. Really good foresight from Falcons, of course, also bringing it in round 10 before the tack timeout. This mute in this clash will do work both on and off the site, as again,
Smart.
we have FaZe creeping up through dirt. Vidaking going a little deeper into the tunnel than he did before. Nade goes through. LickyFact gets ahead of it, chasing the attack outside of dirt. Exercising some of his property rights, trying to make sure that they get the hell out of here as fast as possible. You targeted, but that's just some support for the clash. That's not really going to give FaZe much of anything. LickyFact saw the attack, trying to get a quick play in dirt, and he said, get the hell out of here.
It just batters him back a little bit, doesn't it? There's still a couple of Candelas left around, but that's something that you've drained away. You've drained a Candela. You've also let them know you're not just going to be able to just walk straight down dirt. Potential for a bit of C4 action here, as we do have a player up above Solotov at the moment. He's been using his Zoto canister to slow down these hatches from getting opened. Oh, that was very narrow. Only just misses out on Souls there, and an attempt at an impact. Second one will go through. Falcons, they are fighting tooth and nail for these hatches right now. They do not want to give away an inch.
And it's not been clean, but it has been earnest from Falcons. They've been trying their best to deny this control. They've done a decent job. They've still got a 5v5. bunkering so far has paid off, in that way at least. This is where things become tricky. Souls has used actually all of his Candelas, and all of the nades on the attack have been used as well. So a lot of the key bits of utility, wait, all the Capital bolts have been used too. Every bit of utility that FaZe could have to make this a bit easier, it's not as much a factor. They'll need to win this off gunfights. But that's something that FaZe have lived up to before. Ethac with one, Cyber on the quick lurk down blue, catches a timing, but down in the process as Vidiking moves in. The defense has lost control of Church. They have lost the narrative, but maintained the advantage. Vidiking moving up, Handy moving in, has just found a line on one, but Ethac going for the flank. He's been here so many times before!
Are you kidding me?
This man's done one thing for 3.5 years. It has been flank, it has been lurk. He knows it better than anybody else.
The prioritization there from LeakyFac is second to none. He sees the player inside a Moto, knows he could be going for the swing, but they've got the comms. They know it isn't a 3 versus 2, it's a 2 versus 2. And what happens when someone starts to plant? 2 versus 1. And with the time running that low, you have to prioritize the planter. Tell your teammates to stay alive, kill the person planting the diffuser, and just let time do the rest.
That's crazy.
Masterfully played by LeakyFac.
You can literally see him change directions.
He just hears it
mid-swing. You can literally watch the moment he starts moving into Moto, he hears the case open, he pauses and just looks the other way. This will now, we're moving into what, I think his 3rd, 4th full years, the IGL of at least, well, a couple of these players, been a lot of roster changes since then. 2 years IGLing the Solotov and use this iteration, long time with Brede as well.
5 seconds
but LeakyFac, one of the longest tenured players now, just behind Brede, to be fair.
Attackers are moving out to locate a
Has done quite a lot of work for this team. One of the OG fragging IGLs of the modern era of Rainbow Six.
What?
Talking about fraggers, been a bit of a rough game for Solotov, hasn't it? 3-12 right now, and Handy 16-7. He calls his bluff within 10 seconds of the round starting.
Absolutely bangs him through the window there. Again, not the most common one, but pull it out in a 4 match, why not? User, a player for me that's had good contribution on the side of Falcons. Granted, a couple of those kills did lead to be impactless, but they are rounds that could have been won nonetheless. Still, for this pivotal round, we are going to see Falcons starting a man down. It wasn't too much of a problem for them at the start of the game, but things have changed, the landscape has shifted, and FaZe have clicked in to another gear now. They're starting to operate a lot more as we would have expected them to coming into this matchup. Oh, this is beautiful.
Got him.
Falcons are so consistently making this Ace's life a living nightmare. This might be the first breach we see opened in the air quotes proper way, where you can actually transition through it.
Mirror being banned, probably a big reason for that. I'm gonna give you a pat on the back, call that round 7. Actually able to open up the plat wall, actually able to open up the jacuzzi wall, but now the clash has changed hands. Instead of LeakyFac bringing it, Joom looking to get directly in the attack's face. As Hives bouncing all around gym bedroom right now. FaZe taking their time again. This has been a really slow attack. Opening kills have happened early, but they have used every second they have to set up this execute. Joom taking a little bit of a swing outside of jacuzzi wall will find Souls, who's also not having a great game himself. Brede spotting the Blackbeard up inside of Logi. Handy down below. These kills happening all over the place. It is quite spread out from FaZe at the moment, trying to find where Falcons are weakest.
Vidiking, he's trying to be the link with the players that are dropping this Logi hatch at the moment. He's out there on the windows and needs to try and find an angle, but Falcons are not being given a reason to move just yet. We need a bit more info from Handy, and we need KDS to come in with that shield.
KD has to make his way in. Handy might send us to OT all on his own. Vidiking also getting active. Cyber will close things out. Overtime between Falcons and FaZe. Wouldn't have it any other way.
Who'd have thought we'd be here, eh? 6-6, nothing separating these two teams. Rounds going back and forth all the way since round 4. Soon as FaZe got warmed up into the matchup, which, let's be honest, it took them 2 rounds. It didn't take them any time at all. This has been a very competitive matchup. as we were sort of hoping it was going to be. It's FaZe Falcons, we're going to say. These two have played each other plenty of times enough now on big stages all around the world. They're delivering here again inside of Salt Lake.
Handy delivering in round 12. 18-7 so far. We're almost, I mean, well, we're not almost at Andy's scoreline because that was 21-1. It'd be physically impossible to recreate that at this point in the game. But Handy almost reaching that 21 kill point. A very quiet game from him. He's only, okay, I was gonna say he's only had a 3K, but he's only had a 3K in 3 rounds. So he's had quite a few good moments. But even then, that's only 50% of his kills. Everything else has been single ones or doubles here or there. It has not been a massive takeover game from Handy. And really, a lot of that came in the first half. This has been just a very steady attacking side from FaZe.
10 seconds to insertion.
He has been the big player in the opening pick. He's had the opening kill in the last 3 rounds, which has really powered FaZe on. Obviously, it hasn't been an indicator as to who wins the round every single time. Both these teams capable of fighting back from behind. But when Handy is consistently finding that advantage, he's just taking a little bit of the pressure off. Everyone on the side of Falcons, I imagine, is going to be tucked up for the first few seconds, not wanting to give themselves away so early this time, as we've seen happen in previous rounds.
Especially Yuzu switching to that Scopo. It's just going to try and teleport back to the site as soon as possible. Trying to overstay your welcome. Vidaking firing some shots into the Jacuzzi wall. Yuzu and Liquifact. Duo roam right now. Construction and Cash respectively. Gonna run into that Solid Snake. At some point, the Soliton scanner could find them out.
This is the bait. This is the exact bait that Julio was talking about. Play the Mute Jammer at your feet. Let's give someone away. Say that someone's out there, that they're going to get caught on the Soliton scanner, but somebody needs to be hidden. Somebody needs to have a Mute Jammer at the feet and be that unpredictable factor. Force the drone work, force the clear. There's nothing here now. There's no shield that they're going to be able to brute force with. It's going to be on drone work alone. And if there's Mute Jammers in the way, it's going to be a problem. That is if FaZe directly try and deal with it.
This is a bit of an F as Yuzus has just immediately gone back to site. I think Liquifact, yep. Liquifact and June both on the roam. Just trying to escape some of these bits of intel gathering from the attacking team, but one player sitting outside flat wall. Somebody's got to move at some point.
This is the play.
The whole time.
It's June on catwalk saying, look at me, look at me.
Oh.
Liquifact, he's just overplayed his hand there. He was caught in the Mute Jammer. No one really knew that he was there, and he was hoping to get a nice line off the back of that Kiba. The game's now up, though.
Users and Solitov are joining them on the roam. There are 3 players in CCTV Cash right now. The site is basically empty. In fact, I think Bride's in dirt. If FaZe realize this is happening, Falcons might be in a bit of a tricky situation, but they begin falling back. I believe the Scopus is teleported back. June retreating down. Okay, they'll bolster the site in the final minute, but that looked a bit shaky for a moment for Falcons.
A bit of an unsure clear, wasn't it? I think the read there probably is that FaZe know exactly what they're trying to do. They know the Mute's in play. That was demonstrated by Cyber's reluctance to go in and start to try and make something happen. We didn't see him on the scanner too much because it basically would have been lying to him at that point. Better off now, drop back to the site and force this essential low time execute. There's still a lot of work to be done here. Kitchen Hatch hasn't even been open yet, Lynx.
If Kitchen Hatch isn't open at 34 seconds, FaZe will again need to win this one off gunfights alone. They very nearly did it on the last basement attack. Of course, Liquifact found the perfect angle over in Church and just shut that down entirely. 5v4 for FaZe, but his Yuzus goes for the retake. He's got some good amount of kills himself, but FaZe able to shut that down within seconds. They make it look easy. Kitchen Hatch not open, Breach is not even workable. They only dropped 1 body by the end of round 13.
Honestly.
FaZe are really happy to work very effectively in a short period of time. It was something that Julio talked about in the timeout for Falcons. He said they're happy in the execute. That's where they are. It's where some of their strongest play comes out. And that was demonstrated, especially when you've invested so much into a roam game, so much that just doesn't get cleared because FaZe know. They're like, we don't really want to challenge this. Unfortunately, it was the first kill. Liquifact challenging KDS. That broke the deadlock of defense, saying, look, we're the defenders, we have the clock working down in our favor, you have to push us. And FaZe were just holding for that opportunity. They were holding for that opening. And Liquifact gave it to him.
Literally played the rest of the round out, just a whole 2 minutes it felt like after that opening pick. Actually not, I feel like that's fun. That's actually crazy. Half the round gone after that, now that I think about it. Such a slow attack from FaZe all throughout their side. Now moving to the defense, their one chance at it, their main opportunity to close things out. This is Vulcan's pick we have right now. and Chalet, a map that FaZe are 11-2 on going into the playoffs. It's coming up right after this, no matter what, win or lose. But if FaZe can just win this one right here, they might be able to seal the series 2-0.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Falcons, they are going to change their line of approach. They didn't play too many shields in the first 6 rounds. There was 1 round where we saw them play 2. Solotov is going to be on the blitz this time. Doom on the Deimos. They're going to be going for that clear. They know that they need to get into the map very quickly and start to flood these players back towards site, or even better still, send them to the cameras and take them out of things. The danger man at the moment has been handy. 20-7 at the moment, and he's going to be a big target for this first bout of roam clearing.
They want to hunt him down the best they can. Of course, the main target always will be Cyber. He's got Vidiking for support. Ironic, it's normally the Valkyrie we see Cyber playing. Vidiking will instead take that up. C4 coming downstairs, shield goes out. Solotov downed in the process. Joom also taking a lot of damage. If you wanted to clear out this roams, Falcons, you'll need to try a bit harder than that. 3 players going to pick Solotov back up. Now to force Vidiking back downstairs. I believe, if I'm correct, it will be everybody, no, almost everybody back to the site. Silly me, of course Cyber's holding out. Moto hatch open, but ready to drop at a moment's notice.
He's got the facility to play here for a little bit of time, hasn't he? He's even got the default camera open. Just wants to take another drone down. Just continue to whittle this utility away for Falcons. 1.5 minutes left on the clock, and even 4 versus 4 on the execute. But you haven't got a full HP blitz, and we've already seen how vulnerable a shield player can be when they are at little to no health.
These impact grenades on the board, especially in all likelihood, this is going to be another slow one, it seems, Ollie. This kitchen hatch play has been excellent from both teams. Feels like often we see the impacts get messed up, see the Hibana really bait them out well. But so far this game, kitchen hatch has been very difficult for the attacks to get. We've always seen these Moto and blue takes from both teams, and when you see why that's happening or see how it's happening, you get why these attacks are happening with 10 seconds left.
Falcons are still in a pretty good position right now. They've still got users, and they've still got 3 sets of Bs. So they're going to be able to flood in and find out where the players are going to be hiding, behind Generator, behind Kitchen, and behind inside a church. The problem is they haven't got the diffuser, and there's a very short amount of time left now. There is so much information being exchanged here from Cyber in that scan, and the drones coming through. People upstairs, where this drop is likely going to be coming from. It's going to be an explosive 25 seconds.
Yeah, Solotov's got to make his way in. Falcons as well overall. You explode into the site and not fall prey to FaZe, not fall prey to this prowess, not fall prey to the 5-man squad that just nobody can seem to beat. Falcons pick after 14 rounds goes the way of the 2-time.
FaZe close the book on Clubhouse. A Falcons map pick, but one that they are all too familiar on. They started off a little bit slow. There have been people sat at home thinking, this isn't the FaZe that we knew from the group stage, that ran through every NA team. But they pulled it out in the end. We've got more Siege to come here at the Salt Lake City Major. We are going to be back with map 2 right after this.
Well, they're the two-time world champs for a reason. In a match like that, the back and forth, the cat and mouse, the adaptability from both teams, FaZe Clan come out on top. It is what they do best. Fox, both teams played an incredible map, but it's no surprise that FaZe are the ones with the victory.
It's a bittersweet moment for Falcons because they played so good. Both teams played amazing. An adaptive masterclass. I was saying it to you guys in the green room that when it was 5-5 and we saw Julio call that timeout, and he perfectly read exactly what FaZe was doing. They transitioned into bringing the shields to hard push into the sites to be able to adapt to Falcons' roaming, their utility, and immediately they say, let's play back, let's play in the site, let's focus on stalling them out, and that's when we go for the flanks, and then it goes all the way to overtime. What a situation. Both teams deserved it. At the end of the day, FaZe is the best team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that was a clean shot. And even for LickyFact, I mean, they opened up this matchup with LickyFact getting 2 big important rounds just to put them up 2 ahead. And then even in this round for Joom. And I'm glad I highlighted these 2 players in particular because they're the ones that are taking that responsibility, that are really being the most flexible and versatile, but it really has been showing throughout that entire half.
This was the dynamic that you highlighted coming in. Joom on this roster, not only playing well and making the team strong, but enabling LickyFact to perform incredibly well. That's exactly what we saw.
I think there's something to also take from it, especially when LickyFact can play on an operator like Solid Snake, where he can gain that info. He doesn't need to rely on the teammates to be able to get that feedback. So when he has that information, not only can he take control of the round, and he's obviously mechanically gifted and can shoot back, but he can also instantly identify where the openings are, how he can find the gap, how he can exploit. And both FaZe and Falcons were doing such a phenomenal job at understanding where they can go for an aggressive play, where they can fall back to, and then playing that trade game. I mean, it really was a game of numbers and just playing that back and forth.
Yeah, that round LickyFact flanked on the basement. And instead of going for the moto guy, Prones goes for the secured on the round win. I mean, we're selling FaZe a little short here, talking about how good Falcons was. FaZe was amazing in their own right on adapting. But, I mean, it's another day in the office for them. They were expected it, and now they're going to a map like Chalet, which is their best map.
Right, and they also had the clutch potential on that last map that will no doubt carry over into Chalet. We saw the clutch from Vidiking as well on that last map. I mean, so many things that were going their way.
This is what I was saying, why, like, Clubhouse is fundamentally, that's where it's focused on, is the sheer fundamentals and capitalizing off of mistakes. And the mistakes already was allowing that information coming from Jim, where Cyber probably doesn't sprint up main and get that pick. Now, granted, Falcons did have a good fight back. They responded very well, but it wasn't enough. They were able to take sight from the side from FaZe. And then for Vidiking, a masterclass, absolutely dog-walking uses around the top floor and inevitably giving them. And again, when it's a game of numbers, it's a game of these rounds. That round, had that information maybe not been there, they get rid of it, this maybe turns into a 7-7, and we aren't here yet, and we could be discussing maybe Falcons then wins it in an overtime. But fact of the matter is, FaZe, whenever it comes down to these close rounds, they are ice cold.
I mean, there's so many what ifs, but one guarantee is Handy showing up when you need him the most. I mean, 20 kills. We've been having so many amazing individual plays. First Ambi, we started LickyFact off hot on this map 1, now Handy with 20 kills.
Listen, I can guarantee you that same portrait, that same facial expression on KDS's face was probably the exact same outcome once they finished that series.
Well, here now, Falcons have to figure something out because they're going into FaZe's best map. How can they overcome this and send us to the third?
Playing the exact same.
That's right.
Playing literally the exact same and not allowing as little mistakes as that they were making here on Clubhouse.
At the end of the day, it's FaZe. So either way, Falcons is putting their best foot forward. And I agree, they're adapting so well. The timeouts are coming in perfectly from Julio. Maybe if we can see LickyFact being able to identify that earlier on instead of needing a timeout or faster, that's where we could see Falcons get the edge over FaZe.
Right, that's a big difference maker. You highlighted the importance of that timeout, how right at that moment, if Falcons were going to win the map, that could have been the breaking point for them, but FaZe made the comeback. They sent it to overtime. Lax, if they can recognize the adjustments they need to make sooner, you gotta think that will set themselves up.
Absolutely, but that's gonna be so important, is that they can identify those moments or identify those gaps very early on and realize, okay, FaZe did play an aggressive game before, now they're playing a little slower. That's when we should maybe get a little more aggressive. Or when they notice they're playing a little aggressive, maybe that's when we should fall back sooner and then play into our layers. But again, that really is gonna be on the side of Falcons. And again, for FaZe, you're going on to by far one of your best maps. You're 15-4 on it. The comfort already coming into this. I mean, if we could just look at all the player cams, everyone is just calm, collect. I mean, this is day in, day out FaZe, night and day. They're going to be expected to win this map, but it's not to say that Falcons certainly can't fight for it and push it to a map 3.
I mean, the main reason why FaZe is so dominant when it comes to Chalet is their attacking half. They're very scary on it without really needing to take many of the much of the map.
They do a lot of it outside the map.
They set up on the outsides. They set a lot of positions where if you're roaming, you run back, you get caught. That's where you lose that opening pick. So that's what Falcons needs to go into it, keeping their head on a swivel, making sure they're not losing those opening picks outside the window.
I think even more, especially on a map like this will only amplify how Cyber can move and facilitate around and how he can just pick and prod around the map. They have to be vigilant of that. They have to be hyper fixated on. We haven't seen Cyber on the board yet. Clearly, he's looking for somewhere to attack.
He was playing a lot slower because he was getting caught off guard.
And it's Clubhouse.
Exactly.
Can't do too much.
You're not going to be able to do too much. But on a map like Chalet, again, we've seen Cyber in many positions. And against SR, he had 5 opening kills himself.
Yes.
So that being said, it's very possible for him to take control of a map.
Well, the situation for Falcons here, obviously they've had an incredible run through SLC so far. I mean, looking at this, if they lose this second map, do you consider SLC a failure for them, or can they be okay with this? Because it's FaZe.
I'm going to be completely honest. I do see it as a failure because the whole point of making a roster change was to finally win something. You don't want to keep getting second place. You don't want to keep getting third, fourth. You want to eventually win. And that would be the cherry on top, is if they bring Joom into this roster, they're able to get over this hurdle. They're able to finally get over that hurdle of winning something. And if you go out sooner than later here, I would honestly say it's a failure, unfortunately.
Well, Falcons need a win on FaZe's best map. It is Chalet, map number 2, over to Lynx and XR Troika to see if Falcons have what it takes.
Falcons don't just need a win, Falcons need hope. They need a chance. They need to lock in, because with a map like this coming up for FaZe, basically unbeatable record in the past 6 months. Players that are still playing some of the best Siege 3 years into this roster being formed. Falcons need a whole lot, and a lot of it they can't even control to go their way if they're gonna come out on Chalet.
I quite enjoy how you say basically unbeaten. You want to hazard a guess to the 2 teams that have beat FaZe on this map?
Did I bury the lead a little bit on that one?
I think you may have buried the lead. They beat they lost to Fluxo W7M, but they also have lost to Falcons. Now, it was a long time ago. It was back at the November Major. So there is, I mean, it's at the edge of the data that we've sort of gone to, and it's at the deepest part of the tunnel that we dug to see what we want to talk about between these 2 teams. So how much it means, time will only tell. But there is one thing for certain, and that is that a 10-2 record on a map in this day and age is no joke whatsoever. FaZe absolutely love Chalet. And for Falcons, they knew that going into this. They have left this map open. This is a best of 3. They could have got rid of this map if they'd have wanted to. But they're obviously feeling confident enough to bring it out at this point.
And you can understand a little bit why that is, because if we just had, the wild card game that started off, you'd be like, oh, why are we going to Chalet?
Yeah.
But right at the end of the Swiss, we get a beautiful 7-2 performance against Virtus Pro Ollie, in which Falcons did lock in, did get it figured out, and they completely demolished one of the best teams in Europe.
So look at the bands starting to get into round number 1 then. Falcons going to be starting off on that attacking side. Maybe over to Azami and a Mirror. Pretty par for the course. It's the other side that I'm most interested in right now, the Monty and the Snake. There was a combination of Monty, Snake, Lion, and Deimos played in the game versus VP, and it was very, very successful. Brede played Monty in 4 out of the 6 rounds. And it was a massive part of this pushing power. Now, we've still got the trifecta. We've still got Lion, Dokkaebi, and Deimos. But you're just missing out on one of those elements. You're going to be missing out on another. As Solotov goes first down again. Handy continuing that opening pick. Prowess we saw on Clubhouse right over onto Chalet. He has not skipped a beat.
And he's hit and made 21 with that kill. Just continuing unimpeachable performance for FaZe throughout this series so far. But LickyFac, he's taking the reins, taking the Dokkaebi. He's trying to hunt down Handy. We saw him on these blue stairs. He's still there right now. Joom taking the exact position he typically plays on Chalet, and Cyber, how is he ready for it? Joom is standing on the desk trying to avoid the C4. Handy and KDS can only do so much to avoid LickyFac and Usus. Creeping up through the middle of the map, finding 2 kills. KDS and Handy both outside. And now Cyber, equally outside the rest of the setup. Now in that difficult position that defenders often have to play. Trying to play his life as LickyFax holding his cutoff. A Yokai will give some support, give some information, and push her back with a quick Yokai stun. But he still remains, and LickyFax, one around the corner for Cyber. Going up against Yuzus on the opposite side. No match for the F2. Falcons with an advantage.
Uses a massive kill there. He's been very patient to try and pick Cyber off and get him away from the rest of the pack. Viziking, he can start to now rotate some of that Yokai utility and get it into a little bit of a better position. They've done a great job of holding out on that extension, but now they find themselves where they weren't able to keep Cyber safe and they weren't able to trade it back. So now we have a situation where Viziking and Souls are left in a bit of a disadvantage here. LickyFax and Yuzus, yes, they are both low, but there's still 45 seconds left on the clock and still ways of gathering information. Brede, he's got a full wealth of utility, everything to play with on Capitao right now.
And depending on how many magnets there are remaining, they could get caught, but they've got some time to go for this burn. They've got time to block off these angles, use these fire bolts. LickyFax, a quick kill on Office Door. And Souls stuck currently behind the piano shield. Sees one creep in, but this is an easy position to read for Falcons. A much harder player to deal with. And it's just LickyFax for a couple more seconds until Brede can get back up. Hitting the wraparound, Souls sees another, but only so much ammo in that Roni. Even just a quick spray depletes his supply, and Falcons bounce back quick.
Falcons, this is how they started off over on Clubhouse. And as we've learned, it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish, but that is the best way that they could have kicked off this campaign on Chalet right now. And it was looking a bit dicey for a time. I think the hold from FaZe in the early portion was fantastic. Again, it came down to a player like Yuzus. 2 very key kills that he's able to get that just free up the roam game. All of a sudden, bam, don't need to worry about it. We can just start moving forward. Dealing with those players in those lurk positions and not allowing them to get back to site has been massive for Falcons so far. Not only have they been doing it quite cheaply, but they've also been doing it very effectively time-wise, giving themselves plenty for the later portion.
2 men clear by LickyFax and Yuzus there. Only 2 players with Falcons to get kills throughout that round, and quite literally just moving into the middle floor, carving up the roam, splitting the winnings, and moving on to the site with Brede to go for that plant. Big first round for Falcons to bounce back after a heartbreaking loss on their pick of Clubhouse. You need everything you can get your hands on FaZe's home turf. The first site goes their way. We'll now look to bar and games for the second. One that we saw Falcons, and I think a lot of teams so far this tournament, Ollie, show a bit of a preference towards. And a position that we always see a lot of attention paid to is that stock position. Getting library, making sure you're not exposing yourself to that angle is something Falcons will have to concern themselves with.
KDS got a lot of toys to play with at the moment. He's also got Viziking down below. If that hatch is open, which it is, he's going to have a nice line on anyone trying to hop on in. So it isn't going to be so straightforward to clear out this library position, especially given that KDS is playing on that YMI deployable shield, couple of magnets kicking around. It's going to take a little bit more than a line scan and a jump on in. We are going to have to see some utility exchanged over in that direction. LickyFax, you're going to get a chance here, and he doesn't need to land too many shots with that DMR. Sneaks his way in through mud and is able to take Souls down.
Now he's got the blitz moving on in. Yuzus and LickyFax trying to make basically round 1 happen again. Dokkaebi might go down, but the blitz and the shields in general alive inside of the site. Where was this Falcons on Clubhouse? Decided to show up in map late, I guess? We'll take it.
It's a carbon copy so far for how Clubhouse started.
True.
2 very dominant rounds. Let's hope for Falcons' sake they don't run out of gas again. Early timeout from FaZe, potentially?
No, surely not.
It worked quite well on Club. Worked very well on Club.
It worked well on Club, but I don't know. LickyFax dropped like a truth nuke on the enemy team and dropped like 8 kills in the first 2 rounds. We haven't really seen that happen so far.
What's worse though? One player dropping 8? Or Yuzus dropping 4, June dropping 2, and LickyFax dropping 3?
I think 8 being the biggest number here, and me being a very simple-brained person, I think the bigger number scares the team more than like the diffuse smaller numbers. But what do I know?
10 seconds
Going
remaining.
to be a attempt here from Viziking to play a little bit of Clash here. We've got Cyber on a bit of a trademark of his. It's going to be out there on Ela. just looking to be a little bit more self-sufficient. The Grizzbot mines, they can help him to keep control of different areas. He knows that there's been a bit of a want of players getting in through mud, getting in through Baron games, so it's going to be where he's going to start to lay a couple of those traps, at least for the early portion, barricading up some of those doors. Still has all his Grizzbots in pocket, of course. He's going to be playing those as and when required. But it's a big focus right now. And a similar focus as what we've seen from the last couple of rounds from Falcons is getting control of that library and getting downstairs into Baron games and starting to use that to push through the rest of the site.
It's been the focal point for each one of these rounds from Falcons, though in quite different ways. Saw a lurk in the first, shield in the second, now just more direct control in the third. Solotov hopping in, getting immediate lay of the land, then using the drones to then see what's over by blue stairs, see what's over in short, see what's over on kitchen. Jume, hello. A lot of opening deaths that we saw on Clubhouse, but this time playing the normal library position for Falcons, finding a bit more success this go around. The long angle takes down Handy, a player you have to deal with against FaZe we've seen throughout this series, but Cyber as well. An absolute menace on these defenses. A long angle nullifies the Candelas, and that just leaves the intel for Falcons remaining. Also, a lot of utility dedicated towards clearing out Vidiking on this clash. He has to be careful. He is very, very far away from the rest of the defense. Falcons trying their best to use this utility, but there we go. That's the cross we needed to see. Switching out with the SMG, Vidiking will seal the kill on Solotov. The FaZe not with any clear lead. Rede from the top ropes. Pyle drives the clash, and yet felled in the process. Souls so good on this cross. Souls so good with the TCSG. LickyFac, can you succeed where your teammates have failed? 3 bodies currently litter short at men who thought themselves capable of fighting Souls sitting inside of dining. No calls, no flashbangs. What are you gonna do to get around this? Intel spotted, playing it so patient. He sees him around the corner. But Souls doesn't even have to move to get 4 kills for FaZe.
Bit of an unfortunate one there for Falcons. They never actually managed to get that side wall open. Just too distracted in the hold, too distracted in the clash, too distracted in Cyber and what was going on elsewhere on the map. Without that wall open, it's going to be very easy for a player like Souls to tuck in, find a very tight angle, and just continue to hold it. Kept Viking alive for a good portion of time on those library stairs, and of course, as we saw, was able to grab 3 kills for his troubles. FaZe join Falcons on the scoreboard now. Scoreline still 2-1, which will favor Falcons. They are going to choose now to take their tactical timeout.
Não, coloca uma step lá pro Cyber, tá ligado? Faz umas turns lá pra ele. E o Souls também, em vez de pegar a Moze, pega uma trap também.
O foda
tipo,
é que quem vai fazer
eu preciso de trap na porta do bar, tá ligado? Pra esses caras aí que vão...
escuta,
o range... Deixa eu continuar. Isso aí no bomb da Switch. No bomb do bar, o Souls pega a Arune, a gente vai fazer a mesma avançada, só que o Souls e a Arune rodando um pouquinho a posição do KDS, tá ligado? Porque se eles fazem foco bomb, eles não estão trazendo, tipo, bagulho pra tirar você do KDS. Então manter ali, e se fizer foco capitão, pelo menos não vai ser o open kill do KD. Você vai gastar um pouco de recurso do KD. Fechou?
Fechou. Escuta, Rafa, você acha que é melhor o Range pegar a Torn e o Smoke, que ele faz as trap pro Cyber?
Pode ser.
Tá, bora.
Ah, pega a trap também, Souls. Bora.
Você que pegar aqui que abre parede aqui tem... Qual trap você?
Despite taking the win in round 4, FaZe clearly a little bit concerned. And to be fair, basically that entire round coming out of Souls baiting Vidiking on blue stairs as part of the strategy. Clash draws the attention, TCSG gets the kills. But basically only one part of the defense got any bit of focus in that round. Raffael clearly hearing some things in the comms he is not the biggest fan of. We'll try and game plan something different going into round 4.
FaZe understand the current meta for timeouts very well, I think. They like to take an early timeout. They know they're going to get the halfway point to just sort of freshen up for whatever that second side is going to be. They don't let the bleeding really start to slip. It's a very similar landscape to what we saw over on Clubhouse, starting to develop here on Chalet as well. No clash this time, but still some familiar faces. We've got the Ela, this time being played by Souls. Cyber, he's going to flick over onto a mute, and we are going to start to see a little bit of a Thorn action. We've got it a little bit inside of round 2, but we are going to get it here in round 4 as well. Top floor hold now for FaZe. The Falcons. It's all about how they are going to try and break this. They burst into the first couple of rounds. Usus, massive 3K in round 1. Leaky Pack, really impactful opening pick in round 2. And round 4, he's going to get taken out. Cyber catches him short with the SMG-11. And Lion, something that is often banned by FaZe on this very map to try and keep people safe, is no longer a factor.
No, Vidiking forced out of the corner as well. Smoke, usually not an operator we see go down this early. Finds himself quick fodder to the Blackbeard on Solar Window. Falcons trying to get back into things. We've got 3 players. A null factor currently in round 4. Joom not even using the shield. He's put it on his back, pulled out the Scar, and I'll be pulling out cam duty for Brede for the next 2 minutes. Whatever gamble Falcons thought they could play, it did not pay off. FaZe quickly realizing the situation, getting a handle on things. We've got a repeated Clubhouse for the moment. A big start by Falcons, a timeout by FaZe, and then a 2-round comeback in which it just seems like they have everything under control.
And it wasn't even the timeout that did that for FaZe. It felt like the timeout could have happened or not. It was the way that Falcons approached the round. They were just running at them full sprinting, maybe trying to embody a little bit of that energy that they brought in rounds 1 and 2. And this time, it just being batted back at the threshold.
You can see the idea from Falcons as well. Just trying to get some quick pace, especially at the attack timeout. As we obviously heard, FaZe paying a lot of attention to what operators they want to bring, what kind of setup, and a lot of operators as well that don't really do a lot of moving, don't really do a lot of sprinting around the map, a lot of smoke, a lot of the Rooney talk. And so Falcons, not even knowing that, decided to make the read to go quickly, and it's just completely stunted. It stopped, thwarted entirely by FaZe Clan. We now tie things up again, just like Clubhouse. This could mean we have another OT game for us in store. FaZe have the momentum presently in Falcons. Now the onus is on them. Bring this momentum back to make a compelling argument against the 2-time world champions. Bar in games from FaZe now. Another site we heard mentioned a little bit in the timeout from FaZe. We'll have to see what changes we see here, because again, it seems aside from Cyber, pretty much everyone's got the memo, and it is stick to the site.
Last time we saw Bar in games, it was very much just a straight run through. But the mission objective is becoming increasingly more clear as this game ticks on by, and that is that FaZe are going to challenge Falcons at the spawn. They are not going to give them free passage to the building at all. Leaky Fact even saying, let me play, let me do something, let me have a bit of involvement here. High spirits for the moment, but this is going to get to crunch time very quickly.
Especially losing your race, things get problematic. Joom, player that needs to go big with these DMRs, caught with a nade in hand, somehow doesn't die. I honestly cannot believe Joom did not just die to KDS's MP5. The Mine instead just slips back around the corner, plays the mezzanine position. All safe and sound for Falcons out on the balcony, but FaZe still in the advantage. Again, KDS just popping in and out of Library. He's got the shield to play behind, so can dodge line of sight against the attack for the moment. In a particularly difficult position for the attack to clear. You might have these magnets that can catch the bolts. You don't have a whole lot of secondary utility to burn it either, and so getting Usus activated by extension is going to be a bit more difficult so long as this is alive. But Brede, Smoke moving down below. Usus also joining Joom around the mudroom position.
I think because of the position of the deployable shield upstairs, they can afford to go for something a little bit more direct, but they did not take into account Handy, who's just hanging around at the lower portion of blue stairs, and that is likely going to now be the round. Bit of an impactless kill there coming through from Brede, as he is able to get through the drone hole, but he won't be able to transition.
Oh, maybe not! He's been locked down by a Razor Bloom, but a 1v1 through the wall. He just sees the head again. Firebolt going out might just force him out of position, force Cyber to the left. This smoke might harm Brede just as much as it helps. He'll creep through as he regains all of his mobility. But it's an easy pre-fire for Handy and FaZe with 3 in a row.
Got a little bit real there, and it looked like Brede might actually pull it out of the bag, but then you remember who he is going up against in that final 1 versus 2. Very dug back. No need to overreact, no need to pressure. Just wait for Brede to make his chosen play, whether that's get the diffuser down and double push him at that time, or he tries to sneak his way on through the smoke. And the call was good from Falcons. They knew where the deployable shield was. They knew that there was no way that they were going to get harmed if they tried to just walk into the site, and especially going through that mudroom angle. But they just never accounted for Handy and Handy's position on that lower portion.
But by the same token, it seems quite evident that Handy had accounted for that possibility.
Well, guess what? If Leaky Fat dies first, where's Leaky Fat likely going to be coming up from? Probably garage. Probably up those very blue stairs, that very blue corridor, and it just opens the door and Handy can go, oh, great. Thanks, Cyber. I'll just play here for free, shall I?
And so, FaZe continuing to show just how complete a package this team is. They've been a roster, they've been a core 5 for over 3 years at this point. FaZe might have been in major finals before, but this roster, while they haven't, they have shown their dominance, their consistency on the international scene time and time again, event after event. And a kind of thing like that, where the attack hasn't cleared out the top floor, are they going to go from basement? They're going to go from blue or mudroom. They've made these calculations so many times in the past. It gives them the confidence to go for that solar spawn peak. Gotta give Licky Fat credit, still keeping positive, and thankfully, for all of us, no spawn peak going the way of FaZe.
I love how both of them are still going for it here. Like, this is an elimination map, potentially, and they're both just having a bit of a laugh on a spawn peak. A couple of points of damage put in onto Leaky Fack as well, and we all know Siege, one shot, headshot, regardless of range, you're going to be out of there. So it's dancing with the devil a little bit, but he'll get away with it for the first opening portion of round 6. No doubt there will be an engagement a little bit later on, likely between those two. But at least in the first minute, everyone has stayed alive. Preday has also made pretty good ground, already getting himself through that fireplace and already knocking on the door of this upstairs breach. Obviously, a hold of upstairs inside of Office of Master is pretty much required to keep control of Kitchen. Well, that's why Handy's there. He can place those Zoto canisters and just slow down this progress.
Try and keep the attack at bay as long as possible. Handy also facing some vertical pressure from player down below and Dining. Does almost lethal damage to Usus, but the ace just escaping. Now Handy taking up an off angle on the office balcony doorway. June might just tangle with him. Got Deathmark trackers to give himself an advantage. Bit of getting flashed on the double window, but nobody actually on the rappel, so he's safe for the time being. Nothing to worry about. That might change as Usus moving up to the side of the building, looking to take forward angle. Cyber! That was the easiest kill of his life because of the work Handy did earlier, but Licky back in Zoom. Just quickly hopping in, have taken out not only some important players, but the piano one in particular.
And Cyber making that run out. He is now known to be off-site. He's having to make his way up Solar and in through that area. He can try and push in a little bit through Bathroom, try and push a bit through Master, but there is a bit of a cutoff being held on this top floor. The site is downstairs though, and now we have to see the transition here from Falcons. They haven't really got the bodies to leave somebody up here. We might see June maybe remain, but they need to make progress on the site here, Lynx. Otherwise, they're gonna run out of time.
Gotta make it through. Creating some new angles in the wall is only gonna add so much to this Falcons attack. Licky Fax made his way in, cleared a new path, but the diffuser not in his possession. Neither player made it in sight. June's gone down up above, and that means the horizontal's the main factor left for Falcons. That simplifies things for FaZe, and the last thing you want against the best team in the world is to give themselves an equation that they could solve in their sleep. Brede and Licky Fack both just one bullet away. And with no time to go, Licky Fack will give it the good old college try, but Cyber around the corner! He's been here before. He's got the job done. He's given FaZe a 4-2 lead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, on attack, they are pushing at the same time, exact same time, so we should be ready to react together. I think we just play our game, like, what the fuck we have to lose, you know? Don't have nothing to lose, guys. If you guys wanna play fucking aggro, refrag, we can do it. If you wanna play for back, we can do it good as well. I feel like on attack, these last rounds, just like, the guy pause and say, oh, spawn pick. I don't know what the you know? And then last round, I think just missing was like the 3-1, you know? You just go at the same page, and that's what we need for defense, okay?
Yeah.
If you can explain the
yeah, I will just say, like, they always put at the same time, exec at the same time. That's why they are good on the map, guys. So when we see someone pushing, the other will push. Or there is maybe the jungle guy cutting. But they will all push at the same time, and that's why they are really good on this map, okay? So we should be ready to react together. They never put Claymore on piano and bathroom window, but they put always for library mud, and big garage. So if you want to run out, you run out on the window. You don't run out mud or library, okay, useless.
Yeah.
For gaming, they either go master solar clear, as 4 with one holding piano, like the combat from piano.
Não tô deixando o cara jogar, pô. Tá puta. E é isso. Não tem muito o que falar, não. E o Bar... Bar é splitado. Os caras gostam de fazer aquela play de recuar pro CEO, só que, tipo assim, eles jogam recuando pro CEO, eles reforçam as duas paredes, só que eles peitam Tesla, pega drone lá, tá ligado? A play é pra recuar, mas eles ficam se matando lá na frente. Vocês costumam pegar boneco de queimar pra ficar esperto com uma veco? Então eu vou jogar de 4 né?
Nenhum dos bagulho ele trouxe boneco de queimado.
Eu vou fazer... Eu já de 4 tá, Rafa? Os caras estão mudando bastante o que
E o cara sempre joga KDS, então a open kill do KDS vai dar bom, tá? Se você começar a jogar com você? Aham. Ele sempre começa a KDS, eu faço aquela HS e dá prefire.
Bora aí, guys. Bora, porra. Bora gastar porra. Boa, Cyber, boa, Sozão. Boa,
bora.
Boa, cadê? Aqui, vamos. 5G.
Vou ver a questão dos bonecos da open, porque
Tá bom mesmo.
One thing I think it's worth mentioning that we heard in that TAC timeout, nothing really angry. I feel like every event we've been treated to like some kind of crash out from LickyFac, a moment where it just seems like the pressure's getting to them, where he's freaking out and everybody on the team feels scared. Falcons were laughing the first 30, 45 seconds. They were literally cracking jokes about Cyber spawn peeking them, and it feels like even if they end up losing this, it feels like Falcons have absolved themselves of the pressure that was really weighing them down on those past rosters and those past tournaments.
It was evident even from Julio, wasn't it? It was just, guys, I think we just go out there and have fun. If we want to play quickly, play quickly. If we want to play aggro, play aggro. Just go out there and play whatever you think is going to be the best playstyle, whatever matches that the best. It was quite refreshing in some ways, especially for an elimination game, for a game that gives a spot to the semi-finals tomorrow. I was definitely expecting a little bit more heat and a bit more passion coming out of there, but Falcons, happy to keep cool heads. Maybe understanding that that's where they're going to perform their best here as they go into what is undoubtedly going to be a tough half of Siege against FaZe.
Yeah, the issue with playing FaZe on these Chalet attacks is they basically play every style in the meta we have right now. They play Shields, they play Deimos Dokkaebi Snake, they play more structured setups with disruption ops like the Grim and the Ying. It's probably on this map against FaZe in particular where the bans feel the most pointless for their opponents. Because you can take out important things. The Monty Snake, probably the two best bans on this map against FaZe unequivocally, and they can just basically play every style on this map that you can play for your own comfort because you're not going to play to disrupt FaZe.
You're still giving Cyber Deimos at the end of the day. You know, and if you don't ban the Deimos, you're still giving him Snake. And if you don't ban it, you're still giving him the Doku. You get the picture. You are always going to be giving them something extremely powerful. Handy, of course, on the Blackbeard as well. You had a fun fact about KDS on this map, didn't you?
What? I think
unthinkable amount of rounds on the Striker.
Something close to like 50 rounds on Striker throughout their like the past few months on Chalet. It's just so funny because it's like Striker just feels like such a nothing operator. Like KDS is picking an M4 flashes and 2 nades, and he's like, yep, that's my guy.
That's all I need.
That's all I need. That's my guy right there.
That's all KDS needs to get the job done, or at least it often is. Bit of a quieter showing in the opening 6 rounds here on Chalet, but kind of outshone by both Souls and Cyber. Early scan onto LickyFac. I believe he'll cleanse himself there in one of those mute jammers and can immediately get rid of that Deathmark tracker. But it's not stopped Cyber from moving in towards Solar side.
It's not stopped him. Jum and LickyFac also taking a peek over towards Piano. I was going to say KDS will absolutely be known by Falcons. He always plays this position, always plays it on this operator. So you have a bit of a decision to make as the defense. Do we try to go for a 2-man push? Do we just try to swing him on that window? But I think getting the information that Cyber's already pushed in, that Handy's moving in as well, they decide to fall back and rely on this utility. That Valkyrie camera could not be any deeper in the rafters if you literally put it in the building's foundation. There's no way that FaZe are going to spot that.
Still gets a great amount of visibility. Handy, he can get himself in towards this top floor now, can start to remove some of this util, but a brilliant shot from Solotov, a player that's been quite quiet up until this point. He manages to land an important kill onto Souls, securing some more of those reinforced walls. Okay, some have already been opened, but players inside of Fireplace are going to breathe a small sigh of relief. On the flip side, you've lost LickyFac, you've lost that Solotov, that Soulless scanner.
Ooh, lost the Death Mark trackers too. June picking up the pace a little bit. Some flashbangs flying behind him, an Ivy window, and decides to swing ahead. Turns his back at the wrong time, but saved by Yuzis, and saves himself. Falcons always seem to start these halves early, but getting everyone involved in round 7, it's about as good a start as we can hope.
And again, the big contribution comes team-wide, but individually, Yuzis hitting his shots, being in the right place at the right time, and finding those levels of consistency that we've seen him struggle with throughout Swiss and play-ins. Now is the time that we need to see players like Yuzis really coming online. Of course, we expect it from players like June. We expect it from players like LeakyFak. But big round there from Falcons at the side swap. Still trailed by 1. FaZe with a little bit more to think about going into round 8.
Clean little lurk from Cyber. Those long angles were beautiful for Falcons in that round. Solotov with the first kill on that Thorn. Yuzis obviously with that great double that we just saw. Basically just holding the power positions around Library and doing the absolute most they possibly could with them. That's a very good sign for success on these Chalet defenses. Something the desk talked about quite a bit is how FaZe make good use of those exterior angles. But for that side in particular, that's probably one of the hardest ones to do. You've got the library window, you've got the office balcony window, but you don't have necessarily the focus on piano window like you do. It helps the full clear. You're not necessarily applying a lot of direct pressure. And so for Falcons to basically not only avoid those windows, but also hold out around library, it's a great sign for that site going forward.
Fortunately for Falcons, they can't just play that one side. They have to rotate around. And we're likely going to see the value of those exterior angles increase a little bit as the rounds drive on by. A little bit of a cheeky shock from the drone there as Doom actually catches a drone with one of his Mozzie pests. Oh, that's probably not what you want to see if you are stuck at the moment. Did go for a C4, but he's going to have to try and retreat back.
Basically, all he does with that C4 is keep the defender outside. No, there's nothing he can do there. And he tosses a nade through, takes down Zoom. Probably the easiest opening pick we've seen FaZe get this series so far. LeakyFak looking to trade it back, running out of support. Impact out front, but one player from Mudroom coming in from behind. Handy just clotheslines him on the retreat. A minute in Falcons could not have gone through a worse reversal from last round to now.
Night and day difference, isn't it? They've lost 3 bodies and they haven't been able to give a single response so far. Cyber comes in with the kill onto Bride and Yuzis. It was only a few seconds ago I was praising him, but this is a tall, tall order right now. An ace clutch against FaZe, you just don't fancy his chances.
Especially with what? No secondary utility, 1 HP now. This is 5-3 for FaZe, and Yuzis might as well just keep the ball rolling. Flawless for FaZe Clan. Completely erasing the last round from Falcons' mind.
Massive response there from FaZe. Round 1 not going their way on the attack. The difference, the recipe, they didn't really change all that much. There was just a bit more of a focus on gathering that information.
Rounds, maybe not this one, but to be honest, guys, I think I would just fall back stress. We are overestimating the executes, you know? Like, the first round was so easy. I think they're probably gonna bend the solos. You can bring the Valk, you can bring Intel, bring the traps, just play together, you know? I feel like if you guys wanna aggro the first step, you guys have to be ready to be 5 fucking players on the first step, you know? Because they don't care if they take 2 minutes to clear you guys. They're gonna clear you guys, okay? So it's up to you guys how you guys wanna play. But I feel like fall back with info to retake, or maybe like a lot of traps can be good, you know? Up to you guys. Okay. But if you guys wanna play aggro,
I will play traps this round, and me as Ami, and we play full aggro on their face. And the for games and then we play fallback.
In fact, we're playing fallback, I'll play kitchen dining is over there. I don't play
play aggro this round, play recruit Bride.
Again, another hectic call, but in a good way. Quite collaborative in the Falcons paddocks right now. Talking about what they might want to do this round, and they will need to put all 5 of their heads together. FaZe collecting, creating a round like we just saw from Handy in particular, still having a great series. 9-5 might not be 20-8. That means he's at 29 kills through 2 maps so far. FaZe are playing at their absolute best right now. This might only be their, what, 6th map in the whole tournament. But they are playing like they have not missed a step since Paris.
It's the scary thing about this FaZe roster. They could get to the finals and play 8 maps. It's just disgusting, isn't it? Because there is just so little that you will have then seen of them to know what current form they are necessarily in. Such a small sample size. They'll have played less maps than Falcons have coming into this series.
5 seconds
it's not over yet, though. And Falcons, after their timeout, you would hope that they will be good for a round. The call from Julio, whatever you're going to do, just do it together. Because FaZe are going to spend that time clearing you. They don't mind if they spend 2 minutes of their time clearing out every single inch of the map because they are confident in their ability to execute. So how do you counter that? Well, you can play aggressive, but if you're going to play aggro, it needs to be done as a full 5. And that's where we've seen the gaps introduced in rounds 8 and round 7, and that's where we've seen FaZe take a little bit of an advantage.
When you've been a team this long, the rounds all fade together in proportion to each other. You can spend minutes, you can spend hours in total, slowly piecing these attacks together. It is all one and the same for FaZe. In one long career, how many times have they cleared stock? They just did this thing the exact last round. And so here, the Blackbeard jumps in again. You've got direct information on him, but uses giving more support. Trying to play like a full 5, and yet Souls downing 2 in the process. Falcons committing so much to helping that roam, and it works. They get Vidiking in handy. 2 important picks. It's better than what we saw before.
It's a 2 for 2, and you've lost your trap operators. Trap operators are great for the early portion of the round. You know what's good for the later portion? A Blackbeard. FaZe have definitely come off worse out of that opening engagement, but they've got time now to reset. They've got time to reposition themselves. Yes, they're still going to have to go up against Leakyfac on the Azami, and likely a couple of Grismot mines kicking around from users, but it puts them in a much better position now. Falcons, again, it's about stabilizing. They need to remember what's been the recipe for success there. They've done it together. Reloading.
Play as a full 5. Buy into the same vision. It's the only thing you can do to win against FaZe Clan. No matter what that strategy is, you cannot be a split team. You cannot be a house divided against a team of this caliber. So Cyber, Z-Ping on the Azami, will walk into the Goya, walk into the Goo mine. Will waste a little bit of time for the attack. They get a drone in sight. Oh, he's just creeping in, but spotted. Leakyfac takes a couple damage, but gains information in turn. Might be a worthy trade. Because whatever angles Cyber could have gotten activated.
Time's running really low now. Leakyfac, big kill onto Souls. Brede is still below with a C4 as well to deny this plant.
Can easily do it, whether it's Cyber or KDS, but it's gotta land. If players are dropping up top, and Brede's gonna play down below, Usus needs to buy time, and Brede needs to buy around. Oh, and a Deathmark tracker on the final player. He's been saving it the whole time. It hits his feet, and Cyber immediately clears out. Rotates all the way around. Just a knife in the heart of Falcons on round 9. Moving it into the post. Brede catches 1. No Deathmark tracker remaining, so Cyber just has to win this on intuition. Moving as far back as he possibly can. This TCSG is a menace at long range. It can be difficult to control, but if it hits Cyber, he is going down, and going down fast. So much time, though. Brede taking this as slow as FaZe take their attacks, and yet Cyber giving not a bit of information, not moving a muscle, not moving an inch as Brede trying, struggling, desperately seeking for some kind of ray, some kind of hope, and Cyber snuffs it out by just making him afraid, winning a round off fear alone.
Brede not even attempting the bait and switch there to disable that diffuser. A big piece of utility that was working against Brede in that clutch. A bulletproof camera, often played by Falcons on those main stairs, hacked by Brava in the opening portion of the round. All of that information just being fed directly over to Cyber, enabling to play as far back as he did. As soon as I saw him retreat, I was like, they must have info. There's no way Cyber puts that much space between him and the diffuser unless they know exactly what is going on. They have got info on that post plant. And Brede, he knew that. He knows the camera's been compromised. He knows that every one of his moves is being relayed over to Cyber. An incredibly close round, coming down to a 1v1. We've not seen rounds that close since Clubhouse. But now it puts FaZe in a very dangerous position. Match and series point.
So patient from Cyber in that clutch as well. The confidence to go that far away from the diffuser and just know you'll be okay. You just cannot get there without the kind of experience that Cyber has, that FaZe have. to support that player, to support each other. Falcons will get to play Bar in games one more time. Thankfully, the site's now unlocked. But it's looking like this might just be a 7-4, even if Falcons get this. Because FaZe are playing like they want, for this roster, the first major trophy, like they need it. Like 2 hammers are not good enough. They have a little bit more to prove, especially as the last Brazilian team. Try and cement themselves as one of the greats.
Round 10. Will it be here, or will Falcons hold on for a little bit longer? Clubhouse is a very close affair. So far on Chalet, it's gone kind of as we expected for a team like FaZe with this level of record on this map. Users going to be a little bit on his own at the moment. Does have Brede not too far away underneath, but does need to be cautious. His location is very likely known, and the drone will move through and start to confirm that. Just gets baited out of position ever so slightly, but he's nowhere to go here, Lynx.
Nowhere to go. You're going to aggressive on the window, though. Normally see them drop down the hatch, but uses not letting himself get too comfortable. Understands the odds at stake for Falcons right now. Understand that just one round separates them from survival and death. They'll take the aggressive line against Vidiking. Decimate the Capital utility. Joom barely takes any damage from that M4. KDS will fall off the window in response. FaZe for the first time, it feels like this whole half really at a deficit. But Souls, a quick nade. Azami, she was destined to die in Library. It was a matter of when, not if.
Yusuf has done a good job, though. He's held on for a little bit of time, and he got an opening pick. Removed the Capital and all of the utility that brings. The Diffuser, that's in a little bit of a dodgy spot as well, because guess what? Vidiking had that in his possession. So if FaZe want to try and plant this round, they're going to have to go and recover it. Fortunately, they've got the time to do so. But whereas we saw Falcons play aggressively and play as all 5 together, they've regressed a little bit and they're a little bit more separate. Hence, Users not getting traded out there and just ended up having to play his life. Cyber now moving through the top of this office area. He's got a good line over onto Library. Just needs to land the shot, but he's getting peppered left and right now.
Just getting demolished by FaZe Clan as they quickly move into Ivy. Solitov needed to win it. Falcons just decide to lock in 4 kills in 1 second to keep them alive.
Falcons staying in this game by the skin of their teeth right now. 4-6, they cannot afford to slip up once. FaZe will walk away with the map and the series if that happens. Falcons need to be flawless from here on out, these next 2 rounds, to try and cement an overtime and give themselves another opportunity. They had an opportunity on Clubhouse, one that they squandered. They are not going to be able to afford to do the same again here on Chalet. So far, timeout from Julio has worked. They've picked him around, but they need to do it again.
Just the 1 round. Just the 1 round they picked up so far. 2 more times. 2 more defenses. 6 minutes against FaZe with everything on the line. Moving down to kitchen and dining. Falcons, who've been committing a decent bit to playing aggressive on these roams, to holding these power positions. It's worked on bar games twice. It's been really, really good. It's these other sites that have proven tricky, that have proven problematic when FaZe have a bit more room, it seems. Maybe to find holes in these defenses. KDS now marching over towards Ivy window. Same position, but different operator than we saw last time. Instead, him picking up the shield.
Maybe bringing the Blackbeard to the party right now. Some later cams being sent out from Solitov as well. His last Valkyrie camera there. Just going to be going in toward main lobby. Ooh, don't know how risky that is, Joom. You should do, though, because FaZe love playing that double window position outside. And this time, KDS is going to be even harder to shift from that spot as he's on the Blackbeard. C4 thrown out and shot mid-air. You can pepper that shield all you like. You're not going to get much of a damage onto it. Maybe a run out of bathroom could be more successful. But that seems a little bit risky, given the stakes right now.
Solitov just wishing he could win that fight. Just wishing he had a better chance. Against a Blackbeard, it's not happening. And against an IQ, who's caught you completely off guard, it's not either. Cyber 13-6 right now, up against Falcons. Another player will be lured in by the siren song on Ivy window and will be just as powerless to do anything about it. LickyFac instead on the Solar side, just sees the head. Soul's peeking a little bit, but instead sees the feet. He goes down. Joom as well. Users needing to face a lot of resistance, spots the Blackbeard, turn to the side. Users has started showing up on these defenses. And on this roam, he might just be the only player remaining.
The good thing about this is Users has dealt with the players that are inside of the building right now. The rest of FaZe, they're on the periphery. They're the ones that we're trying to hold these cutoffs. We do have Handy at Snowdoor. We do have Souls on Solar Repel. But they've got to transition. They have to now make a bit more progress.
Oh, Users needs to get this. Lands on the head, but just can't land the shot. Another attempt, and he still falls short. And so we come to Brede.